so this year we do have, just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000 or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly and we can't prevent that. We can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized, because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, or who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and we'll be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, and that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, the calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time. But because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is
Yes.
being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the select board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock, and this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, well, how towns handle debt, what's normal,
Sure.
how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for? I mean, because we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. Moving on from, we have another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if as part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday, could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled, but heretofore you know, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling.
Yeah.
Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's, you know, there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, that this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that, you know, when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either, you know, operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control, we identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization, and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was, you know, going up by double digits, out of control, and together with a softer market. This is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually, you know, pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have. You voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastructure that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but it'll never again go up by $400,000 and then down by $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is, for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year, because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases, means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
Absolutely, District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer fund approach with vehicles,
Yes.
because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the Select Board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before Representative Town Meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, like, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. Like, we'll have that conversation a year from now about the context, and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering. We will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs. But the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done.
Good job.
Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is so in this situation. The investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the select board and representative town meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED, Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grenold invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative, so you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for CEVEDS. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The select board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that CEVEDS serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with the detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grenold's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that. And talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good. Okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18. It is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to creditors because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is, the 220, what is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense?
If you can say no.
So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting at, but there's a breakdown that, I guess, in a sense, for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule
Yes. Okay.
that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on, what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing.
Right.
But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 223, 276, 47. You'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea, so perhaps the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect on that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting, I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there, because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this just in some detail, which was helpful. But I'm really curious, after 25 years, what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro. In that currently, it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Well, actually,
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
So this is not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all?
While Steve walks up, I'll just say you could. We could, and if the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yeah, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. It was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes, some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great. And the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I noticed that many times they're not easily seen, and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do, is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
My last and final, but Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago. Is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again?
Do you wish to be interrogated, Steve? Because we don't know the answer up here.
Well, as far as the line striping goes, when a road is paved, like when Main Street was done, it was done with a more permanent type of line striping. We do paint the roads twice a year. This body supported increasing our painting budget several years ago. Dr. Tortolani's suggestion to paint crosswalks with a different color, that could be considered, but it comes with a cost. So, but we certainly could consider that, and we would welcome funds to do that. But that's what it takes. It takes the funds to do it. But doing it twice a year has helped, and we paint right before the fall, before the winter months, and then of course, you know, the winter, the abrasion from the sand and the salt, you know, scrubs that paint off. And we'll be out there here just next month to brighten everything up.
Right, 'cause I remember we had gravel the streets. This was like a while back, and I think a team came up when they did Canal Street. But it was a big and then everything was like, I didn't know if that's something that we can consider again.
That was part of a state project, similar, like if we do the Western Avenue that I talked about,
awesome.
that would all be included in a contract.
So we don't notify our state reps and. Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no further hands, and at 9:03 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Have a great night. We will see you all in a couple of weeks. Please keep your finger to the pulse of anything going on that might change that.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have a reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. The only question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
That happened before the meeting
Yeah, I
started.
realize that, but
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So I think the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in. But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the
I
meeting.
realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
Hey, I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those, hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or you're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting minutes.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right, go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so.
I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week, V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers,
the
and we have
current updated network inventory, yes, and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're going to have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That cure is what we were.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was the, no.
Right, yeah.
No, I didn't say before, I don't know, it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town's.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves close enough
Yeah,
and
I think
come
right.
to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring this
That bridge is fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long, is that next little one down below. That'll be on the town.
Yeah.
Because anything less than a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20-foot bridge, because you're gonna be longer than that in order to hold a deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week, the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just going to put this in this makeshift folder for heartless stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm going to just read through the whole list, and then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper, will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was. And they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. We'll pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I've not heard back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up, we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because a liquor license, they lost it once.
Well, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now with our
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's a state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials, so that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it comes to that.
In the past, that, well, like when Kent was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. with everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? Not for me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, everybody. Session? Anybody? Okay, I would. Thank you, everybody. Session? Anybody? Session?
Good morning, and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. Here we are at the State House. It's early on Wednesday morning, and this is Representative Mike Murwicki with today's guest, Representative Carolyn Partridge of Wyndham.
Hello, Mike.
Good
so
morning.
Glad to be here.
And welcome. Carolyn is the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, and this is an easy fit for her, since maybe you could tell people a little bit what you do when you're not here in the legislature.
Well, Mike, one of the things I do to make a living is I raise sheep and create yarn at Green Mountain Spinnery in your district.
Value-added products,
yes,
right?
They spin it for me, and I dye it and take it to sheep and wool festivals. We also have a pretty good lamb market, so those are the things I do.
And do you process the lamb yourself, or do you ship it?
No, we send it to a wonderful place that's been humane certified approved down in Massachusetts. That Temple Grandin actually had something to do with when it was designed. So they get delivered to. It's never a nice day. I'm always sad on that day when they go to freezer camp, but it's part of the process. And I also take a certain amount of delight in feeding families with really good lamb.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good local produce.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. So that brings you to the State House and the Ag Committee. One of the big things that's getting a lot of headlines is how do we support dairy in a very changing landscape?
Right, and as probably many of you know, and you know, Mike, the number of dairy farms has decreased significantly in the last 10, 20 years. We're down to under 700, 600 and some odd, 59 or something like that. It changes every day. And we've also found that going organic is not necessarily a path to success. My vice chair, Rodney Graham from Williamstown, just is in the process of selling his cows because the trucks wouldn't come to his farm to pick the milk up. And so there are a lot of challenges with dairy farms today. We do know, thanks to the Ag Strategic Plan that was put together, Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan 2020, that there are opportunities in dairy, but not necessarily, well, there are opportunities in cow dairy. There are cheesemakers who need milk that has been produced without fermented hay. So there is an opportunity for that, but then you have to rely on square bales, as my husband Alan and I do, which relies on 3 sunny days in a row to get square bales dried. And but there is room there, and also we know, because of the strategic study, that we need probably 4,000 more goats producing goat's milk in the state. So 10 farms with 400 goats, Vermont Creamery needs goat's milk, and so there are opportunities. What we're seeing is that farms, while small, farms are closing, they're mostly smaller, and in many cases the land is being taken up by larger farms. But it's a sad thing to see happen, because it's our farmers who maintain the working landscape and the reason for people to come to the state of Vermont to visit. I've been heard to say that people do not come to Vermont to look at subdivisions in South Burlington and Williston. They come to look at the working landscape. And my committee, as you said, includes agriculture. It also includes forestry, which is huge. And both of these sectors have a real opportunity for being a part of a climate change solution. And that's what I'm really excited about. Yeah. So dairy is kind of a sad story. I think dairy will continue to happen. I'm afraid that there may be additional consolidation, and but there are opportunities going forward.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something that's on just about everybody's mind now, with the idea that climate change is real, it's here, and we all have to do our part. And ag and forestry are a huge part of that.
Yes, yes. And this, as I said earlier, really excites me because in recent times, agriculture in particular has been, well, the finger's been pointed at agriculture in terms of water quality issues in the Lake Champlain watershed, and that's accurate. They have been responsible for 41% of the problem, but they're also taking on 67% of the cleanup through the use of the required agricultural practices, and now with a focus on regenerative agriculture, which includes practices like cover cropping, low-till, no-till, grassed bufferways.
So what are low-till, no-till for somebody who's not a farmer?
You don't till the land. You don't
just plant over
You
it.
just plant, and there are techniques that can be used where machines that can be used to, instead of churning up everything, which releases carbon and also destroys the microbial structure of the soil, you can sort of drill plant crops, and that is so low till, no till. And that goes along with cover cropping, which means you leave roots in the soil. You leave living roots in the soil as long as possible. So there are several other principles involved with soil health. But what is exciting is that there is this recognition that these, Dr. Heather Darby from UVM Extension is one of the gurus, I would say, of soil health principles, and she has been, she allowed us how when she started working for UVM Extension in 2003, there were 50 acres in cover crop in the state of Vermont, and now there are between 35 and 45,000. So that is a real positive thing. I've also been participating in a group. It's just the beginning of a group, really, with the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference. I got together in December with representatives from Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York, who are very interested in starting kind of a regional greenhouse gas initiative, but for ecosystem services, for payments to farmers who are employing these practices and improving the soil, sequestering carbon, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, and that's just as true or more so for forestry, right?
Yes. Our forests, it's estimated that our forests draw down or offset at almost half of our emissions. So that's a real positive thing, and we're looking at ways for them to, for our forests to become part of the California carbon market. There have been pilot projects that have looked into that. One, Burnt Mountain, they decided that they could not go forward with the California market, but they could probably be part of a voluntary market. Yeah.
Many people are talking about regenerative soil practices, and my understanding is that this is something we're already engaged in Vermont.
Yes, yes, most definitely.
And this is to make sure our soils are healthy, can grow best, and also absorb carbon.
Yes, that's true. And in the old days, not all that long ago, but a couple of decades ago, you would drive around Vermont, and in the winter and early spring, it would look like dirt, right? Now, when you drive around, if you see green out there, you know that those folks are employing cover cropping strategies.
I have a picture, and I'll send it so they can include the cornfields along the Connecticut River.
Yes.
That are before you go into over the Walpole Bridge.
Yes. Yes.
The snow's receding, and you see the green cover crop that was put in right after they cut the corn.
Right. Exactly.
It's a good example of the practices we're talking about in place and being utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah. Value added is something that we hear a lot about in regards to ag products. We've got the big yogurt producer in Brattleboro. We're talking about cheese makers looking for. What does that look like in the long term for Vermont ag?
Well, it looks pretty darn good, and I'm just going to hold this up and block my own face. But this, here's the Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan, and you can find this online. One of the things.
That's at the website of the Vermont Ag. And
it is at the agriculture.vermont.gov and /administration/annual report. There's a dash between
they'll
annual and report.
They'll be able to put that up on the screen for us.
Yes. So one of the things that this report includes 23 briefs on different sectors, including product, issue, and market briefs. And the good news is that there are 32, I believe, more coming after this. But if you look this through, they identify places where we have opportunity. And excuse me, in terms of value added for cheese, they find that there's this real opportunity for more small artisanal cheesemakers. And as I said,
we're making some incredibly good cheese here in Vermont.
Oh, we are making amazing cheese. I love going to some of the events where they have all of these different products on display. But we're exporting cheese to France,
Isn't that something?
And it's really wonderful and amazing. So I can get pretty excited about the future of ag, even though we've had some hard times. I'm hoping that with the required agricultural practices that are now in place, they've been in place for about 3 years, we're beginning to move the needle on this. And in a recent water quality report given to us by a young woman from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Emily Bird, she told us that 97% of the cleanup that has happened so far in Lake Champlain has been due to agriculture.
Yeah. So the farmers get it.
Yes, they definitely do.
And they're doing their part.
Yeah.
I think you pointed out before accurately that farmers have been in the crosshairs a lot when it comes to who's responsible for problems with water quality. But the reality is farmers are doing more than their share, and this is something we all need to be aware of. It's similar to the climate action. We all have to do our part.
Yes, and farmers are doing more than their share because it's actually the cheapest way to remediate these problems. It costs a lot more to clean up development impacts than it is for farming. So that's why, and farmers get it. It's their environment too.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, giving a little history, back after World War II, we were the breadbasket of the world because Europe and Asia had serious destruction. We were the breadbasket, and farmers were encouraged to apply phosphorus. There are folks who still are here who can remember when boxcar loads of phosphorus would come to the state. And if a little is good, then a lot probably better. So this is, and this was the advice given to farmers.
Yeah, I know farmers that were told, put it on your manure too.
Yeah. So, it's not like they just went willy-nilly doing this on their own. They got advice which we now know is not good.
Yeah.
So, and I also want to say that it's going to take decades to clean up Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
I figured that this problem started probably right around the time of the Industrial Revolution, and so we're looking at hundreds of years almost, and it's going to take a long time to clean up. I'd like to think that someday my granddaughter, who lives in Fairfax, will be able to swim in the lake without worrying about blue-green algae. But we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know that Connecticut was in bad shape, and the old story was when you'd ask people what kind of septic system they had, the answer was, what system?
Yeah, right.
And just in the last 50 years, we've really turned that around.
Yes, you are right.
To where the Connecticut has a problem with nitrogen, but the overall water is much cleaner than it was.
Yes, and I can remember when I lived in Saxon's River, actually in Westminster, but just over the line, and Saxon's River was my community. We would go we would go with my son, who is now 40, and we would go to Herrick's Cove.
Yeah.
And go swimming, and my brother-in-law had a boat, and we'd go water skiing and stuff like that. And I think it's done nothing but get better.
Yeah.
And the problem with nitrogen, actually, is that when it hits salt water,
Yeah.
it creates a toxic situation. So when the Connecticut River hits the Long Island Sound, it creates this toxic dead zone.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be careful about nitrogen.
We've got a few minutes left. I wonder if we could just touch a little bit on cannabis.
Sure.
We've been struggling to get to a point where House and Senate can agree on what's the way forward for to open up markets, a tax and regulate system. There was a lot of concern that this wasn't being looked at as purely an agricultural product. And the balance they came to was that it wasn't going to be under the auspices of the Agency of Ag. Is there anything you want to talk about in that conversation that you feel we can do going forward, or what's the situation now?
Okay. Well, I think I did write a column about this that was in the Reformer a couple of weeks ago. We did want this to be housed in agriculture because it's essentially the same plant as hemp. It's all cannabis. And if you're growing hemp for floral purposes, for CBD, it's essentially the very same plant. It's just a different variety. It's like cherry tomatoes versus beefsteak tomatoes, right? So some adult use cannabis has high THC. Hemp does not. It has low THC. So we were hoping that we could house it in ag, but as it became clearer to me, and I thought a lot about this, I was pushing for some small growing permits, which we did get. They're focusing on that, and so that was good. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got some of the things. And I think that there are those of our constituents who really wanted things to be kind of loose, but what we've found is that it's very difficult to be loose about this. There were folks who said, oh, all this security, having to grow behind, fences with locks and stuff like that. Based on the experience of hemp farmers who found thefts in their own fields, with the exponential value of adult use cannabis, I think it would be unwise for people to be growing out in the open and putting a lot of stock in that
and
income,
not expect trouble.
And not expect trouble. And also, the important thing to remember is that, this I basically put this out to farmers in particular, but everyone, if you're growing this, we'll have it legal in the state, but it's still illegal on a federal level. And depending on who's in power in Washington, D.C., you might find yourself getting capriciously cracked down upon. And I don't want farmers to lose their land because you are subject to forfeiture. And if you are going to grow adult use cannabis, I really highly recommend that you create a firewall between your farm and your cannabis business.
A legal firewall.
A legal firewall. It's really important. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was talking with one of our legislative counselors who I think is just stellar in terms of thinking things through. And he brought this up with me, and it just made total sense. Yeah.
We have a good group of lawyers who serve us on Ledge Council.
We sure do.
It's helpful for them to bring that perspective to us.
Yeah.
Especially those who are, most of us are not lawyers.
Right, right. Yeah. So, I was sorry to disappoint some of our folks, but I think that this, given small grower permits and really a focus on farmers that is included in the bill, I think it was probably the best way forward.
I think one of the things that came through was we wanted to make sure some big corporate entity did not come in and try and take over the whole system here in Vermont, and I think we've done that.
Exactly. Yeah.
We don't want that, and the bill makes sure that small Vermont growers are where it's going to stay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else you want to share before we have to have to go?
I think we've covered quite a bit, but I'm
Yeah.
always glad to come back whenever you like.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly, agriculture is the heart of Vermont culture. I don't think anybody can argue that. We want to make sure that moving forward, we have a vibrant ag and forestry economy to take Vermont into this century. So thanks for all your work you're doing.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people back at BCTV for bringing our work here in Montpelier back to you in Windham County. So until next time, take care.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week. Today is the 19th of March, the first day of spring. Unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, BCTV studios have been closed. I had originally thought that it would be a good idea to work the Energy Week show with Tom Fennell via Skype, but Tom isn't prepared to do that quite yet. Hopefully he'll be on with next week, and we'll be able to continue it. I'm sorry to say that Tom is not going to be involved in this because I think everybody will miss him. But nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and provide an Energy Week show for you, I hope. We're starting on the 12th of March. Today is the 19th, and we always start a week before. That's why it's called Energy Week. And we start with a photograph of pump jacks. The pump jacks are the devices that are used in conjunction with pumping oil out of the ground. And sorry, I should say first of all, the Energy Week comes from my blog, geoharvey.com. People who have been familiar with watching Energy Week in the past would know that. You can go to energyweek.com and find the stories that I'm talking about by looking at the calendar, clicking on the date of the story. The first stories are appearing on the 12th of March. The date on the calendar, which is on the left side of the screen. Our first story comes from CNN, and it is titled, "The Oil Industry Doesn't Want to be Bailed Out by Trump." This is from CNN. And the synopsis that I've got is the shale industry that made the United States the world's leading oil and gas producer is facing its deepest crisis yet, triggered by a trade war and the coronavirus. Reportedly, the Trump administration is considering federal assistance. Industry leaders, however, say they don't want a bailout. They don't want a bailout because they don't want the strings that would be attached to a bailout, along with other reasons, not the least of which is the fact that they're fundamentally, well, they're conservatives, and they don't think that the government should be bailing businesses out, and even their own, I guess. But nevertheless, the backstory on this is the shale industry is producing lots of shale oil, and the fracking industry is actually not just producing gas, it's also producing oil. And those two industries, between them, have got a lot of oil coming out, making the United States the biggest producer. The United States has gone past the production of Russia, which used to be the biggest producer, which in turn recently had gone past the production of Saudi Arabia. With the coronavirus, people are staying home. And when people stay home, that means that they don't use oil or gas they don't use oil in their cars. They don't use aviation fuel, for example, for flying around in planes. They stay home. They're not even using fuel for industry and so forth. So the oil industry, because of the United States shale and gas industry, is way past what was already needed. But and we had a glut of oil on the world markets. But the coronavirus came along, and the consumption of oil went down. So did the consumption of coal. Well, the result of that was that OPEC had to address the problem. They went to meet and asked everybody to reduce the amount of oil they're producing in order to keep prices up. Russians refused to comply, and the price of oil dropped to about $30 a barrel. The problem is that the shale industry needs to be able to sell oil at $50 a barrel or thereabouts, or it can't make money. And it is deeply in debt already. So it can't make money. If it produces oil, it's going to be producing it at a loss, and they don't have the ability to do that. So we'll see where that goes going forward. We'll get back to this, I'm sure, in fairly quickly as the story goes on. The next story that I've got for today is from the Sydney Morning Herald, and the title is "Renewables to Make $1 trillion," that is Australian dollars, which are worth about 25 cents each, 75 cents each American. Renewables to make $1 trillion in a new coal-fired plants uncompetitive. That is to say, $1 trillion worth of coal-fired power plants are not competitive with renewables. Analysts published by the Carbon Tracker found that more than half the coal-fired power stations worldwide were more costly to run than building and replacing them with renewable energy. And by 2030, all coal capacity will be uncompetitive with renewables in all markets. That is an analysis by Carbon Tracker. And I think that is a likely scenario. Okay, we have a picture now of offshore wind turbines. This is in conjunction with a story from Renews. Renews puts out a lot of news on renewable energy. I use their stories very often. They're short, though. There have actually been occasions when my 50 to 55 word synopsis was the entire story. But in this particular case, it's a little bit longer. The title of the story is U.S. East Coast Offshore to Deliver 83,000 Jobs. The U.S. offshore wind sector could deliver up to 83,000 jobs and $25 billion in annual economic output by 2030, according to a report by the American Wind Energy Association. The report assessed the impact of 30 gigawatts of projects expected to be developed off the east coast of the United States by 2030. 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power. Offshore wind power in the United States is expected to have a capacity factor of about 50%. And that is approaching the capacity factor of combined cycle natural gas, which is, as I recall, about 60%. American nuclear power plants have capacity factors that are slightly upwards, usually, of 90%. The capacity factor, to figure the capacity factor, what you do is you take the nameplate capacity of a plant or a technology, and you multiply that by the number of hours in a year to get the number of watt hours that you would get in the course of a year, and then you look at the actual production from that facility or technology, and divide the actual production by the nameplate capacity the nameplate output that you would have expected. So, for example, if a nuclear power plant runs at 100% capacity 90% of the time and is off 10% of the time, then its capacity factor would be 90%. Wind turbines have capacity factors that are a little bit more difficult to determine, or I should say to guess at. It's easy enough to measure their output and find out what the actual capacity factor is, but the wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, tend to run almost 100% of the time. That is, they'll run 98% of the time, typically. The problem is that the wind doesn't blow at the speed at which they will produce their maximum output. So their capacity factor, they're usually producing something along 50% of the amount that they might. So the capacity factor is close to 50%. This is for offshore wind. Offshore wind has a slightly higher capacity factor typically than onshore wind. So what I'm getting at here is 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power would be the equivalent of a little over 15 gigawatts of nuclear power, which means basically 15 large nuclear reactors. And we will get back to that business of the capacity factor and the effect on the grid in a few moments. Okay, the next story is from Friday, March 13th, and it comes from Clean Technica. The title is 39% of toxic air emissions in the USA came from 100 facilities. The Environmental Integrity Project is made up of former EPA enforcement attorneys, public interest lawyers, investigators, analysts, and community organizers. These are people who have in the past, obviously a number of them, many of them, were in the Environmental Protection Agency and were either forced out or resigned because the Environmental Protection Agency wasn't protecting the environment anymore, in their opinions, and in my opinion. They have issued a report showing that 39% of all toxic air emissions in the United States came from just 100 facilities in 2018. And that's important also because air pollution kills people. And in fact, air pollution, as we will see later on, kills more people by far than the coronavirus. So that was from Clean Technica. Also on Friday, March 13th, we have an item from Renews on FloatGen. And there is a photograph of this, which is a FloatGen photograph. FloatGen has a product that you can mount a wind turbine on and take it out to sea and leave it there anchored. So you can have the wind turbine floating in the sea in a fixed location, and it doesn't need to have a foundation on the seafloor, which means that you can put these things out in the ocean in places where you otherwise wouldn't be able to build wind turbines. And this is technology that's just being developed now. The title here, this is from Renews, FloatGen output soars in February high winds. The 2 megawatt FloatGen floating wind pilot off the French coast has had its best month for production to date in February. Ideol, or Ideol, I don't know how that's pronounced, IDEOL, which developed the floating foundation, said it achieved a capacity factor of 66.3%. This is the capacity factor that I was just telling you about. 66.3% is actually very close to, or possibly higher than, it is higher than some natural gas, combined cycle natural gas power plants. So this is a pretty good capacity. It produced 923.2 megawatt hours of clean electricity. The time availability stood at 95.7%. That means that it was actually running 95.7% of the time, but it was not running at full speed, obviously, that much of the time. Okay, our next item comes from oilprice.com. An interesting site for information on energy, general energy. It's not all about oil. And the title of this particular piece is "The U.S. is ramping up its wind power production. While solar power projects have become supersized, The size of wind turbines has also grown rapidly. In particular, the growth of the size of wind turbine blades over last decades have greatly transformed the power industry for the better, producing much larger, what are called swept areas. The swept area is the area that if you go edge to edge on the wind turbine blades, that they run in a circle, and if you figure the diameter of that circle, or if you just take the wind turbine blade and plus the amount of the hub that is there, you can figure out the size of the swept area. It's just the circle that the thing will run in. And that swept area is very important for determining the output of the wind turbine. So there is, what they're doing is they're building bigger and bigger blades. I don't think this article actually mentions it, but it is a problem that, and it's a problem that's being talked about. These blades don't last forever. They're made of fiberglass generally. And when they are broken or otherwise damaged to the point where they can't be used anymore, they have to be disposed of, and they don't exactly fit on the schedule of landfills very well. Our next item has a photograph of Stromness, which is a town in the Orkneys. It's not the biggest town, but it is a rather picturesque town, sitting on the water. This is an item from CNN, and the title is "This Small Island Chain," referring to the Orkneys, "is leading the way on hydrogen power." The Orkneys are a group of islands just north of Scotland, and they are they're not heavily populated, but they have faced the problem of having to deal with very expensive electricity because their electricity has historically come from diesel power, from a cable running from Scotland, and that has to be paid down. And they've been adding renewable power, and they've got to a point where there are a lot of people who understand renewable energy on the Orkneys, and they have started putting that into trying to do research and development, and they've been very successful. Let me read the synopsis. A group of islands off the northern coast of Scotland is a uniquely it is uniquely set up to pioneer in hydrogen energy. Orkney, better known for its breathtaking coastal scenery and some of Britain's oldest heritage sites than for cutting-edge approach to energy, has been quietly leading the way on hydrogen technology. Now, clearly what's happening here is hydrogen technology, for anybody who has not kept up with this, and I think most of the people who have watched Energy Week probably understand, hydrogen technology is something that makes it possible to store energy as hydrogen. And the deal with the hydrogen is if you're dependent on wind power and solar power, obviously there are times when you don't have enough power because solar is intermittent and wind is variable. But what you have to do in order to have the energy that you need all the time is overbuild the solar power and the wind power, and then have a way of storing energy. And that overbuilt power plants can produce electricity that you could just shut the plants down. But what you really want to do is have them run whenever they can. And that the excess energy, because you cannot put on a grid more energy than the demand. You have to do something with that energy in order to increase the demand. You take it and use it to make hydrogen. And there's been a lot of work on how to make hydrogen into reliable energy over the years without costing too much money. the result of that is that in the last few years, the cost of producing hydrogen has declined. Now, that hydrogen can be used for all kinds of purposes. It can be burned to make energy to heat a house if you had a house set up for that, or drive a car, or provide electricity. It can also be put through a cell fuel cell device to get electricity. And aside from the fact that hydrogen is a little difficult to store because the molecules are so small that they'll actually fit between the molecules in a steel alloy and they'll just work their way through. So if you have a bottle of hydrogen and you come back in 10 years, it's going to be empty. Anyway, the on the short term, storing it is not too bad. And, you know, if you've got lots of renewable energy, you can make hydrogen. And that means that you don't need fossil fuels at all. People are building airplanes that run on hydrogen. And you know, we've talked about that. Anyway, the Orkneys have a lot of research and development going on into how to deal with hydrogen energy. Okay, the next item is entitled "Wind Plants Can Provide Grid Services Better Than Gas Hydro, Easing Renewable Integration." And this is based on a study that was done by CAISO. Now, CAISO, C-A-I-S-O, is the California, what they call an ISO, which is an independent operator. Basically, the grid is operated by these ISOs. We have an ISO in New England, and the ISO is in the position where it has to balance demand as the demand appears with the supply, and that balance puts you into if you've got too much supply, you've got to create a demand, or you've got to shut something down. And this is something that this is not new. This is not just something that has happened because of renewable energy. You cannot operate a grid with just baseload power. You need to have something else because the baseload power is inflexible. It cannot be ramped up or down to deal with changes in grid demand. So with a baseload paradigm, you have peaking plants, which produce very expensive electricity in some cases. And as the baseload power plant cannot meet demand, those peaking plants and other types of plants that come on for short terms come online, producing high power at higher cost. In other words, renewable energy needs backup. Wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. It's getting to be boring to hear it. So we have batteries, we have pumped hydro. Hydro doesn't have that problem, and neither does geothermal. But, you know, we've got to have backup power for renewable energy. Well, they need backup power for baseload power too. And it happens that right now that the backup power for baseload power is more expensive than the backup power for renewables in many or most cases. Here what's happening is the California ISO says this: the wind plants have a potential to provide grid services that match those of gas plants or hydroelectric facilities. The California Independent System Operator, CAISO, has found in a test wind provided services as least as well as conventional power plants. Okay, that addresses the question of can we depend on something if the wind doesn't always blow? Can we depend on it? Well, there is an answer to that, and that is the wind always blows. I had mentioned that the amount of time that a wind plant might be generating is something, might be 98%, but more to the point, if the wind isn't blowing in Central California, it's blowing in Southern California or Northern California, or both. And it never shuts down everywhere all at once. So they tested this to find out about, we are moving to a new paradigm. We're moving to a point where baseload power is not going to be our primary source. In fact, in the end, it's not even going to be a secondary source, because it's not going to be a source unless the baseload power is renewable. And I'm going to exclude nuclear for a very simple reason, which is that it's too expensive. Even the nuclear plants that have been paid down are closing down under pressure from natural gas and renewable resources. And now natural gas is being the renewable resources compete successfully with natural gas. Anyway, that was from Utility Dive. Now we have a photograph which is just entitled Energy Transmission. It is more of those pump jacks and a wind turbine. And this goes with a story from Green Tech Media. And the title of it is, Could the Oil Price Collapse Drive in More Investments into Renewables? Okay, this is kind of counterintuitive. The oil price has collapsed. It's declined maybe 50% from a price that in the standards of the last few years, it has not been terribly high. The oil price has been down because of the American production of shale oil and the oil that comes from fracking. And what they're asking is, as the price of oil goes down, are we in a situation where the law of supply and demand really doesn't work quite the way you expect it to? We would expect that as the price goes down, people will buy more oil. But for a number of reasons, that may not be the case. And in fact, what this says is low oil prices will test the resolve of the majors' energy transition plans. But analysts expect the company's long-term commitments to decarbonization and renewable energy to remain intact. It might even speed up the transition if they aren't going to find any profit in oil. And at $30 a barrel, a lot of American companies are not going to be finding profit in oil. Then they've got to move to something else. It's just a matter of economics. If they can't make money on oil, they're going to have to make it some other way. They have thought about making money on plastics because plastics are based on oil, a lot of them. But that, I think, is not necessarily going to work. That story and the two before it were both from Saturday, March 14th. We are up to Sunday, March 15th. And by the way, I'm allowed to touch my face because my hands were washed and I haven't been out today. Okay, Sunday, March 15th, we have an item from WKOW. The title is A Step in the Right Direction. More UW campuses are moving off coal. UW is the University of Wisconsin. The Platteville campus of the University of Wisconsin is transitioning away from coal this month. A total of 8 UW campuses are doing so, and they include Superior, Eau Claire, Stout, River Falls, La Crosse, Oshkosh, and Stevens Point. They are all moving toward sustainable energy. A lot of the reason for that is because of pressure on the universities from their faculty, the students, and so forth, to reduce their carbon footprint. A lot of it is because they know the coal is producing pollution, and a coal plant in the middle of a city is not a good idea. So they are, and of course they could have coal plants that they're using outside of their campuses, but in many cases, this coal is being used for heat, and that means it's going to be local. So our next item has a picture of a grizzly bear in Canada. It comes from Electric, and the title is Bears Are Waking Up Because It's Too Warm Too Soon. And the synopsis says, after a record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the United States, you don't think about European bears very often, but they're there. After record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the U.S. this winter, bears are waking up from hibernation because they think it's spring. Well, of course, today is the 19th of March, so it is spring, but because the 19th, this is the earliest spring we've had in over 100 years, and that is just a calendar thing, but it's warmer than it has been ever, in terms of these guys' memories. So why is this early emergence of bears a problem? And the answer to that is because they're hungry and there isn't any food. And that's a problem for them, and it's also a problem for some people. I actually saw a bear behind the Canal Street School in Brattleboro. And, the bear was in town. I called the police and they showed up, a whole bunch of police cars, and the officers got out and they were carrying shotguns, and they did not want to shoot that bear. They wanted to just, they wanted to make noise and kind of induce it to walk out of town, which is what it did. But they don't like the idea of a bear being in a commercial zone, let alone being in the residential property zones that are along it. So, when bears are out and they don't have anything to eat, that can be a problem. And they will get whatever they can. Okay, our next item is from the Epoch Times. This is still Sunday, March 15th. Trump strikes oil after Russia moves to, quote, cripple, end quote, U.S. shale. At a White House Rose Garden press conference, the President Trump stated that his administration would orchestrate the purchase of large quantities of crude oil to help the struggling U.S. oil industry and build up strategic national reserves. The move is expected to cost $2.5 billion. Well, the strategic reserves were put together so we'd have reserves if the price of oil went up to outrageous places, or because there was no supply from foreign countries. And I don't remember the amount that they were down. It seems to me that they were down way over 30%. And what he's doing is he's buying oil cheaply and putting it into the reserves. And that is a bad idea or a good idea, depending upon your point of view. Certainly, it's going to save money if it's the other option is to build up the reserves at a high price. But even so, the purpose of this was clearly to prop up the American oil industry. And by the way, it's important to notice that the money that was used, the Freedom Partners, which is financed, I'm told, by Koch Industries and investors in ExxonMobil and other oil companies, and by the coal industry and so forth. Freedom Partners put $865 million. I think that's what they announced. It was a figure that was announced in January of 2015 to elect Republicans into the White House and Congress, with the idea that those people would be beholden to the industry or to Freedom Partners and vote accordingly, which is kind of like buying politicians, and that's something I don't like. I am myself. I voted Republican pretty much all the time from 1968, every even-numbered year until 2002. But this bothers me, and what has happened is that the people who invested in that, who got their money from the coal industry, well, the Dow Jones Coal Industry Index is down 90% from when Donald Trump took office. What about oil and gas? Well, the oil and gas index is down over 2/3. It's lost it's down to less than a third of what its value was when Donald Trump took office. And the last time I looked, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was just a tiny bit lower than what it was when Donald Trump took office. But our traditional energy investment companies in fossil fuels are just suffering. So anyway, that's where we are. Okay, we're up to Monday. Oh, and those investors, I wonder whether they're going to be interested in backing Donald Trump and the Republicans in this next election, because they've suffered under the hands of those people a good deal more than they suffered under Barack Obama and the Democrats. Okay, we have a picture here of white roofs used for cooling. This is Sunday. Let me go back here. I'm sorry, Monday, March 16th. White roofs used for cooling on the island of Santorini. This is from Conversation, the Conversation AU, of course, being Australia. The title is "We Must Fight Climate Change Like It's World War III. Here are 4 potent weapons to deploy." And this is an opinion piece. So, they're talking as people. We are a group of experts in physics, geology, science education, coral reefs, and climate system science. We believe the lack of progress by governments in reducing global emissions means bold solutions are now urgently needed. Yeah, I think that's the case. And I think bold solutions sometimes are not just urgently needed, but they are a possible avenue to success. And when people have asked me, do I think that we can pull off dealing with climate change, I have in the past said, read about the Battle of Midway, because the Americans went out to that battle outnumbered in every category. The Japanese had 6 battleships, we had 3. 6 aircraft carriers, I'm sorry. The Japanese had battleships, but the Americans had none. The Japanese had cruisers that outnumbered our cruisers by, I don't remember what the numbers were, maybe 5-1. And the Americans went out knowing that this was going to be, it was going to be a tough thing to do. And every single attack by the Americans failed. The land-based bombers found the Japanese fleet, and they dropped bombs, and not a single bomb connected. The torpedo bombers from the American aircraft carriers found their fleet, and not only did they not connect, in some cases, they all got shot down. And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 2 minutes, the battle was over. Or not over, but it was basically decided, because the American dive bombers had destroyed 3 of 4 frontline Japanese aircraft carriers in 2 minutes. And that kind of thing can happen. And unfortunately, we're getting to a point where that is going to be needed. We're going to have to, and this article points that out. Okay, still on Monday, we have an item from TruthDig, and the title is "Renewable Energy Could Power the World by 2050. Virtually all of the world's demand for electricity to run transport, heating, and cooling and provide power demands of industry could be met by renewable energy by mid-century. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups. And from my point of view, this is really obvious. There is a thing called Wright's Law, and we've discussed this on Energy Week a number of times. Wright's Law says when you introduce a new technology, the price of that technology will go down, because when you introduce it, you're talking about a technology that has no market presence, and you're talking about the first items coming out. It's like, new technology is expensive. The first computer was an expensive device. Today, if you had a device of that power, you wouldn't be able to sell it. You can buy a smartphone for well, I bought a refurbished smartphone for $20, and that thing has probably got more computer power than there existed in the United States in 1961. But the cost of the flops, floating point operations per second, gigaflops, the material, the hardware to produce a gigaflops, according to an article in Wikipedia. Look up flops, FLOPS. In 1961, it was over $160 billion. Today, it's about 3 cents. And that has been a constant decline in the costs of a very complicated technology in which there are many, many components, including transistors and integrated circuits and things like that. Well, the same thing is true of automobiles, according to an MIT study, and manufacture of chemicals, and any place where you've got a new technology, that is Wright's law. And if using Wright's law, you can actually determine in advance what will happen to the price of solar power, wind power, computers, you name it. And a review from MIT studied that and found it, in fact, it worked. And Tesla, by the way, has been using that as a basis for its operations. Okay, we are now still on Monday, March 16th. We have an item here that is from BW Business World. And there's a photograph here of women carrying coal. These poor women. Look at the amount of coal they've got balanced on their heads in baskets. It's amazing. The title is Coronavirus Outbreak. Coal import declines 14% to 17 million tons in February. India's coal imports registered a decline of 14.1% to 17.01 million tons. That is TONNES, which is metric tons. And a metric ton is about 1.1 short tons that we use in the United States. In February, in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak, according to industry data, the overall trend in coal imports has been increasing until the coronavirus pandemic, and then all of a sudden it started to decrease. We're going to get more back to that again in just a moment, and we will be talking more about the coronavirus. The next item, which is from Tuesday, March 17th, this came from CNBC, and the title is U.S. solar installations shot up last year, but coronavirus could have an impact going forward. Now, this shows you the downside of the coronavirus and the limitations on coal. China uses a lot of coal for its electric power, and that electric power, among other things, is used to manufacture solar panels. A report by the Solar Energy Industries Association and Wood Mackenzie Power and Renewables says that almost 40% of U.S. generating capacity added last year was solar. 40%. And that doesn't, you're looking at just solar here. Much of the rest was wind power. The SEIA is monitoring changes to the industry that the COVID-19 pandemic could cause. Now, the word that I'm getting from people who are in the industry is that, the people I've talked to, they say the solar panels are there. They can get them. But of course, that's just a few people I'm talking to, and it really doesn't say what's going on in the world at large. It's what's called anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal evidence is like the woman who said, I can't believe that Richard Nixon was elected. Everybody I knew was for Who was it that they were for? I don't remember. My mind doesn't work as well as it used to. Okay, we have an item here that is from Power Technology, and it is illustrated with a picture of solar panels. And the title for it is NYSERDA selects Boralex solar projects under request for proposal. Just four solar projects of Canadian renewable energy company Boralex were selected by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is abbreviated to NYSERDA, under a solicitation. You know, it's refreshing to have an acronym that doesn't mean anything. Okay, under a solicitation that took place in 2019. One project is Greens Corners at 120 megawatts, and the others were each 3 projects of 19.99 megawatts. Why didn't they make it 20? I don't know. Anyway, that's Power Technology, and that is from the Tuesday the 17th. We're still at Tuesday the 17th, and we have an item from the BBC, which is entitled "The People Cleaning Up the Oil Spills of the Amazon." And it says, for decades, pits of waste crude have dotted the Amazon rainforest in northern Ecuador. Now people are using resilient plants, fungi, and bacteria to try to clean them up. Bioremediation uses living organisms like plants, fungi, and microbes to break down several pollutants, including crude oil. I do that every day, and I've done that every day for years, so don't be concerned. That was from the BBC, and basically what has happened here is that there was oil pumped, drilled, whatever, in the Amazon, and the companies that did it just left ponds of crude oil. I'm covering my mouth so you don't get this, by the way. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, March 18th. We have a picture of pollution in China. This is from CNN, and there were a couple of really interesting items that day. This one is titled, "China's coronavirus lockdown curbs deadly pollution, likely saving the lives of tens of thousands of people," according to one researcher. The drastic measures enforced by China during the coronavirus outbreak have greatly reduced air pollution, potentially saving the lives of 50 to 75,000 people, according to a researcher at Stanford University. And by the way, for people who are concerned about the coronavirus, there has been some really amazing stuff coming up where they are talking about treatments and that really reduce the effects of the virus that are currently being tested on human beings in China. One of them is a medicine that already exists and has been tested for something else. I don't remember what. I don't know that that'll appear in Energy Week next week because it appeared today, but it wasn't energy that they were talking about. So I don't know. Maybe I should include something. But the long and the short of this particular article is the coronavirus is going to be very likely saving lives because of the responses to it. And today in the news, Donald Trump said that he was going to deal with the coronavirus on a wartime footing. I think he should have done that with climate change. Maybe he will. You never can tell. Our next item is titled "A Red State Template for 100% Renewables." Utah bill unites Rocky Mountain Power, cities, and activists. This is from Utility Dive. Utah got approval from the legislature made up 80% of Republicans, 80% Republican, and the legislature moved more than a third of the state's population will be 100% powered by renewables in 2030. That is a Republican, and this is a pattern that we've seen elsewhere. Conservatives are looking at renewable energy, they're looking at climate change, and they're saying this is not good for business. You know, if everybody dies, it's not usually very good for business. So let's do something about it. Well, everybody isn't going to die from climate change, I don't think, but in truth, a large part of this is the fact that renewable energy is so cheap compared to more traditional energy sources that it does not make sense not to go to renewable energy. Anyway, this particular article is from Utility Dive. And finally, there is one of those articles that Tom Fennell just loves. He loves articles that have a lot of pictures. And there is a picture here, and the title that I have on the picture is Diversity, hard hats, pipelines, waste isolation, and pumping oil. And of course, they all refer to they all refer to energy. And it's conceivable that as I think about it, it's probable that at least one of those I misinterpreted what I was seeing. But there were this is from pictures on a billboard, and this is from DeSmog. A faltering fracking industry on the verge of a bailout mixes patriotism and oil in the Permian Basin. Abundant signs across the Permian Basin, one of the most prolific oil and natural gas displays in the U.S., suggest that supporting the oil industry, that's one of the largest contributors to the climate crisis, is a matter of American pride. And in fact, I think that's the case. It is a matter of American pride. This is a type of thinking that goes back to before I was a kid. You know, the oil industry was going to, and it did, it promoted success in the United States, particularly during the Depression when people were economically in trouble. The oil industry was one of the places where people could make money and they could make life easier for the people around them. The problem that they didn't realize at that time was, of course, that the oil industry was going to have its own a price for our dependence on it that we probably would not be involved in if we knew what was going on. I mean, in terms of climate change. Climate changes to the climate resulting from burning fossil fuels were first suggested, I think, 125 years ago. And by the 1930s, there were scientists who were aware of the fact that this could be going on. And by the 1960s, there were definitely scientists who were aware of the fact that it could be not just going on, but a problem. And in fact, I don't remember the exact date, but there was a group of scientists who went to President Lyndon Johnson and told him, we've got a problem. And that problem is that we're burning too much fossil fuels. And of course, it's kind of like living on a credit card. You can do it, and you can know that there's a limit, and you can just push that limit, and really push beyond that limit by refinancing and things like that. But you're just getting into a position where you're in debt. And for some people, getting out of that debt is pretty difficult to do. Well, now what we have is a debt to the environment, and getting out of that debt is going to require that we do something that these people think is un-American, anti-patriotic, and they make that into a political thing in which they are blaming liberals, blaming socialists, blaming an attempt by socialist governments to take over the world. The Russian government is dependent 65% on its sale of fossil fuels for its international trade. They want to push fossil fuels. They don't want American fossil fuels to be able to compete with them. And you know, I'm not really into conspiracy theories very much, but I find it interesting that there's a trade war going on between Russia and Saudi Arabia, and the biggest loser in this trade war, Russia can live, according to the reports that I've read, Russia can live for years on oil at prices that are in the neighborhood of $35 a barrel. The same is true of Saudi Arabia. But American oil is coming, at this point, over 50% of it comes from sources that are considered unconventional. And that means shale oil, which is basically mined, and fracking. And that unconventional oil is expensive to produce. And when it goes to market, at least the shale oil, goes to market at prices that are well below the prices of good quality crude oil that's just pumped out of the ground, because it's of lower quality. And it has side issues. For example, it's full of sand. I shouldn't say full of sand. It has sand in it. It's very thick. It has sand in it. And the sand abrades the insides of the pipelines. So the pipelines don't last as long as you might want them to. And there are a lot of problems there. And the shale oil industry and the fracking industry are both built on a great deal of debt, which the Saudis and the Russians are both aware of. And my bet is, I don't know that they did this as a conspiracy, but my bet is that privately, the Saudis and the Russians are both saying, yeah, well, it hurts us a little bit, it hurts the other guy a little bit, but the people it really hurts are the Americans. And my bet is that Vladimir Putin just loves that. Anyway, I have come to the end of the rope, as they say, on this particular item, this particular Energy Week. There is a Energy Week final slide, and I don't have on the computer in front of me what it says. But it says, you should have a wonderful week. And next week, hopefully, I'll be able to work with Tom Fennell and get the Energy Week show operating. I think we're going to do it over Skype, which means I will do it at home and Tom will do it from his home, and then Brian and the other people at BCTV will take the Skype material and put it into a something that can be broadcast. Anyway, have a lovely week, and I hope that you come back next time, and so do we. Bye.
We're going to call this to order. I didn't realize we were past time.
Oh, right. Thank you.
So we'll call this to order at 6:32. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. See Mr. Dunkley coming in here.
Wow, skiing?
I wish. So, given everything that's going on, there's going to be some alterations to the agenda. I do have a couple of additions, a couple of things that we had asked the people that had requested to be on the agenda, whether they felt it was pertinent tonight. So we will table the town picnic discussion. We will also table the town and select board policies under old business. Additions to the agenda, I have 1, 2, 3. First will be to make appointments. I'm sorry, that one's actually already on there. So we have the other one, discussion about a direct mailer to identify vulnerable adults. The other one is going to have to do with some town employees and potential pay during these closures. I don't feel that that needs to be an executive session. Would you agree with that?
I think that's okay.
Okay.
No names are gonna be said, right?
Yeah, we can do that without that, sure. And that's all that I have.
Oh, and Maddie Arns, we appointed her as our representative to handicap, but we also need to state that she's also our liaison, so that it carries through.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
Where would you like to?
I missed that.
Maddie Arms is our representative to handicap, but we need to state she's also our liaison.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So moved. That's all of them.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we will continue. Chair remarks. I have to be honest that I all day had tried to figure out how to address any of this stuff that's going on. Certainly I have children that are seeing it as well, dealing with the schools, and this is nothing but a learning curve, and each day we are figuring new things out, and just as we feel we have them figured out, things change. So we're doing the best that we can. The one thing that I can assure the town of Vernon is that your elected officials, your town employees, everybody has certainly come together and worked tirelessly to get through this. The EOC has been unbelievable in keeping us updated with things, just reaching out. Sarah Coffey, who's here with us this evening, she has been in touch with us to make sure that Vernon is okay, just seeing what we might need. So given that, I think that we are headed in the right direction, and we'll get through this as a team here. So with that being said, I would ask that David Emery and Mark Snow join us for a committee report.
Good evening, everyone. I'll just give you a brief update where things are going, because I'm confident that after we leave, it'll be different. That's how rapidly things are changing. I sent out some reports this morning, and as of this evening, they've already changed. However, let me give you some of the things where we are. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the state has done and ordered and changed, and then I'll go into what we did in Vernon. As of right now, you know, the governor ordered all restaurants and bars closed as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. However, takeout orders, or as they call takeaway orders, are still an option for restaurants to do, and some are electing to do that, and some are not. So that's still open. Grocery stores are still open and operating. However, that will be determined by employees as they go along. If enough employees can't man the store, then that will be a complicator for them, as for everyone throughout the country. The state of Vermont is ramping up labs. There's the opportunity for not only the state lab, but for outsourcing for that to take place. And as of this evening, there are 12 positive cases in Vermont. They've tested 421 negatives. 474 are being monitored as of right now, and 143 have completed the monitoring. There's a lot of information out there, and probably the biggest thing is sharing information, and probably the most important thing is use some credible websites. Go to the CDC, and they've all been posted many, many times. However, I caution you and urge you, what you read on Facebook may not be 100% accurate. So I would tell you to use the accurate websites of the CDC and the state of Vermont Emergency Management, etc. We are suggesting any Vernon residents that have routine doctor's appointments or visits, that they contact that physician to see if they still want them to come in. And some doctors are stopping for a couple of weeks. However, anything that's an emergency, that's still on the table, that you please don't hesitate to activate your 911 system. If you do, you're going to be asked a number of questions about how you're feeling and what's going on and the particular emergency that's happening. The appropriate agencies will respond. Vernon Fire will respond as a medical team. However, depending on the case, they may or may not enter the house or the building. If in fact when Rescue Inc., the ambulance arrives, they are going to be geared up to take care of that. The nursing homes, let me come backwards. So that's where we are with doctors in emergencies. We feel extremely well prepared that that's going to be handled no matter what the emergency is. Last evening, we met with the emergency management group, as well as we invited a number of other people with us, and I forgot to mention that Mark and I are teamed up as a team. Mark is the health officer, as you know. So between the two of us, we seem to get a lot of information. Some of it's the same. And we forwarded out to our team, and a lot of it's redundant, but it's better to have it more than once and know it than say you never got it. So what I'm going to pass out, and for your reading enjoyment, is a document that Mark prepared for us to consider, and then there's minutes from our meeting last night, so that I will pass those out together. I'm sorry.
I have that electronically. So, well, Mr. Snow, I need yours electronically. You can send it to me.
You don't think so?
That's only one. Then I have it, okay.
Okay. Did I get you? That's
some of this one might have been updated today.
So what I'm going to look at first is the one that's Vernon Emergency Management 316. And I'm just going to run down through that briefly, and we'll answer questions that you have. Again, I'm sure it's nothing that you don't already know. But some of the things that are happening, Vernon Green is one of the targeted areas that we have to be extremely considerable to help them. They have unfortunate, the age group that's being looked at. They have some great stuff already in place. Visitors and stuff are stopped at the door. If there is any reason for people to enter there, such as rescues or they will go through not only a questionnaire, but the temperatures will be taken before they enter the building. So they are pretty much on top of that. I talked with Vermont Yankee, and because they're not operating, the crisis is considerably lower than what it would have been. And at their point, if in fact their employees, North Star's employees and their workers end up, the only thing that would do is extend some of their deadlines and their target dates. The other part is the security part, and you can sleep well to know that they have a good handle on the security side. The fire chief, as I mentioned, is feeling comfortable where he is with the response. Mutual aid is now and has been a product and is still in effect for a fire. The Vernon School, as you know, has been closed. Today, as of today, all the schools in the state of Vermont, there were some options where they could run Monday and Tuesday, but now the state of Vermont is completely closed. And one of the things is that they're continuing to do their meals, and it's set up so that meals for kids that typically got that will still be able to get the meals. Part of the plan is to, the buses will run the bus routes and utilize the bus routes for dropping off meals as necessary.
In addition to that, the Vernon Green did indicate last night that they handle the Meals on Wheels program for Vernon, and that they do have the capabilities of providing some additional meals. Any referrals should be directed to Chris McAvoy at the Brattleboro Senior Meals, and he'll make arrangements with Vernon Green to make that happen.
Okay, good. The Sheriff's Department is on board as far as responding to emergencies. They will respond to the emergency, the medical emergency, but they probably won't participate unless it's needed. One of the things that you're going to talk about later is identifying who in our town has a special need, and we have a list of people that Tom has been on today and has done an extremely good job of identifying that. So we may be ahead of that game. However, I'm not so sure that sending postcards might be a good idea anyway.
Mr. Chairman, just because of your lead on that, but in a lot of the agencies I've spoken to today, we are ahead of most communities in doing the, making sure that our vulnerable populations are going to have communication back and forth from these agencies, either through the town hall or through the EMD, or two of the agencies said no one's doing this yet but you guys, so.
And also I think important to extend that, saying that yes, but that's also only the people that are in those systems are accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
So we are missing a large group here.
And that's been part of the questioning, but I'll let
Right. Well, I'm hoping we're not missing a large part of it.
Well, sure.
I'm hoping that we're going to get that number. However, I'm confident there are numbers of people out there in our town that aren't receiving some of those services that hopefully we can identify. So having that said, as Mark mentioned, the Meals on Wheels for Vernon is done through the Vernon Hall. And they have indicated, or Mr. Sleeper indicated, that we're encouraging people to go through Chris McAvoy. However, if we know of people that haven't, we're still going to feed them. We're still going to make sure that works. One of the things that we would shout out to all our Vernon residents and saying that if you're willing to be a volunteer, to go on a volunteer list for different tasks that may come up, send Tim Arsenal email or a phone call, and we'll get your information and put you on that list and maybe task you for help as thing goes on. As of right now, we are in pretty good shape. I'm not sure that any of us will ever be ahead of the curve, but we're keeping our wheels on the ground. The road commissioner who's here, and he can speak to it, but he's all set with his mutual aid systems and whoever. We're somewhat fortunate. We don't expect more than 10 feet of snow the rest of the year, but we're fortunate that maybe the time of the year might be helpful to us. Bruce Burks at the Vernon Church does the food shelf, and they get their food and stuff through Vermont Food Bank, and they are comfortable with how they're handling it and with what's happening, and they're going to continue that, and people will still be able to go there. However, the process may change where they'll bring the food out to them versus them going in and shopping.
And I do believe that if, and speaking with Bruce, that should delivery need to happen, I believe that there's volunteers in that church that would be willing to help with that.
And that's correct. Looking down through, we had Deputy Whittle with us last night, and as you know, the Sheriff's Department had created a long time ago a program called Are You Okay? And that's still up and running, and if people want to use that, did you get forms today?
I did.
Okay.
Yep. And
So
that was also posted to the Facebook page from Tim today as well.
Okay. And I know Tim's gonna update Vernon's webpage, unofficial webpage.
Yes.
He's gonna do all of that and get that done. The Vernon store at this point is gonna stay open, and they are operable. And in a nutshell, and it truly is a nutshell. Anything that
No, I would just repeat what you said in regards to people gathering information. Use reputable websites such as CDC, the Vermont Department of Public Health. The Dial 211 is also an informational number. Vermont Emergency
We do have to be
Management.
careful with 211, and I found this out the other day, that with our border of New Hampshire sometimes will pick that call up. They will give you an 800 number to call Vermont's 211, but if we are on the Mass border or close enough to the New Hampshire border, it'll kick us off to a different tower.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah.
Good to know. So there's numerous respectable and websites out there that you can get information from. We do not recommend using social media for that, such as Facebook. I believe that's pretty much it in a nutshell, with the exception of, remember, we all have a role in this during this pandemic. And what the Vermont Department of Public Health is sending out as for a message to everyone is to be prepared, but don't panic. Stay informed. Take everyday preventive measures. Social distancing. Avoid large gatherings. Avoid close contact and direct contact. And wash your hands frequently. Those are the basic messages that are being sent out by government agencies today. I guess moving forward, in addition to volunteers, if there's anyone out there that knows of a neighbor or someone that may need some assistance, they are certainly welcome to give myself or Dave Emery a phone call or an email. And we are making that available, and Tim will be posting that on the website in the near future as well.
Michael?
Questions?
Jeff?
Yeah, I had a question about testing. So let's say, for example, that you have a fever and a dry cough, and you do not have a general physician or health provider. Don't go to the ER, right? But what do you do at that point?
Well, if you call 211, they will actually try to hook you up with one of the clinics. However, if you can't do that, you can call the hospital directly, and the hospital will say, come up here, stay in your car, we will come out and we will meet you outside. And so people that don't have physicians aren't going to just be brushed away, but one of the opportunities is to call 211 and see if they can hook you up with a clinic. If that doesn't happen, then call the hospital direct. And
so if you end up going to the hospital, is that where you're tested?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, for our area, the testing is being done at the hospital. However, they're looking at alternative sites that may be done. All depends on how they can keep up with it or whether they can't keep up with it. And alternative sites may be posted and for that. And I'm not a physician, so I don't know what the cases are, but some cases will be admitted and some cases will be sent home for monitoring. The hospital in Brattleboro and the hospital associations have a whole group where they can put people in different spots for different things. So right now, the surge capacity hasn't been met. So, however, we could. So again, it's all dependent on how many times people wash their hands and keep distance and do everything that you're supposed to do. And we may help not spread that any more than we have to. But as we've seen in other countries, we're not out of the woods. And what it looks like is, it was a 2-week, 4-week, 5 months, and now there's even rumblings about June and July. But today we need to get through today and see what tomorrow brings. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mary.
Just so you know, Dave and I did attend a meeting last week at the Brattleboro Fire Station. There was Brattleboro Memorial Hospital and Vermont Department of Public Health personnel there. And at that time, staff from BMH indicated that they feel very comfortable at the level that they're at for staffing and supplies. Of course, that could change, quickly, but as of last week, they felt very comfortable where they were, the position they were in.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we had representation from our fire and EMS at that meeting as well?
We did.
Okay.
We did. Yeah, yes.
In urgent care, I'm just throwing that out there because that's kind of becoming more popular. Are they playing any role in this, or are they saying, don't come to us?
No, that is still on the same tack that it was, same track. Urgent care is connected with the medical field, and they are getting all of that information that everyone else is getting. And so, yeah, you're okay with that at this point.
Okay. Sandy? Gene? Tom?
I'm good, thank you. Okay, well, thank you. And it truly, my cell phone will be posted here shortly. VernonEMD@gmail.com. Call the phone, it'll forward to my phone, so whatever Vernon residents need, we'll make sure that we take care of it.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Sarah to speak, if you guys could hang out in case there's anything that we may need.
We might need Sarah.
All right, perfect.
You wanna come?
Yeah, come on up.
You know me how to be helpful. I will, sir, thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I touched base with Tim and Chris, and I'm happy to be here tonight. It's, as your state representative, just want you to know that we are all in the legislature taking things pretty seriously. And I think you probably all know that the State House we're not convening this week, but we're working remotely. But before we left, we passed a package of bills in the House that the Senate is taking up this week remotely, so to help with a number of things. And I shared some of that information with you by email. But I think what I just want to say is, I'm here to be of help. I'm helping. I get a lot of updates similar to what your emergency management team has. I've been hearing a lot about people concerned about work and employment and small businesses and what can be done. So I've been sharing information with Tim, but folks should go to the Department of Labor. There's folks about unemployment insurance. There's a lot of good information there, and there's a lot of emergency measures being put in place because of what's going on. We're concerned about, of course, Vermont's like the most vulnerable Vermonters, about folks who have to work, who work in emergency services, and how they might need childcare. The governor, I was on 2 calls today with both the Brattleboro Downtown Development Corporation, DCC, and they're having weekly calls starting this Friday. I'll send all of this to Tim so he can include it on the website, but weekly calls, resiliency webinars for small businesses and freelancers, to kind of give them, it's a confusing and complicated time right now, so they can help folks navigate. There are emergency loans through this that can be available through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. So all these kinds of things are available to folks. And I want to reiterate, the message about relying on using reliable websites, because there are a few schemes that we've been hearing about. There's Johns Hopkins University has a very good site, but there's like a mock site of theirs, and it's being used to, send out viruses. So folks should be careful about the websites that they use. Today we were on a call, the Joint Rules Committee, which is made up of Senate and House leadership. We had the commissioner of Department of Children and Families talking about what the governor was going to be announcing around child care centers, that some of them were going to be directed to close unless they were serving families who were emergency workers and their children. And believe me, there's a lot of details that everyone's still figuring out, like how this is going to land on people, because we know just as much as our nurses, we need those folks in the grocery store to be working there, as well, and they're kind of essential operations. And there was a conversation that we had with the secretary, it was the Department of Labor, about supply chain and food and groceries and everything. And it was very reassuring to hear that there are enough supplies out there. Probably what folks have been experiencing is a mad rush. I know toilet paper is a hot commodity, as is Purell, right? Mm-hmm. So
I bought some today.
Yeah.
I was able to score 20 rolls.
Yeah, you can resell that for a lot.
Yeah,
but
I use it.
So I think, the idea is, if we, there will be more coming in, and there's reassurance that the supply chain, for groceries in our country is here, and just to also encourage people to maybe not hoard, to really, buy what you need, so that your neighbors can, when they go to the store, that they have what they need, that we can look out, for each other. So those are the kind of, that's what I'm sharing with you, what I'm hearing, but I'm also here to be a resource for you. We're working, I'm regularly working remotely, and we'll be kind of, the IT department within the legislature is figuring out how we can do our work remotely while still having, public access to our work. So it's all in process, as we say. But I'm, here I hope people will feel comfortable to reach out to me, and I can answer any questions if people have questions, and I'll do my best. There were some questions that came up in Guilford about a few town processes that they needed me to ask about. So I don't know if folks here have any concerns legislatively or otherwise.
Tom?
I'm sorry, I was, one of the things that I'm hearing is for citizens who may be told to stay home from work and they don't have remote access, it's more service or retail and they're restaurant. How will the state coordinate with whenever the bill from the House gets pushed over to the Senate in Washington? How is that going to be, do you know how that's going to be handed down to the states for implementation at this point? Is there any, even though it hasn't been passed and signed, is there any?
Which I get the federal level, right?
Yeah.
So it was interesting that you should ask that, because today on one of the calls I was on, we had folks from our congressional delegation from Welsh's office and Leahy's office on the call. And there are 4 key bills that are moving between the two bodies, and there is still a lot in play. Yeah. So but we do have we have pretty smooth communication with those folks, and those folks are also participating in the Joint Rules Committee meetings, which happen daily. Good. So it's really, and the legislature is working very closely with the administration. We're a team on this, you know. So, and some of the things that we passed in the House, we passed without knowing exactly what was going to be done on the federal level, but there were things like, for example, retired doctors and nurses, to give them the flexibility and ability to help join in the case of an emergency. Amendment to expand paid sick days to businesses with 5 or more employees, all sorts of things like that. So if the federal government doesn't take care of it, we hope we will. And we have to do this all the time, to coordinate with what's going on at the federal level. But so far, it's been the communication has been good.
And the 5 or more, if I could, Mr. Chairman, seems to be a good filling the gap, because what I'm reading about the federal legislation right now, it's 50 or more, or 500. 50 to 500, and those above 500 may be exempted, and those below 50 may be exempted. So your thought of knowing that some of these businesers in the state are really
scale
small.
Of Vermont, right? We're a small scale,
yeah.
So
thank you.
So thank you. And I know one of the questions that came up in Guilford yesterday, their special select board meeting, was a concern around deadlines with developing the town plan in Guilford. Because of the public, they made the decision yesterday to postpone and cancel many of the public meetings. And as you all know, with a town plan, you need that public hearing process. So we're looking. I'm going to be looking and finding out what kinds of deadlines are going to potentially be extended, and that might come up for you in your work too, that you realize that you might need that. So please just, don't hesitate to reach out, any of you. So
thank you.
Thank you for your work. I think with emergencies, we really do see the best of Vermonters, and I really do think that, you all are an example, and you have some great, really well organized here, and please let me know how I can be of help.
Jean?
All set, thank you.
Sandy?
Thank you.
The only question that I would have is if anything over at Entergy had to be with North Star, if any of that had to be extended deadlines, is that going to, and maybe Michael can help with his experience from Endicap, is any of that going to affect any deadlines? Is there anything at the state level, if that?
Well, I also sit on Endicap as well, so Michael and I sat on, I think a lot of that, it's all in an MOU, and I think we should just probably reach out to them. I think it's probably a question of workforce, right? If something happens with workforce. Most of that stuff it's all dictated by, through the MOU at the state and the federal level. So I think I would hope that if there needs to be a conversation about that I think there's a lot of openness about whether, what needs to happen, so.
Perfect. Jeff?
Yeah.
Any questions? Thanks.
Yeah.
Michael?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could you check with the federal folk, Peter, or the senators, on whether the VA center in Bratt could be also used as a clearinghouse for testing?
They're doing no in-person business.
Right. But they could perhaps set up a parking lot test situation just to add one more venue.
One more venue.
Yeah.
Drive-through.
Yeah.
Do you know more about that, Michael?
I just know that they're not taking any
Inpatient,
patients in the
right.
office right now. I called the other day.
They're closed.
Only
They're-
for telephone.
Only for
consults.
telephone.
But-
Yeah, and that is Congressman Welch's one of his areas,
Right.
so I could definitely reach out
Yeah, I have
to
a
them.
call, but they're, everybody's busy right now too, so.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'll shoot them an email. Sometimes it's nice having the new email address that I have. So,
Yes, exactly.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna stick around for a while, so if other things come up, and if I slip out, it's just because I have to feed some kids at home, so.
Well, if you do slip out, we appreciate it. The fact that you called the other day just to touch base, I think that Vernon and Guilford is very fortunate to have you. So thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Gordy?
Yes, sir. Good evening. And I did want to say congratulations, welcome aboard, Mr. Root. Thank you for serving our town. And as a fellow resident, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for your service, for all that you're doing. And Tom, welcome aboard. Thank you. As Thomas Paine, the political activist of the 1700s, said, these are the times that test men's souls. And your job is not an easy one. And as a financial advisor with Edward Jones, going through these volatile times in the market, I feel some of your pain, okay? But Angela Mayu said it best. She said, every storm runs out of rain. And I tell my clients regularly, this too shall pass. So again, thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get closer to the end of this very unique situation in our country's present situation. The reason that I'm here tonight, though, I just wanted to bring to your attention that two $100,000 bonds have been called in the last 2 months. One was a bond from the Royal Bank of Canada, and the other one was a Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation bond. I checked with Cindy Turnley, the town treasurer, and she is not in need of any of that cash at this point and feels comfortable reinvesting that into another bond. And so what I'd like to propose is that we reinvest that into a federal agency bond. It is the Federal Farm Credit Bank bond. And just for your clarification and understanding of what that is, I'll just give you a brief description. This is a Federal Farm Credit Bank bond as part of the Farm Credit System. It is a cooperatively owned nationwide system of banks and associations that provide services to farmers, ranchers, and producers or harvesters of aquatic products, rural homeowners, and agricultural and rural cooperatives. This bond is a AA+ rated bond, so it is a highly rated bond. Its coupon rate or interest rate is 2.78%. And at this point, I would just entertain the motion for you to grant us permission to reinvest the $200,000 that is available to put into this bond. And again, sticking with our conservative nature in our portfolio and our bonds, it has been a benefit for the town to be investing as conservatively as we have been, as you can tell by the past month or two. So I'd entertain any questions that you might have.
Michael?
Good, thanks.
Good.
I move that we authorize the investment of two $100,000 bonds with Federal Farm Credit Bank.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? You're all set, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, come on down.
I'm actually going to change this to Chris for the state.
Whatever you want, man.
Well, they've changed everything on us in lieu of everything. The first one is for a signature for certification of compliance for the town road and bridge standards, which has been in place, it's just a yearly thing. So we'll go by what we have in place with the state.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and sign a certificate of compliance for town and road bridge.
Motion.
Second.
Second, moved and seconded to sign the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Is that for all of us?
So,
All right. Number 2, sir.
Annual financial plan for the state for class 2 and 3 roads. Normally, they go over it and send it back, but they're not working. They wanna know if I could do it. What we've done every year, it's filled out, it's actually on the back. And I will send it off to them, and if things have to change, they will let us know.
No class 4s on that, huh?
Nope.
Just checking.
Entertain a motion to sign this, please.
so moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did you say?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Opposed? Perfect. There it is.
And I'll make a copy before I can get it to you, Tom and Tim.
In light of everything else that's going on, is there anything that we should be aware of? Anything that everything's good?
Everything's going
Happy down there? Life is good? Employees
Yeah.
are feeling good?
Yeah, you get my message today?
Yes, I did. Yes,
okay.
yeah, and I'm sorry, and I sent that over to Tim,
Okay.
because he's making the volunteer list, so he'll have that information, should we need it.
All right.
So I appreciate your help on that.
The other thing, I asked Tom, we missed it.
Yeah, we did.
Truck bid, to put it out, I'm wondering, will the board let us put it out to bid instead of going to trade it in, to actually sell it outright from the garage and try to get what the dealer would get?
Do you have a number on that yet?
We can probably almost double it. I know what they offered us is 12,
Which truck are we talking here?
the 03 dump truck, full-size truck.
Sounds good to me.
Is that a 10-wheeler, dude?
No, single axle.
Single axle?
Gene, any thoughts on that?
Sounds like it'd be worth a try.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll take that out that we're not trading it in, just so I know.
Should we vote on that, or?
Okay.
I'm asking you because I don't know what I'm doing over here, so.
It's a good idea, because we're waiting back.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion.
I move that we allow David to try to sell the 03 dump truck outright.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, go for it, sir.
And this is just an FYI for you guys, it's brought up the last 2 years at town meeting, because of the time of year, I figured I'd do it. So it comes up at budget time again, and everybody will be on the same page. And that's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, we are into the approval of minutes from, what is that, March 3rd? Thank you, guys.
I move that we accept the minutes of our reorganization meeting, March 3rd, as written.
Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we are all set with that. Bills and warrants.
Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant: 19T accounts payable, $85,273.19. 7S payroll, $7,776.29. 8S payroll, $7,800.23. 9S payroll, $7,075.98. And 10S payroll, $7,869.52. And ratify 18T accounts payable, $15,402.62.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All set. We will move on to new business. Michael, welcome to the select board. Thank you for volunteering in the absence and being willing to fill that role for the next year. It's appreciated and we're happy to have you here. If I may, I would like to skip down to new business number 3 and invite Seth up here. And Seth is going to join us for 2 things that we have on here. So as long as nobody is opposed to it, I'd like to bounce around a little. The recreation's old lawnmower was brought into question at town meeting, actually asked if we would entertain either an offer to buy that or to accept bids on that. I did ask Seth about it. I did go over to the North School today. There's 2 attachments. One is a parking lot brush broom thing. There's a snow blower and the enclosed cab that goes with that. I mean, it's doing us no good. It's sitting there, so I think, I guess my thought was that we put that out to the town for bids with a starting bid of $500. And unless, I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are, that was my thought. And Jean?
There's 3 accessories there?
2 accessories
In
and
the
then
cab.
yeah.
I have
Maybe-
no
maybe
idea what the
I'm-
value is.
Yeah, maybe we should find out what's wrong with it first here.
I would just
Ask
say
you.
it's an as-is
Sure.
sale. I mean, if you, looking at it sitting next to the new one, it looks like an old lawnmower. It runs, well, we don't use it in the winter, so we haven't used it for a blower. We haven't used the attachments. It's I haven't used any of those since we've had it. My understanding is when we received the new one, that the dealer that delivered it felt like if their mechanics went through and fixed it all up, there was a chance they might get $2,000 for it, potentially, with all the things. And of course, that's after somebody's gone through it all and made it look pretty. So I would be comfortable with the $500, starting bid. I think is reasonable. And it's not doing us any good. We're just storing it at this point.
Gene?
And to be clear, the money would go back into the capital plan. My department doesn't receive any revenue for it. It just goes into the capital plan.
So hopefully it could go for less than 500.
Right. Yeah.
I guess if it seems like that's the best we could do.
We may get more than that. I don't know. There may be somebody
Right.
that comes in and says, "Oh, we'll give you $1,500, $1,000." I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
It's kind of a
I mean,
reserve, right?
right.
Sandy?
Okay.
Jeff?
I think it's a good idea.
Michael?
Yeah, anything that's sad, the lines are no good anymore and stuff, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty worn out. I will definitely say that. But
What's the process? Do you put an ad in the paper? Do you, to make it, if you're gonna take bids on it, do you make it public so when
I'm looking directly at you for the answer on this one.
Yeah, you can put it in the paper, you're just doing it to the tent, you should.
In the paper? Okay.
Well, do you wanna put it in the least expensive paper of general
Yeah.
circulation, like the Commons or something like that? Could you get me some specs on that, please, and I can get the ad written up, so you don't have to worry about that, but I need to know the year and the model and
Yep.
stuff that goes with it. And as is, of course, you know.
Yep, I can do that. I didn't bring a pen.
So
with
we'll
me
miss
today,
the
but-
deadline, it won't go in this week's.
That's
comment.
already out.
Not, I don't mean this, it won't go in next week's comment, it'll be the week thereafter.
Okay.
So,
And then when you have that information, it can easily get posted on some of Vernon's
Oh, yeah.
media.
yeah, I'll give it, Tim is like the wizard of getting stuff where it
Right.
belongs, so I really do lean with his expertise, so.
Sure.
So I would entertain a motion to put that lawnmower out to bid with a starting bid of 500 listed in the Commons, as well as our Vernon pages.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. This next one, we're gonna jump down to one of the additions, which was the payroll question. And I think, Sarah, I'm certainly glad that you're still here to weigh in on this. I'm going to get into my phone and read a message that I received today. No names. All right, gotcha. The Vernon Preschool, as you know, follows the WSESU schedule, so we will be closed until Vernon School reopens, which per the governor at this point, I believe, April 6th, Sarah? Is the tentative reopen date. The Vernon Preschool staff consists of 4 staff members. They are named here. 2 of them are full-time, 2 of them are part-time. One of the part-time is 15 hours weekly, the second part-time is 10 hours weekly. These hours are regularly throughout the school year, and our staff relies on this income. Vernon Preschool staff is dedicated and committed to our class success. They work around 6 students. Tough days, busy schedules throughout the year. They volunteer additional time by preparing and planning at home, communicating with preschool families, and running errands for the classroom. The role our staff plays is far more than the time spent in the classroom. They deserve to feel appreciated during this scary time. The school closure is out of our control, and during these unknown times, our staff deserves to receive their weekly pay. Though school is closed, we all still have bills to pay for, food to buy, and other expenses. I am very appreciative of our staff and feel that Vernon is very fortunate to have such a dedicated group of preschool staff. I think that this speaks directly to what Sarah was saying, that even in Montpelier, they're feeling that, what are we gonna do? We've got residents that depend solely on their paychecks from here. I will just come right out and say that my opinion on this is that this is a voted on budget. It has passed, and this is out of their control. And I would say that these people should be paid until April 6th, when we can reevaluate the situation and see what would happen at that point. And now I would, Jean?
These people in,
What
does that mean?
This is just our
The town-
preschool
just the
staff.
preschool?
And if we had other departments that were forced into shutting down, I would feel exactly the same way, that we would have to look at that. And certainly, this is no fault of their own. This is not a snow day that they can use a personal day to make up for. This is not, these people, in my opinion, should not be forced to use up all of their sick days to make their ends meet through this. And then we go back to school on the 6th, and they have no time that they can use for the rest of the year.
And I think at this point, all the rest of the town employees are still able to work.
Mhm.
Because we don't wanna leave anybody out.
Yeah.
So, absolutely, I support that.
We've budgeted for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not costing us a cent, and they certainly deserve it.
Jim?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I do have a question. Are teachers still being paid?
Teachers are different because they're contracted. The preschool are our town employees. The other ones are through the SU. So I know, and I will only speak to my district, our teachers are still being paid. I am still being paid because I'm contracted. We do run into a situation where the paras, again, they are not our town employees. These are the SU employees. Paras, they fall into a different category where they're not contracted. So in my district, again, that's Wyndham Central, so I'm not speaking for Wyndham Southeast. they have the opportunity to come in and work with teachers. They have the opportunity to come in and work with custodial staff, really anywhere that we can find some hours for them, those are available to them. That same opportunity is not allotted to the preschool staff.
Yeah, I realize there's some teachers, you know, trying to educate remotely.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they are being paid. I guess I would, again, I'd support this, and I'd like to be consistent with the educational system.
Michael?
I agree, 35 should.
I would entertain a motion to continue paying our preschool staff until April 6th. Actually, why don't we put it on our next agenda for the select, because that should be the 7th, I believe, April 7th. And then we could reevaluate, and at that time, we should have some insight from Montpelier at that point where we're headed. Perfect. So I would entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. Seth, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
If you would be kind enough to reach out to her, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely will do.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. So we are done with 1, 3, and one of the add-ons there. Update of town official contact information sheet. Did you have one of those with you, Tom, or?
No, but I did not bring it. Tim is working on
Okay.
updating it, and you're working on updating it.
Yeah. See all the
Okay.
red?
Yeah. Let me send to you what we have. Tim did some work on it. And you folks mark it up as you see, and there may be some duplications, and then we can get a final draft off to you for the next meeting. You'll have it.
Works for me.
Thank you.
We need to amend resolution for municipal planning grant. Tom?
I'm not sure. I don't think I brought that with me this evening either. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take a pass because I don't have it in front of me, Chris. I apologize. I didn't bring it down.
Is that deadline sensitive or?
No, they've actually, we got notice today that they were putting the grant requirements out another 30 days. Till the ones due in April are now due in May, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Okay.
If there is an issue with it, I'll get a hold of you.
All right, so we will table that until the 7th. We need to appoint Vernon representation to the Wyndham Regional Commission. Is that usually Tim that is in that seat?
Tim is our representative now, right?
So I would entertain a motion to keep him there.
So moved.
Second? Moved and seconded from Michael to appoint Tim as our representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All set. We are tabling the discussion about the town picnic. Obviously, we don't even know if we're gonna be able to have a town picnic in June as of now, so kind of a moot point. Maddie Arms, if you would speak to that, Sandy?
Okay, we just need to reiterate that Maddie Arms, while she is our representative, she also serves as our liaison, and she will keep in contact with us as a board on what's going on in handicap.
I thought I had put the appointments of, so our solid waste committee has nobody on it. Do we need a vote on that? I'm sorry.
No, we just needed to state that.
Okay. So our solid waste committee has Bob Spencer on it, who is a non-voting member. I put something out, just letting the residents know that we needed to refill that committee, and I was blown away
Yeah,
by the response that we
big.
got. So I will read some names here, and as long as there's no, everybody is in favor of it, I would just entertain a motion that we appoint to the Solid Waste Committee Don Rosinski, Debs Lockwood Tyson, June Turner, Bob, I will kill this last name, Uccello, Munson Hicks, and Carol Campbell.
Is that one R or two R's in that, Carol?
That's a great question.
Okay.
And those are the names that I have, and I did pass that on to Bob Spencer. He was on board with all of those names, and I think that given how that committee has run recently, where it's been next to no people, that if we start with this number, I think that that's a great place to start, and let them get to work on the pay-as-you-throw issues, and hopefully we can get back on top of that. So I would entertain a motion for those names.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint the names listed to the Solid Waste Committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, all set. The last edition that we had at the EOC last night, we were talking about how do we find out our vulnerable residents? How do we get them so that we have that information on hand, so that in events like this, we can be asking Deputy Whittle to, hey, just check on these people. Tim can give them a call. We can certainly look into this. We bounced some ideas around, obviously recognizing that we live in Vermont and we are a bunch of stubborn backwoods people that don't want help. So the thought was, and the suggestion was, that we do a direct mailer of postcards. And the reason for that would be that that would give us the opportunity for, I will use my family, that my grandfather would never ever fill this out, but he has 2 kids and some grandkids in town that would get that could certainly fill that out for him on his behalf, so that it's there. And that would certainly anger my grandfather, but it was in a case like this where we don't want them leaving, we don't want them going out and about. But again, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we dealt with Irene and all of these other things. So Tim says it's about $200-ish to mail them out, somewhere thereabouts, the same to have it printed. So the thought was it would be about $500, would be more than enough to cover that. And I was just curious the board's thoughts on this.
So what is it gonna ask? I mean, there's gonna be questions for people to answer. This is what it's gonna have.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
pretty much,
Do you know someone?
do you know somebody? Is there somebody in your family? Is there a loved one that lives in town that we should be aware of in these cases? Tim and I have not gone much farther than just a quick note on what the board's thoughts were on this, but it would certainly be spelled out that, you know, we're not coming knocking on doors, we're not giving you phone calls this is just in these cases, so that we know that our EMS can check on these people, or just kind of a way that we can start to rebuild that community strength and support of helping each other, looking out for each other.
You can start keeping a record too with those "Are you okay?" forms if you start making the calls that came through today from the sheriff's office. Those, you know, you can start getting a data bank, if you will, of that type of thing. If I could, just one other, all of these human service agencies that I've been contacting through last night's meeting as well, one of the things I'm asking them, you know, the people you are dealing with, we're not asking them who they are, because there are HIPAA issues related to that, but people that you're working with, that you may only work with them a little bit for perhaps physical therapy, and they get out and they go out and get their own food and their meals and so forth. Maybe now they can't if they're concerned about getting out in the social distancing issue and all of those types of things. If you know of those folks, you can let us know, or you can have them call us directly, because you can't tell us who they are. Have them call us directly, or you might be able to hypothetically say, so-and-so on X street may be someone you wanna get a hold of, and we can build a data bank from that as well.
Thoughts? Jean, Sandy?
Are you gonna include those at the nursing home and Union Hall and, because those are pretty well, you've gotta have a bus there to get them out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Birches and I think the Huckle Hill House are different.
Right.
I'm not sure, I mean, the hall is staffed 24/7, so I'm not sure that one's as important, but,
So would you ask for their phone numbers or just their 911 address?
what do you think? This is a quick note at an EOC meeting that, we were trying to come up with ways to make sure that we did not overlook anybody in this.
Maybe if they put down their name, like if Michael was answering for his mother, who'll probably kill me for saying this, she's not old enough yet. But if he was, he could put his name down and they could contact him personally for the address and the phone number if they don't want it printed.
Sure.
I don't know.
Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's a good investment in our community. It's probably something that's gonna have to be done every so often, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as people come and go.
It's not just elderly either. It could be people with disabilities otherwise.
Certainly, yeah, I mean, I think the wording would be vulnerable.
Right.
But,
Jeff right now.
Would you like us to contact you? Check yes, please, give us a number, your contact number or email, we can reach you.
you check yes just for the free meal delivery.
Could have used the delivery 2 weeks ago.
Michael?
I'm not gonna speak on the mailing because it has to do with my job, but you could reach out to the post office because rural carriers see people every day that most people don't.
That's right.
I can't do that, but somebody should.
Can they do that as rural carriers? Can they let us know?
Refer you to the postmaster of Vernon.
So what do we wanna do?
I would do it, we'll have to work on tweaking it to be sure we can touch on everybody.
Yeah, I think it's something you should pursue. Then when it's a little more concrete, the details, and we can talk about it again.
So if Tim was able to have that ready for our next meeting, we could make a decision on that.
Or if he had it ready beforehand, he could let us know and we could ratify it. Something that important
Yeah.
could be done that way, I think.
Okay. Motion on this?
I move that we allow up to $500 for preparation and mailing of postcards for vulnerable Vernon residents.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain or whatever.
Yeah. We are gonna table the select board policies. Despite everything that's going on, I think that we still need to have a discussion about the town administrator recruitment. And what our thoughts are on that, it's kind of, with town meeting and with everything else, it's kind of gone stagnant for a little bit, and I think that we need to open that back up. And I truthfully am not even sure where we left off with that, because there was some follow-up with VLCT, and then everything went away, so.
That was what primarily just to try to locate an interim.
Is that what that, okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because
Yeah,
I thought last time they were part of, but there was gonna be a fee and
Right.
to have them
Right.
help us with that hiring
Yeah,
process.
Wasn't that 6,000, wasn't that the number?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
somewhere thereabouts.
6,500.
But first,
Yeah.
we need to get that job description under control,
Mhm.
because we've kind of started maneuvering things a little bit with that. And then I think from there, you could approach VLCT to advertise, right?
We were talking about Indeed as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
Or
think,
start with just that.
I think part of it is gonna come down to what's left in that job description too. If we go through that, is that still a full-on town admin position, or have we gone to more of a administrative assistant role, or, and if we start to head in that direction, do we need VLCT to be the ones that are leading that hiring process, or could we do that internally to save the 6,500, or?
Right.
I mean, these are things that we're gonna have to figure out here.
The board's gotta decide what it wants out of the position. But if you are going to look for someone that has grant writing acumen, which is not always a town administrator acumen, but a lot of town administrators can. If you bring it down to an admin assistant or an executive assistant type level, however you might wanna call it, you probably may not, that is a better term, may not have the same level of expertise relative to grant ability when you bring the level.
Do they have people, grant writers, that do it like on a,
Freelance?
yeah,
I can give you 3 or 4 different people that do that, and the Wyndham Regional Commission should be able to help you with some
Okay.
grant writing as well.
you pay them?
Okay, and I don't know the breadth of, but I know in past lives, both in Vermont and otherwhere, the regional planning commissions were very helpful in that type of thing. They were also helpful in grant administration. But I think the board, just because of what I've heard from different members, need to really decide what in fact you want this person to be and to do. There are a number of position descriptions in the area, small towns. Guilford, Putney has a town manager that's a little different. Northfield has a town administrator position. They're a little bit bigger, not a lot bigger, but they're a little bit bigger. Different state, different laws, that type of thing, but a lot of same issues, same about number of employees, that type of thing. You need to really just figure out, if you don't want this person to have strong personnel oversight, then you have to work the job description to be very clear of that too. So it really is something that this board, and maybe you wanna do a facilitated meeting on that, and I'd be more than happy to facilitate that meeting for you, so you can, don't worry about taking notes, don't worry, just, have a free flow of the board. And make that, figure out exactly what it is you want out of someone that you're paying fairly good for Vernon, good salary for, and decide what you want that person to do.
Sandy?
That's a good idea.
Jeff?
Yeah, I like the idea of the facilitated meeting.
Okay.
Probably for Michael's benefit. If you can locate the very last copy of a job description.
For here.
him, Yeah,
Mhm.
for here. I mean, Michael's gonna need a copy. I've
Right.
lost my copy. I've got an old one, but an old job description.
I have one that was, done in anticipation of advertising. So it basically had all the same information that the past town administrator that was her job description. It was just maybe rearranged
This
a
was
little
from
bit.
years ago, or current?
Current, I guess. I mean, it was just done like in January or
okay, yeah.
something.
Well, that
It just got reorganized a little, but it had in it at least the latest job description that I had. It had everything in it.
So, Tom, could we task you with, getting the most recent one out to the board as a whole?
Yep.
And if you could include a description from Guilford, Northfield, and pick one more. I don't care.
I don't go north, I generally go south, so going north, well, Newfane has someone, I think.
Do they have I don't think they have a town administrator, do they?
Dover. Wilmington has a town manager.
Just pick one, send us three of them.
Sunderland's a town, it's a
I
little
don't
bigger.
really want another Massachusetts.
Yeah, I
town.
understand, I'm just thinking of smaller, Warwick has somebody.
Yeah, those are mass.
Yeah.
Stick to Wyndham County.
Okay. I'll find somebody, I'll
Okay.
find.
And if you could get that to us, and then, we could try and figure out when we wanted to meet for that.
And if you look at the VLCT book that
Yeah.
has all the people in it that tell you
Yeah, I've had some,
compensation and stuff.
Cause it would certainly be nice to have this rolling before the new fiscal year, when,
Yeah, any money to advertise doesn't start till July 1st. That was in the budget we just passed. Because right now we don't have money for that.
I thought originally we had talked about using some of the remaining salary there.
Will there be remaining salary?
I'm trying really hard.
Oh, I'm not faulting you, but.
I mean, there'll be remaining salary if we hire somebody soon enough. I mean, that's.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
But I mean, I don't think
I
that
think we threw that out there, but we,
if we push
kinda
this
like
off
not a
until,
vacant position.
If you push it off till July, you
Wow.
won't have anybody on until September, or end of August.
and then we're already touching
Well, I
that
know.
salary for, so.
If we can put off, getting billed till July 1st, we'll be all good.
But I think part of that is gonna come down to what that job description looks like and whether we need VLCT's help and those things. So I think that is the place to start. Let's look at 3 surrounding towns that are similar size, similar infrastructure, those types of things. Plus whatever the current job description was, and then we can spend a couple of weeks looking that over and making the changes and come back together and have that discussion.
Yeah, because you gotta look at your labor market, where you're competing against as well. What you're, for where you're drawing for candidates. There's a lot of things to look at. It's, but let's get the job descriptions out. The current one, and see what I can pick up from the other towns. Let's, spend an hour and a half throwing stuff up against the wall and seeing where it prioritizes out. And see what the board, determines that they wanna do for the town.
Everybody all right with that?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right. So after we get that, we could, do we wanna do that at the next select board meeting, or?
I would suggest you separate it so you're not pushing up against other business.
Due to the facilitation meeting.
Yeah, because we're not.
We've got 3
like
weeks off.
3 weeks off, don't
Yeah.
we? Yeah, that's.
So do we wanna do it the last week in March?
Yeah.
Meet on that Tuesday, and then we'll have our select board meeting the following.
So that would be the 6th is on, the 7th is on a Tuesday, so it would be
So that's our first meeting.
the 31st.
Yes.
Yes, I think it is.
Yep.
If you see my sister, wish her happy birthday that day.
All right, we'll do that.
Oh,
So we can set that March 31st at 6:30. Does that work for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will send out some, if I can find them in my pile at home, I'll send out some basic facilitation rules and guidelines on how we may wanna run this.
We do this in executive session, right?
No.
You
We
don't?
can, but I don't see why that would be executive session on just figuring out what you want.
I don't know, I'm asking.
Right, as long as we're not gonna be saying, Chris said this and Chris said that, and it's Chris's fault.
It is
Oh.
Chris's.
I mean,
Maybe we need executive session.
no matter what, it's all gonna be my fault, so I'm fine with
Oh, no,
this.
no, it's Michael's, remember?
Oh, that's right, yeah. He's the new dog to kick around here, right? All right, so we will do that. I think that was, I think you missed this one, Sandy. So other than that, I do need to announce that April 18th at the Vernon School, we were supposed to have a fundraiser for Kelly Wunsch. That has been postponed indefinitely, given everything that is going on. I have been in touch with Mary Ross. As soon as we have some idea, direction on this, we will get back with the organizers of that and allow them to continue that. Public participation, we have none. Correspondence? Admin report?
Mr. Chairman, if I could take a few minutes, just to, been around 3-4 weeks now. Thought I'd give you a little heads up as to what I'm doing. Not in great detail, but a couple of things. When I first came on, the task was to get ready for town meeting and get things ready and put together for that town meeting. I'm sorry. I hope that presentation went well and the board was pleased with that. I want to thank the treasurer.
I have to say that was probably the best town meeting.
Yes.
Everybody was friendly, everybody was respectful, and our town achieved some pretty cool things that night. I was super excited.
I really thought it was important. Sandra, as chair at the time, and I talked about putting things right out there at the beginning, letting people know, not hiding what had gone on, that you'd gone through some transitions and put it right out, and that you were getting ready to move forward, and things I hope were forward leaning. That's what we wanted to have happen. One of the other things that was put to me immediately was there was some concern that we were falling behind on some grant reporting. Not the one tonight, but other grant reporting. One had to do from the Vermont Community Foundation. It was a smaller grant. And one had to do with the safety provisions that were being put on at the Recreation Department on Pond Road. The Vermont Community Foundation grant, and I can't even get into the details of what it was, I just wanted to see where we were in the reporting. That was taken care of and completed, so there's nothing more that needs to be done with that small grant. I spoke to the Vermont Community Foundation directly, the staffer that was in charge of our particular program. The recreation grant, we're putting in various safety provisions up there. That is open until 2021. So I had a conversation with the director. They're starting, they have some other things they have to do on that particular grant to put things in. It's a reimbursable, so we're collecting. We have quite a few of the receipts. They were real good about record keeping on that. And when he finishes up what he has to do up there with the swing gates and some other things that are going on, then we'll get those receipts, we'll submit. It's up to, it's an up to grant, so you may not spend the full amount that was budgeted. You may be able to do it for a little less, so the reimbursement will be less. But that is everything that needed to be done up to this date has been done. I attended the Northern Borders Council meeting that they had up in Londonderry about a week and a half ago. It'll be 2 weeks ago this week, because the Northern Borders Commission now extends throughout the whole state of Vermont. It was for a while, just the upper 4 counties or 5 counties. It's a Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and part of New York State. Really in large part due to the work of our congressional and the other congressional delegations and senatorial delegations to put this together with the lead of the governor. The governor sits on that board. There's $4.5 million available in grant funding for each of the states in that part of New York. They are looking for actual projects. We're not ready to apply for a grant. They like bigger grants. Water and sewer are things they really like to do because it's, you know, you can spend that money really quickly doing water and sewer projects. But broadband is something that they're looking at. One of the things that may be eligible, maybe a year out, maybe not this particular year, would be the Friends of the Governor Hunt group there, as they're working on a downtown type plan and what for a village center and those types of things. If they get some planning done, there may be some implementation money that may be available a year or so down the road. The application, they may have extended it because of this COVID-19, but as of a week and a half ago, there's no way we're gonna be able to make anything on that anyways. In Windham County, in the southern counties, there's a 50% match. And it can be some in-kind. They don't really like in-kind. We were pretty much told about that. But you can use other federal or state grants as a match. You know, where in a lot of programs you can't do that. So if you were to get a community development grant from the Department of Commerce and Community Development for, let's say, downtown work, you could use that money as a match toward anything you were applying for at the commission. And you also have a 2-year window to be able to get that match. So they could give you they could grant the grant contingent on finding the match. So it's flexible in that way, but it is not flexible in non-implemented, not planning grants. They're not looking for planning. They're not looking for fixing the town hall. They're not looking for that type of thing. But if you were to create a community center that was going to have an impact on the economic development of the town of Vernon, that may be something they look at. It was a pretty interesting meeting. There's a lot more to learn. We're working, I know that you have $15,000 to do a capital assessment. That's in your plan. And you have, I know, at least one company that I think the town of Guilford used. I've seen that email. There are other groups out there that do this as well. And I've been scouting around to see, given our square footage, you know, of the buildings, and Chris and I sat down, we kind of brainstormed the buildings too. I'm not sure if the school's involved or not, and they still have to.
Yeah, that, and I don't, we were talking about that the other day, and I don't remember if the school was one of those buildings we were looking at or not in that assessment.
I don't think so.
I don't believe it was either.
Okay, so that brings the square footage down, and it will bring the cost down for any firm that's looking at this. But we did go through a number of the buildings, trying to laundry list them out, and I'm gonna talk to Dude Solutions as well. And there are a couple other companies, they're nationals, but they're good at what they do. I don't know if $15,000 will cover that enough, but the square footage is gonna be close, because you have the highway garage, the salt shed, the building across
Well,
the
we
street.
got to that number based off from the information that we were given from the
The other
company that
company?
worked with Guilford.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that the other company's 15 grand's not gonna be
I don't
enough,
know that
then-
yet.
Then we're just gonna stick with where we're at.
Right, but you should get more than one quote. Whenever, I think if you're spending $15,000-$20,000, if it was something else, you'd put it out to bid. You'd put it out for RFP. So I just wanna get, if they're too high, then they're too high, and you go with what you got, and that's good. But, so I'm just doing some follow-up on that, that's all. We have spent a lot of time on this COVID-19, you know, at least in the last week. In addition, The White House had a call-in, conference call. There were about 3,800 people on the call, and it was really to hear what the federal agencies, HHS and others, were planning to do. That has changed almost 100% in the last week as to what was going on in the original call. But we've been trying to stay up on that, both on a state, regional, and federal level. Talked to you about that earlier. You have a copy tonight of the current budget as to where we are to date. I had a number of questions. I want to just indicate to you that any question, or as silly as they may have sounded for someone who hasn't been working with your budget, the town treasurer and her assistant have been nothing short of outstanding in their assistance to me. And I just think you folks need to know that. As has the clerk's office. I am looking for funding opportunities via grant or other gifts as it relates to the generator for this building to move the Emergency Operations Center.
You're working on that with David?
I am working on that right now just to see what's out there. Then I'm gonna talk to David about the size we need.
David's already done the legwork on that.
Okay.
So I mean, anything that's involving the EOC, certainly.
I was just following up with what you had asked me to take a look at for grant funding a week ago.
Right, but I put in that email that you work with David
Right.
on that,
Yeah, and I
because
will
he's
be.
already done all of that.
David Emery.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that as well. And I think that gives you a little bit of an idea of what I'm doing, other than I'm doing a lot of file research as well. I've looked at your pay plan, I've looked at some of those types of things, and just to see how it works. I need to know the mechanics of how things work as well. So that's where we are with that. Now I had one other piece of correspondence to set out to you I didn't put on your desk earlier. This is just from the Wyndham Regional Economic Resiliency Team. It came from Adam at BDCC, and I wanted you to take a look at that. And that's just things for you to, because you don't have enough to read, you're not getting enough emails on things. I just gave you one more thing. Pre-bed meeting type of stuff. The budget, I had a couple of questions on, and the treasurer was really, really good about helping me out with that. But if you just, I'm gonna give you some examples. The Lister's budget, from a salary perspective, is not near where it should be, given this coming up to toward the end of the third quarter, but there's been a vacancy. Okay, so that's what the answer is with that. If you turn 2 more pages over to general government, while there's a lot of the line items there, I won't get into the detail of each of them, that have not spent a lot in the line items, your general office supplies, for whatever reason, and those are shared through the departments, is currently a little upside down. And I'm gonna ask the treasurer for detail on that, so I can see where that has been spent. I just got this yesterday, so. And it's, when we go into the general government, it's about 3 or 4 pages later, when you get to the town van.
Careful now, that one gets touchy.
I'm not suggesting anything bad, I'm just suggesting this is what I've observed.
Where is it?
the gas is over, and that may be the price of gas. I don't know if you get bid gas. You do, okay. So you may be paying, you know, that when that bid came out last year, it may have been a higher price than it is now. That's, but that is something that you just wanna keep an eye on. They're gonna need to, we're probably gonna use the van quite a bit too, if we're doing some deliveries.
That would not be coming out of this budget.
Right.
If that happened.
So those are just, and the other one was, on the town garage operation, and I have not spoken to David, this is again just an observation. You know, you can see that it's been a pretty good winter, if you go down by some of those, it's been a pretty good winter. But your fuel oil, which is your, I think, your heating oil there, it's, you know, you shouldn't use much more between now and the end of the year anyways. But, that was getting toward the tipping edge on that as well. Most everything else in the budget, is pretty much right on schedule. You'll see some, you know, some of the general government things, you're way up for the year being late, but some things, I was speaking with Ms. Carter earlier, you know, you pay your county tax, or you pay things up front, your insurances you pay in July. So those are gonna show that a big part of that budget's already gone early in the year, but you pay those as the policies come due. But everything else seems to be right about where it belongs at this point in time. And if you have any questions as you go through the budget line by line, just give me a call and we will get the detail for you.
Do we know if the salt used here for the stairs and stuff, would that come out of that supply line, or is that somewhere else? Is that?
Will it come out of the general supplies?
I'm only asking because I know that the salt that we had was eating away the stairs. They've stopped using it and they had to buy another pallet of that. So I don't know if that would have anything to do with it.
Okay.
But worth looking at.
So if you get a detail
Yeah, I'm gonna get a
that, you'll
detailed sheet on that, so.
Yeah.
So that's really all I had on that.
All set, Tom?
Yeah, I'm just still, there's still a little feeling around the edges to find out, you know, exactly who does what and how that works, but, overall, I think you're pretty well up to speed as to what we're up to.
Okay. Currently, all VLCT trainings that we had are postponed indefinitely, I believe. Sarah, do you know anything about that? Trainings, I believe everything is indefinite at this point.
Oh, I think if it's over a certain number of people, I think they put a lot, I would recommend calling them.
Okay.
'Cause
So I
I'm
don't
looking
believe
at
there's
a-
anything.
I'm looking at an update right now, I don't see anything
Okay.
about them.
We now have a special meeting on the 31st to discuss the town administrator job description. That will be at 6:30, followed by a select board meeting on April 7th at 6:30. I would ask that the board spend the next 3 weeks trying to think of some agenda items, things that we may have overlooked recently or over the last year, whether that's policies or any of that stuff that might warrant being relooked at so that we could start to head in that direction. And as for everything else, I mean, we got a lot of information on the COVID-19. Sarah was here to represent the state, and I think that we are in a great place to carry through this. And I have to say that just watching the Facebook page, as crazy as that is for Vernon, that we have seen a drastic swing in the way that our residents are communicating with each other, the way that they're coming out to help each other. And there is more of a sense of community over the last 2 months than I have seen on that Facebook page or felt walking through our school or even in this building. And it is great to see that and to feel that, and I think that we are in a tremendous spot to move forward. We just have to look out for each other, take care of our neighbors, and see where we go. We are adjourned.
Thanks very much, everybody, for being here. In the last few days, we have seen the crisis of the coronavirus continue to grow exponentially here in the United States and around the world. And we have witnessed a global economic meltdown which will impact millions of workers in our own country. In terms of potential deaths, and in terms of the economic impact on our economy, the crisis we face from the coronavirus is on a scale of a major war, and we must act accordingly. Nobody knows what the number of fatalities may end up being, or the number of people who may get ill, and we all hope that that number will be as low as possible. But we also have to face the truth, and that is that the number of casualties may actually be even higher than what the armed forces experienced in World War II. In other words, we have a major, major crisis, and we must act accordingly. Therefore, it is an absolute moral imperative that our response as a government, as a society, as a business community, and as individual citizens meet the enormity of this crisis. As people stay or work from home and are directed to quarantine, it will be easy for us to feel like we are all alone. I'm working at home, not in my office. Or that we must only worry about ourselves and think that everybody else should fend for themselves. But in my view, that would be a tragic and dangerous mistake. If there ever was a time in the modern history of our country when we are all in this together. This is that moment. Now is the time for solidarity. Now is the time to come together with love and compassion for all, including the most vulnerable people in our society who will face this pandemic from a health perspective or face it from an economic perspective. If our neighbor or coworker gets sick, we have the potential to become sick. If our neighbor loses his or her job, then our local community suffers and we may lose our jobs. We are in this together. If doctors and nurses and medical personnel do not have the equipment and the training and the capacity they need right now, people we know may unnecessarily face additional illness and even death. We are all in this together. Unfortunately, in this time of international crisis, it is clear to me, at least, that we have an administration that is largely incompetent and whose incompetence and recklessness have threatened the lives of many, many people in our country. So today I would like to give a brief overview of what, in my view, we must do to respond to this crisis. First and foremost, we are dealing with a national emergency, and the President of the United States must understand that and declare that emergency. Next, because President Trump is unwilling and unable to lead selflessly, we must immediately convene an emergency bipartisan authority of experts to support and direct a response that is comprehensive, compassionate, and based first and foremost on science and fact. In other words, Congress, in a bipartisan manner, must take responsibility for addressing this unparalleled crisis. Further, we must aggressively make certain that the public sector and the private sector are strongly cooperating with each other, and we need national and state hotlines staffed with well-trained people who have the best information available. One of the aspects of the current crisis is there are people who are asking themselves, what are the symptoms of coronavirus? Do I have a cold? Do I have the flu? Do I have the coronavirus? Who's going to help me? Where do I go to seek medical treatment? How do I get a test? When is that test going to be processed? People have a lot of questions, and at the statewide and federal level, we need experts to provide the necessary information to our people. The American people deserve transparency, something that the current administration has fought day after day to stifle. In other words, we need to know what is happening right now in our country, in our states, and in fact, all over the world. If there was ever a time for transparency and honesty and being straightforward, this is that moment. And we need that information coming from credible, respected, scientific voices, of which we have many in our own country and all over this world, not from politicians. And during a crisis, we must make sure that we care for the communities most vulnerable to the health and economic pain that is coming. Those in nursing homes and rehabilitation facilities, those confined in immigration detention centers, those who are currently incarcerated and in jails, and all people regardless of their immigration status. Unfortunately, as I think the American people increasingly understand, our country is at a severe disadvantage compared to every other major country on earth because we do not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And as we speak, some 87 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. And when you are uninsured or underinsured, you hesitate about getting the medical care you need because you cannot afford to get that medical care. The result is that millions of our people cannot afford to go to a doctor, let alone pay for a coronavirus test. So, while we work to pass a Medicare for all single-payer system, the United States government today must make it clear that in the midst of this emergency, everyone in our country, regardless of income or where they live, must be able to get all of the health care they need without cost. Obviously, when a vaccine or other effective treatment is developed, it must be free of charge. We cannot live in a nation where if you have the money, you get the treatment you need to survive, but if you're working class or poor, you get to the end of the line. That would be morally unacceptable. Further, we need emergency funding right now for paid family and medical leave. Anyone who is sick should be able to stay home during this emergency and receive their paycheck. What we do not want to see is at a time when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, when they need to go to work in order to take care of their family, we do not want to see people going to work who are sick and who can spread the coronavirus. We also need an immediate expansion of community health centers in this country so that every American will have access to a nearby healthcare facility. Where do I go? How do I get a test? How do I get the results of that test? Need greatly to expand our primary healthcare capabilities in this country, and that includes expanding community health centers. We need to determine the status of our testing and processing for the coronavirus. The government must respond aggressively to make certain that we, in fact, have the latest and most effective tests available and the quickest means of processing those tests. There are other countries around the world who are doing better than we are in that regard. We should be learning from them. None of the medical experts that I have talked to dispute that there is a major shortage of ICU units and ventilators that are needed to respond to this crisis. The federal government must work aggressively with the private sector to make sure that this equipment is available to hospitals and the rest of the medical community. Our current healthcare system does not have the doctors and nurses we currently need. We are understaffed. During this crisis, we need to mobilize medical residents, retired medical professionals, and other medical personnel to help us deal with this crisis. We need to make sure that doctors, nurses, and medical professionals have the instructions and personal protective equipment that they need. This is not only because we care about the well-being of medical professionals, but if they go down, then our capability to respond to this crisis is significantly diminished. The pharmaceutical industry must be told in no uncertain terms that the medicines that they manufacture for this crisis will be sold at cost. This is not the time for price gouging or profiteering. The coronavirus is already causing a global economic meltdown, which is impacting people throughout the world and in our own country. And it is especially dangerous for low-income and working-class families, people who today, before the crisis, are struggling economically. Instead of providing more tax breaks to the top 1% and large corporations, we need to provide economic assistance to the elderly, and I worry very much about elderly people in this country today, many of whom are isolated, many of whom do not have a lot of money. We need to worry about those who are already sick. We need to worry about working families with children, people with disabilities, the homeless, and all those who are vulnerable. We need to provide, in that context, emergency unemployment assistance to anyone in this country who loses their job through no fault of their own. Right now, 23% of those who are eligible to receive unemployment compensation do not receive it. Under our proposal, everyone who loses a job must qualify for unemployment compensation at least 100% of their prior salary, with a cap of $1,150 a week or $60,000 a year. In addition, those who depend on tips, and the restaurant industry is suffering very much from the meltdown, those who depend on tips, gig workers, domestic workers, and independent contractors must also qualify for unemployment insurance to make up for the income during this crisis. We need to make sure that the elderly, people with disabilities, and families with children have access to nutritious food. That means expanding the Meals on Wheels program. It means expanding the school lunch program and SNAP so that no one goes hungry during this crisis, and everyone who cannot leave their home can receive nutritious meals delivered directly to where they live. We need also, in this economic crisis, to place an immediate moratorium on evictions, on foreclosures, and on utility shutoffs, so that no one loses their home during this crisis, and that everyone has access to clean water, electricity, heat, and air conditioning. We need to construct emergency homeless shelters to make sure that the homeless, survivors of domestic violence, and college students quarantined off campus are able to receive the shelter, the health care, and the nutrition they need. We need to provide emergency lending to small and medium-sized businesses to cover payroll, new construction of manufacturing facilities, and production of emergency supplies such as masks and ventilators, a very serious problem right now in the midst of this crisis. Here is the bottom line, and that bottom line is that in the midst of this unprecedented moment, we need to listen to the scientists, to the researchers, to the medical folks, not to politicians. We need an emergency response to the current emergency, and we need it immediately. We need more doctors and nurses in underserved areas. We need to make sure that workers who lose their jobs in this crisis receive the unemployment assistance they need. And in this moment, we need to make sure that in the future, after this crisis is behind us, we build a healthcare system that makes sure that every person in this country is guaranteed the health care that they need. Thank you all very much.
these are difficult and uncertain times. It's important for everyone to understand our mission, which is to slow down the spread of this virus in order to protect those at risk of getting very sick, which includes the elderly and the very ill. It's also important to understand that even though most of us will have mild to moderate symptoms if we get it, we can all transmit it. So we all have a role to play in making sure we don't pass it on to those who are at the highest risk. To further the point, the best information we currently have from the experts, learning from other countries, says that slowing it down is the best way to make sure the care is available to those who need it, especially the most vulnerable, who may need hospitalization. This is literally in our hands. We need everyone to accept this reality and be part of this effort. Slowing this down, or flattening the curve, is the most important thing we can do. Mitigation, along with simple steps like washing your hands a lot, staying home when you can, and social distancing can help protect loved ones, friends, and neighbors who are at higher risk. On Friday, to act on this strategy, I declared a state of emergency, and we put in place a wide range of measures to slow this pandemic. From limiting public gatherings and restricting visitors at long-term care facilities and hospitals, to banning state employee work travel, encouraging and facilitating telework, extending unemployment benefits for those who have to be self-isolated, and much, much more. Sunday, I ordered the dismissal of pre-K through 12 schools, which began today. With it came the challenge of coming up with an education plan so kids can continue to learn. Monday, I ordered the closure of bars and restaurants statewide, though they can still offer takeout. And yesterday, I directed the closure of licensed child care centers across the state. However, I've asked centers and schools to provide child care services for those deemed essential personnel. This includes healthcare and public health workers, first responders and those involved in our state emergency operations centers, and many others, knowing we may need to add to this list. I realize, even as we ask many to step back to help slow the spread of this virus, we're asking others, including educators and child care providers, to step up and provide a critical service so those who are on the front lines can continue to care for the sick, protect the public, and manage this ever-evolving challenge. Now, I know some won't be able to, and that's okay. But for those who can, we appreciate your help, because filling the need by teachers, child care providers, and school support staff is critical to our response. Understanding how challenging but important these directives are, I've also asked Neil Lunderville and Liz Miller to lead this effort to support the Agency of Education with this critical work. Liz, who served under Governor Shumlin, and Neil, who served under Governor Douglas, have a wealth of experience in state government and the private sector and have already hit the ground running. And they're working on other projects as well. I want to, again, remind Vermonters that more measures are inevitable. We're already working on a directive for hospitals to postpone elective procedures. More details will come on this and others. But I will continue to make decisions based on science, data, and the guidance of an incredible team of leaders and experts I have working with me. This is a moment of service for all of us, from those working on the front lines in healthcare to those who are simply following our social distancing guidance to protect others. We're all in this together, and we will get through it. Just like during Irene, we're facing new challenges every single day. And I know some are feeling scared, worried, and overwhelmed, just like after Irene but we made it through. And we'll do it again because we're Vermont strong. In times like this, Vermonters rise to the occasion. We help our neighbors. We answer the call of duty. And we get creative to solve big problems. I'm seeing it every day, from healthcare workers, state employees, school administrators, and business owners, from those adjusting hours at grocery stores and adding curbside service, to organizing online card drives to send love to their grandparents who can't have visitors right now, and so many more initiatives. These people, with their compassion and commitment to service, show me that we will get through this, and we'll do it together. So I'm now going to turn this over to Education Secretary Dan French to share more details on our latest education guidance.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. This is an unprecedented situation that's calling on everyone to make difficult decisions and to take quick actions. I wanted to highlight a few aspects of this work. Firstly, childcare. We issued new guidance to schools last night to support the provision of childcare for the children of essential personnel. These essential persons include currently educators, healthcare providers and emergency workers, first responders, servicemen and women in our National Guard who have been activated for COVID-19, and state employees working on the COVID-19 emergency response. Schools have been directed to provide care to enrolled students up to at least grade 8, and where necessary to students from other towns or districts. And we are currently working with districts this morning to support them in organizing this work. Our guidance also directs the continued payment of pre-K tuition to private providers as established under Act 166. These funds are already in school budgets and paid for out of the education fund. We mentioned our work under feeding students. We've received the necessary waiver from the USDA to offer reimbursed student meals on a distributed basis. 39 of our approximately 60 supervisory unions have applications approved and are ready to start serving meals. Many are doing so today. 7 other SUs are in the process of having their applications finalized, and we are working directly with the remaining SUs to expedite their application process. Labor issues have emerged as a concern. We're asking a lot of our education labor force during the state of emergency. We need their expertise and dedication as we navigate these uncharted and unprecedented times. We have directed education staff to report to work during this 2-week period of school closure to accomplish 3 main objectives. 1, to maintain the education programs of students. 2, to support our most vulnerable students. And 3, to plan for the continuity of education programs in the event of a prolonged school closure. We are not expecting school staff to report to work if they have concerns about their personal health. Specifically, the following educators are not required to be in public school buildings: educators with compromised immune conditions, educators who reside with someone with a compromised immune condition, educators suffering from anxiety, expectant educators, educators with infants, and educators over 60. In other words, anyone with a serious physical or mental health issue is not being required to be in a public building. Also, I've directed schools to ensure all staff get paid for their regular scheduled hours during this 2-week period. Lastly, I just want to mention work we're doing around this issue of continuity of education. As I mentioned, we are using this 2-week closure period to prepare for an extended period of school closure if that becomes necessary. We are actively engaged in planning work at the agency and at the local level to ensure all students will be able to continue to make academic progress in the event of a longer period of school closure. Many of our high schools can deliver instruction online, even though student access to the internet and computers at home is uneven around the state. We will need to be more creative with the provision of educational services at the elementary and primary grades, but we will work closely with districts to start and plan this work together. And I'm very optimistic about our ability to creatively solve that issue. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine.
Thank you. First, I'd like to give somewhat of a situational update. At the moment, we have 19 total positive tests in Vermont. To put that in perspective, that's out of a total testing run of about 600 tests. So clearly, far more negatives than positives, but obviously we're going to focus on these positives very intently. We always discuss how many people we're still monitoring in the state as a health department, and I'm not going to give you a precise number because that changes so rapidly. Each time you have a positive test result, there's abundance of surveillance and phone calls and interactions with people who may or may not have had contact with the actual case. And if that case happens to be in a healthcare setting, the numbers can get quite large. So just accept the fact that there are hundreds of Vermonters that are being monitored and interacted with regarding these 19 positive tests. I wanted to just spend a few moments and feed off of a bit what the governor was saying about the overall strategy, just so people can sort of see with some clarity why all this is happening so fast and where we're going, both as a state and in some respects as a nation. So there are some fancy words, but everything began with the word containment. And containment is kind of just what it says. You identify cases. To identify cases means you have to be testing, so you need to have some capacity to test, and you have to have some ability to prioritize those tests. Having done that, you begin to identify cases, and you rapidly isolate those cases, assuming they're in the community still and not requiring hospitalization. And we've had plenty who are still in the community that did not require hospitalization, to be clear about that. And then we do something called contact tracing, so that we make sure that those who may have had some contact with a case know exactly what it is they should do to prevent further transmission of COVID-19 across our communities. We are still doing that, and that's what I would term a parallel strategy to the now more significant strategy of mitigation, trying to slow but not necessarily stop the viral spread, because we know we can't stop it at this point, but we can slow it down. And we've shown you curves before in the past that really focus on our ability to not have a rapid spike and overwhelm our healthcare system, but to have a more gradual flattened curve, which frankly may take longer to dissipate, but will have a much lower burden on the population at large and on the healthcare system's ability to cope. The prime mitigation strategy goes under the other fancy term social distancing, which I hope everyone sees we're trying to practice up here on the podium today. Maintaining that distance from others that as human beings we don't do every day. That's not what we're accustomed to. We high five, we shake hands, we embrace. Well, we're asking Vermonters to go through a significant amount of behavior change. And that's uncomfortable, and that's something you have to kind of be actually conscious of every time, because your tendency is to do the things you've always done. So we understand that that's hard and may require a lot of support. And all the strategies that have occurred since we really called this an emergency, in a state of emergency, are really falling into place in that social distancing category. So some of them had to do with protecting our most vulnerable and our elderly, regarding visitation policies to hospitals, to long-term care facilities, nursing homes, etc. Some of them had to do with how we tend to gather in groups, and you've heard numbers go from 250 down to 50, and to me, the number is irrelevant, because people are already understanding that it's probably not a good idea to be in a crowd at a time when you're talking about an infectious disease that can be easily transmitted through the air from one person to another. So people are already falling into line with that, and it's just the idea that we don't get into congregate settings that are very crowded. Then we have all of the issues of schools, which you've just heard about, which I won't perseverate on. Changes in work policies, changes in the way that workers can or cannot travel, and then really as part of the gregarious nature of human beings, where do we usually do that? Well, we do that sometimes in restaurants and bars. And now you've heard new policies regarding those. And the only thing I want to say about those is, again, every step of the way in managing this, I think, very manageable epidemic requires resourcefulness, creativity, innovation. And even restaurants and bars can be innovative, as they're all learning now, with bring something to your car, takeout priority, interacting with people in ways that they have to deliver food, but still being able to actually do that, even though people can't sit down at a table with one another inside their premises. So again, I know this requires significant behavior change and hard work, and nobody's going to deny how hard it may be. Really does require sort of a social compact and an idea that we're all here to cooperate with one another, and I'm confident that we as a state can rally to that cause. The final stage of sort of where we're going and the aspiration of all of us in the United States, never mind just Vermont, is a state where they sometimes call it suppression. So you've slowed the growth of the curve, it's been flattened, but eventually you want it to come down. And that's when you enter that state. We have good experience now just by watching the rest of the world, because as you know, the US was not the first country to be affected. So even though China has received a lot of criticism, they are now in a phase where things are much more controlled, and they're seeing decreasing numbers of cases all the time, especially in that hot zone, but even in the rest of their country. South Korea is another example of that. And soon we hope we'll have some European examples of that. We need to observe critically and learn from those experiences, and I'm confident that we will. We will also learn about the timing of these things. We can set arbitrary dates of 2 weeks of this or 3 weeks of that, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but we'll actually get a little more certainty about how we actually figure that out, because we'll learn from their experiences and see, as they've eased up on some of these more restrictive policies, how things have gone. And is this something that in the short term can be managed very well, or is it something that's we're really in for a long-term kind of approach to until vaccines develop sometime in the next 12 to 12 plus months? So again, we know these things have a lot of impact. They have impacts socially, economically, health-wise, etc. But we will learn from other experiences and I think benefit from those and really begin to see where the light is at the end of the tunnel in terms of how the strategies you've heard outlined today can play out in the future. I believe I'm the last speaker.
I'm happy to turn it over to questions right now. We're taking one from the floor first.
We're going to take one from the phone first. So
Okay.
Wilson or Lisa from the AP.
Hi, it's Lisa from AP. I noticed that the state is now delineating between Vermonters and non-residents who have gotten positive results of who have COVID-19. And why is that? And does it make a difference to do that?
Yeah, thank you very much. The question was about how we report the numbers of those who have positive tests in Vermont. That was a bit of a miscommunication on our part, to be quite frank, yesterday. I wanted to make sure that we were adjusted. We had just one number of both non-resident and resident positive tests, and to carry that forward, what happened was they eliminated the non-resident and carried the Vermont number. So the point was, and we've clarified this and now it's rectified, we'll be reporting just one number of those affected in Vermont that have the positive tests in Vermont from now going forward.
Okay, so the next question, Molly from 7 Days.
Thank you. I was wondering, Governor and Secretary French, if you could speak to any continued risk at the child care facilities caring for emergency workers and health workers. Obviously, your consider to keep addressing that spread at these more limited centers?
I'll have Secretary French offer a few words, and then maybe someone else. Secretary Smith.
Thank you. Yes, in our guidance that was published last night, we talk about the social distancing measures and our continued disinfection measures to ensure that these workplaces are safe. But it is a priority to ensure that those employees and workers that are on the front line of this emergency don't have to worry about their child care needs, and we're working hard to accomplish both of those goals.
Molly, this is Mike Smith at AHS. As you know, we've limited the size of the classroom size for these facilities down to 10. That means no more than 10 people in that room. We've also put the various sanitation requirements in place, and if we need to make those stricter, we will. Both Dan and myself have the ability to make stricter recommendations as we move forward. So right now, we limited the class size. We've put in fairly strict sanitation sort of requirements, and we feel that will ensure, or at least make people feel comfortable about the safety of the decision we've made.
Thank you.
Governor, just your reaction to the president announcing earlier today that joint decision between the United States and Canada to close the northern border except for essential traffic.
I wasn't aware of the directive from the president, so I don't know the details of that. Obviously, we have a few concerns. We have employees who live in Canada that are part of our healthcare system in the Northeast region and maybe even the Northwest region. So that's a concern. I would think they would qualify as being essential. And we have to do everything we can. I know Canada has taken some extreme steps as well in Quebec and across the whole country, and we're going to have to do the same. So I would assume that in conjunction with Canada, this is the right step to take, while understanding that we have a lot of trade, and we still rely on a number of employees from there. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
Lola from BT Digger.
Hi. I was wondering, are you concerned about the ability of schools to be able to carry out this mandate to provide this child care, especially in more thinly staffed districts that might see a lot of staff say, I can't carry out this work, either because I'm anxious for myself or immunocompromised or et cetera.
Secretary French.
Hi, Lola. Yes, I mean, it is a concern, and we've been actively engaged with districts this morning as they're trying to navigate both the provision of continuity of education and child care service. At the same time, I think we've seen some really creative responses and really positive support of teachers stepping up to help assist in this moment of emergency. So it's going to be challenges, but just one in a series of challenges that we're going to have to navigate. But as Dr. Levine and the governor said, our priority now is to bend that curve as best we can, and I think is a moment of service for all of us, and I know educators and teachers will step up and help in that regard.
Super quick follow-up, I'm so sorry. What about, so child cares have been asked to do this, but not, ordered. Schools have, if you have a 3-year-old and you're a nurse, and your child care is shut down, can you bring them to the local public school?
In our guidance, we had to make the delineation between students age 0 for 5 and 6 through 8th grade. So currently, public schools are equipped to handle age 6 up to 8th grade fairly easily, both from a safety and an educational standpoint. We were less comfortable making a provision for younger children under 5, but we'll certainly reevaluate if the need becomes necessary.
Let me just.
So right now it's go ahead.
This is Mike Smith. Let me just sort of bring the pre-K up where we are right now. As you know, we have instituted a pre-K program for essential children. And those child care centers we're starting to contact now. Last night, we contacted 41 programs in just one and a half hours so far. 288 children have been identified as essential people. I've got to emphasize this. There has been enormous collaboration among the private child care providers, and we can't thank them enough in terms of what we're doing and how we're moving forward to this. We've actually ID'd many potential additional staff to deploy to other facilities that may be limited to a facility that needs those employees. So we really are seeing the healthcare, I'm in so many different realms here, but the child care community really stepping up to this, and many centers have told us that they're willing to work extra shifts. So we are grateful to all the kids, all the centers. We're working with organizations like Let's Grow Kids to bring all this together. And I've got to say, just in what I'm hearing in the feedback that's coming back, it's incredible how Vermonters are trying to help Vermonters get through this time.
Bob from Brattleboro Reformer.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so yesterday the state of New Hampshire announced that it was expanding unemployment benefits for people who have to stay home with school-aged children. Has Vermont considered, enacted, discussed this at all?
Yeah, I'm going to have our Commissioner of Labor answer that.
Sure. So I had a chance to review the legislation that came out of New Hampshire, and while I haven't been able to do the background on it, one thing that needs to be considered is it looks like there was some legislation passed that allowed those individuals to become eligible, and that is something we are working with the Vermont legislature right now to expand benefits to those that have to stay home with a family member who becomes ill or is quarantined or isolated. So yes, we are considering it, and it is moving through the legislative process, but it does require a change in state statute.
I would also add that the legislature has been very receptive to any of our needs and is a very willing partner. So we're working through many of those initiatives as well as many others at this point in time.
Pete Hirschfeld from VPR.
Thank you.
Pete, VPR.
Thank you, Brittany. Seems to be some increasing concern about Vermont's inmate population. Are you testing individuals that are entering the correction system right now as inmates? Can you talk about any other specific mitigation strategies, Mike, that you're using to address that concern?
Sure, we are testing in terms of screen testing inmates that are coming in to the facilities. If you're talking COVID-19 testing, the answer is no, because they aren't showing symptoms of COVID-19, or they wouldn't be allowed into the facility. So we are screening those. We've also put video visiting apparatus so that visitors are now can't meet personally with inmates, but they can meet via video conferencing. We also are looking at how we segregate our population to be in smaller groups when they're in recreation areas. We have contingency plans that have been put in place in case we do have a illness within our facility. So the social distancing things that you see are a little bit different in our correctional facilities, but we're putting in place those social distancing where we can. And in many cases, you'll see the social distancing happen within our correctional facilities. I do want to emphasize that we are being pretty stringent on making sure that those screening processes happening on entrance are really diligent as we move forward. We cannot allow a case to come into the correctional facility. One last thing, Peter. We are stocking up on supplies a little bit more than we normally would in case we have an outbreak. That includes mat supplies for those who are under medical treatment for addiction. So we're doing all that right now, and there's other contingency plans in place or being worked on.
Calvin, WCX?
So do we have enough tests in place, or does the state have enough tests for widespread testing? And do we know, I guess, how widespread the disease is if we don't test widespread? We're still hearing from people that are sick, but they can't get a referral from their doctor because they don't have a travel history. So are we past that?
Commissioner Levine.
Thank you for asking about testing. So I don't want to give the appearance I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I do want to show reality and optimism at the same time. We have testing capacity now to do all of the testing that we've currently been asked to do in terms of physicians coming to the clinical judgment that their patients should have testing. We are grouping those into higher and lower priority. I think you'll understand that those in the higher priority group might be in a hospital bed or in an ICU bed. They may be a healthcare worker who has to know if they can continue to work in the healthcare system, etc. We have done all of our testing in state at our public health lab because, like most states, that's what we have available to us right now. And in that public health lab, we have supplies of test kits and reagents and everything that's needed to do the tests, but we are limited in how far that supply will take us. We have literally 10 or 12 pathways that we're looking at simultaneously for obtaining more test kits, reagent supplies, machinery to do the testing with, personnel to do the testing, and that's at all levels, local, regional, national, that's public and private. So it's quite expansive. Vermont is no different than any other state in the country with regards to not being able to do what I would call expansive health surveillance, knowing in the entire population how much disease is present, whether there are people who are asymptomatic or only mildly symptomatic compared to those who are acutely ill in a hospital setting. But I think as a country, you're going to find in the next week or two, we are all going to catch up rather rapidly. So we're working very closely with the Health and Human Services apparatus in Washington, with the FDA and with the CDC, all in actually separate strategies. We are working very closely with the UVM College of Medicine and the UVM Medical Center, and we are working very closely with the partnership you've often heard about from the federal level of public-private partnership with companies that are commercial and will have testing capability as we speak. They're just coming online now. So what I envision is that we will have greater local support through our affiliation and partnering with the UVM College of Medicine and Medical Center, and that will help us with this more high priority group, which we'll continue to maintain in state, and we'll have opportunities to do more of the lower priority but necessary not only public health work, but reassuring our citizens' work about their conditions through these more national lab testing opportunities. But I have to provide a realistic expectation that these national opportunities won't have the turnaround time we've come to expect locally, which is within 24 hours. They may be 72 hours, maybe even as long as 96 hours, but we'll be careful to make sure that they are in the group that is lower priority. I do want all Vermonters to know that we still need to have rational and reasonable expectations of who should be tested, who should not be tested, and our clinical community understands that and will work with their patients to help them understand that. Because at the present time, it could overwhelm the system if everybody felt that their test was the most important and that they needed to have it done immediately. Because we're certainly not in a situation where we can do that today.
Patricia from Bennington Banner. Patricia Bennington Banner.
Oh, the mute button, sorry. I see in the guidance here that during the closure period, schools are directed to provide care to, at a minimum, students enrolled in their school up to grade 8. Would that be, that does not include pre-kindergarten students, correct? I believe Secretary French mentioned this. It's just kindergarten up through grade 8 that are currently enrolled at that school?
The guidance speaks to age 6 as being the cutoff, not necessarily distinguishing between pre-K. The guidance also speaks to the eventuality of giving those essential employees the opportunity to place their student in a district other than their home district. So for instance, if it was more convenient for them to access care in a school that's located in the community where they work, we want to provide for the maximum flexibility in that regard.
So they have to provide care, these schools, for age 6 up to grade 8, currently, as of right now, the students that are enrolled in that school.
And for eventually, and if there's a need for those essential workers that might be working in those communities and find it more convenient to access care in that location.
Liz, Burlington Free Press.
Hi, thank you. I wondered how many hello?
Yes, we have you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I wondered how many child care centers in the state are going to be closed down because of this order. If you guys have any idea as to the number at this point?
The governor's order requires all child care centers to be closed down with the exception of meeting the needs of the essential persons. We'll have an accurate picture of that by the end of the day of how many that will be. But one of the things that I just want to emphasize as we're looking at this is we wanted to make sure that the child care system was still in place as we rolled through this crisis. And what we have decided to do is continue the subsidies for the child care system as we move forward. So if a child care system does close down, we will continue the subsidies for that child care system. And if they take essential personnel's children, we'll look at how we can make that more of an incentive for that child care facility to take those children. And that's something we're looking at right now.
Colin, 7 days.
Hi, yeah, so I have a question about vulnerable populations. Should DOC furlough inmates to reduce the risk in prisons, and how does the health department assess the likelihood of spread at the Burlington nursing home with a positive case? Thanks.
Want to take that one first?
Yeah, Dr. Levine here. I'll take the nursing home. When it comes to nursing homes, obviously, by definition, everyone there is a vulnerable population. So we have to have consistently across nursing homes adequate guidelines in place and adequate regulatory structure that would make it important for them to adhere to. And I want people to be reassured that that does exist in Vermont. And indeed, this particular facility that we're focusing on, if I could use the word, passed with flying colors without any deficiencies about 4 or 5 months ago. All nursing homes are, of course, petrified in the wintertime of infectious diseases that can take hold there, not just COVID-19, but other viruses, including the flu. So they have to have effective infection control programs in place. They have to have good advisement about those programs, and they do. So we're certain that they have the programs at this facility. The health department and Dale were instrumental in sending out abundant communications as the COVID epidemic began regarding good prevention strategies, good surveillance strategies, et cetera. And now that we have a case, obviously we have embarked on a significant venture here to work with the nursing home to identify all those in the nursing home, specifically those who work there, but others as well, who may have had contact with this index case. In addition to that, we have part of our public health team with skills in infection prevention actually going to the nursing home to actually work with them and support them in their activities and make sure that all the appropriate containment processes and prevention practices are in place.
Nick, local
Wait, we
2244.
got another part to the question.
Sorry, hold please.
Colin, I believe you said furloughed prisoners, or furloughed inmates. Is that what your question was? What are we doing in terms of those? Well, furloughed inmates are usually outside the facility is what you're talking about. They are under the sort of the same guidance that everybody would be under in terms of making sure you self-screen and making sure that, you know, you're going to be...
My question is more, are we considering furloughing inmates who are in the prisons right now who may be vulnerable or nearing the end of their sentences?
At this moment in time, given the fact where we are right now, the answer is no.
Nick, local 2244.
Thank you all. So while the guidance is, directed towards essential personnel, what about workers who are not considered essential personnel, such as the food workers? Are their children still being allowed at child care facilities?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Mike Sherling from the Department of Public Safety. The Emergency Operations Center has a task order, which is basically an avenue of work that is assessing who's essential and adding to that list over the course of the morning and through the day, so we can get that out to the child care centers. And grocery store workers, folks who are distributing food, and people in the supply chain that supply that food are essential people. So we expect additional guidance to be available as that list evolves over the course of the day.
And as we've shown over this short period of time, this is evolving, and we are making changes as we see necessary. So we'll be reflecting on that over the next 24 hours.
Ann, VT Digger.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I wonder what models or scenarios you're working with. National epidemiologists are saying that there's a difference between the reported infection rates and the actual rates in the community, and they're estimating that they're 10 to 30 times higher than what we're reporting right now. And I'm wondering what scenarios you're working with right now. What do your models show?
Dr. Levine?
Yeah, we're relying to some extent on those models, and we're developing our own as well as we speak. Suffice it to say that the countries like South Korea that show the lowest case fatality rates have the most testing capability and have tested huge swaths of their population. So their denominator of cases is very large. And since the mortality rate we think around the world is around 1%, they can show numbers that are significantly lower than 1% because they've identified mild, possibly even asymptomatic cases with the abundance of testing. So there's no question that when we identify 19 cases in Vermont, that there are more than 19 cases in Vermont that we haven't fully identified. Likely, though, is that the majority of those other cases are not very ill, or they would have come to the attention of the healthcare system and been taken care of appropriately. So they would tend to be in the pre or mildly symptomatic or moderately symptomatic range, and will do well with their illness, etc.
But having said that, and I know Dr. Levine will emphasize this, but that's why we put into place so many of these steps and measures, because knowing that there are some who might have this and not even know it, they're still transmitting to others. And that's why social distancing, keeping away from others, taking all the precautions that we've been talking about is so important for everyone to adhere to. Just, I would, you know, if you don't know for sure, just assume you have it in some respects. And I'm not trying to create panic. I'm just saying keep your distance. Make sure you're doing the right things so you're not infecting others, because you may be okay, but you may be harming someone else who is vulnerable. So keep that in mind.
If this goes on beyond a
To
couple
follow up, please, can I
Sure.
can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah,
please?
go ahead, Ann.
Thank you very much. Do we have enough ventilators, ICU beds, and beds in general in Vermont? I understand we only have 210 ventilators, for example, and that we might have, you know, say more than 1,000 cases at some point. What are we gonna do about that? Other states are pretty upset about that. Governor, were you on the call with Mr. Trump when he talked about states having to buy their own ventilators?
Yeah, I mean, it was slightly nuanced from that, but yes, I was on that call when other governors were showing some apprehension in that regard. But I'll let Secretary Smith answer the question about the ventilators and bed space.
And Mike Smith, we currently have 273 available beds in the state as of this morning. That does not include possible surge beds. It does not include the capability to open up temporary facilities using the National Guard or other sort of temporary facilities. We have 245 ventilators that are available in this state. Again, if this was, as the governor had mentioned, we are trying to ramp up to add capability as we move forward here. And I think one of the things that the governor has always told us is think ahead. Think ahead the next 72 hours to know what we need and where we're going in terms of our needs. And I think that's an important message.
Well, how many ventilators do you think we need, Mike?
We're uncertain right now, and we're working on that modeling in case we have to use it. But right now, all I have for you is the number of available ventilators at 273.
When will the modeling be done?
What was that?
When will the modeling be done? We're working on it, and I'll let you know when I can.
Okay, next question, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Woloski with North Report. If this goes on beyond a couple of weeks, the economic damage to people's lives and businesses is going to be overwhelming. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, well, obviously, this is going to affect our entire country, our entire world from an economic standpoint. And it's just not a question of if it's going to happen. It's just a question of the magnitude. I've been in constant contact with our federal delegation, Congressman Welch, Senator Leahy. I had a call from Senator Sanders yesterday afternoon, all talking about what is it you need? What do you need to get through this? And obviously, we don't know at this point, other than we're going to need federal assistance, flexibility, in all kinds of different ways. And I know they're working diligently on this effort right now. It looks like it's going to be over $1 trillion package that will be coming to the states. So suffice it to say, we don't know what our needs are, but we know we're going to need some assistance in order to get through this.
Thank you.
Amy, Caledonian Record.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Levine, you said the state is monitoring hundreds of people connected to the 19 confirmed cases. Are there any counties in Vermont that do not have people being monitored? And can you speak specifically to the Northeast Kingdom?
5 or 6
Yeah.
counties at this point.
About half of our counties have documented cases and half don't. But I have to be careful when you're talking about who we're monitoring as a result of a case. They may live outside the county that we're concerned about if they were at a gathering with the person or what have you. So hard to say. But consider the fact that half the state has documented cases, and that half is geographically heterogeneous, so it's not like any corner of the state is exempt.
And we have asked those who have traveled to other countries to self-isolate. So there may be some self-isolating in Caledonia County as well. I would expect most counties have some who are self-isolating and more monitoring.
Okay, so we have time for one.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. Governor?
One last question. Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, I talked to many educators, and it looks like they're going to start the learning programs this Monday, the 23rd, which would trigger the free and appropriate public education requirements of the federal law. As I read your document, Governor, these will be more complicated than just picking up a packet at school or doing an online course. What is the plan for kids on IEPs starting as early as Monday?
Hi, this is Dan French, Secretary of Education. We put out guidance last night on special education compliance, and we're certainly waiting for more guidance from the federal government on this. During this 2-week period, we're expecting districts to just maintain academic performance and progress of students. So at this point, during the 2-week period, it's not triggering necessarily a change in students' individual education programs under special ed law, but we do have to start planning for that eventuality if school closure is prolonged beyond the 2-week period.
Again, I want to thank everyone on the phone, as well as those who are here from the media for your great work in trying to keep your listeners informed and your readers informed. It's really important that we get this right, that we give all the facts we can to try and do whatever we can to help assist people, as well as to calm their fears, because this is going to be a long haul. It's not going to be solved overnight, and we're all going to have to work together in order to get to the end of this. So I thank you for your efforts.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Phil Baruch, Chair of Senate Education. I'll take the few minutes while we wait for the list you signed up on to come back to us to have my committee introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Senator Ruth Hardy from Addison County.
Senator Jim McNeil from Rutland County.
Debbie Ingram from Chittenden County.
Corey Parent from Franklin County and Albert.
Andrew Pertzik, Washington County. And we're all here, obviously, to take testimony on pupil weighting in Vermont and potential changes to the weighting formula produced by this study, which is amazingly comprehensive, put out by Professor Colby and her team at UVM. So thank you to them. I know Professor Colby's in the room somewhere. Professor Colby? There she is. Unusual for the author of an academic study to be standing out. So the way we'll work tonight is we do want to hear from everybody. Sometimes these are divided up into people speaking for or against a certain issue. I don't like that approach myself. I think it emphasizes division. So we'll just have you come up in the order that you signed up. You'll have 2 minutes. My friend Jim will give you warning at 1.5 minutes, and then the gong at 2 minutes. I think with the number of people we have, everybody should get to speak, including those who may not have signed up, but realize halfway through they would like to say something. So with that said, Daniel MacArthur.
members of the Senate Ed Committee for hearing us today. I appreciate that. I'm not going to express the grievances that everybody else here will be presenting. They'll stand on their own. I'm here to advocate for some immediate tax relief for the school districts which have borne a disproportionate tax burden over the past decades. I present as written testimony a petition that was drawn up by an individual taxpayer in Marlboro and signed by hundreds of residents. It's clear and to the point, and I ask that you read it in honor, and I'll submit it for testimony. I also want to relay a story that illustrates the situation my school finds itself in. My granddaughter's 5th and 6th grade classroom has a bucket on the floor. It's been there all winter, catching the leaks when it rains or snows. A symbol, to me, simple symbol of the impossibility of operating and maintaining a small rural school when students are underrated. So I conclude with a poem. I hope that's acceptable to you, and it's called Weighted Pupils. I am weighted a portion of a pupil. I am weighted about a 0.8. I don't know what part of me is missing or how they came up with that weight. There's a bucket to catch drips in my classroom, sits in the middle of the floor. It fills about 10 gallons a day, seems to be leaking a bit more. We each take bets on the timing. It becomes a math problem each day. But the cold and the mold are getting older, and there's rot in the ceiling now, they say. We try to be philosophical. We don't really mind much the fuss. But if we were 100% pupils, this would not be happening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Core. Oh, I suppose I should say, everybody on the panel has been told not to shake hands in terms of public safety, so I just commend that to you as advice. I know many of you are here from districts. To the extent that you can avoid that kind of contact, we've been doing this a lot around the building. Recommend that to you.
Thank you very much for hearing this testimony. I'm from the Marlboro School District. I'm chair of the school board. The release of the Equalized Pupil Weighting Study in December of 2019 has finally answered a nagging question that the Marlboro School Board has asked itself for quite some time. Why can we not adequately fund our school? Each year, the Marlboro School has been forced to kick the can further down the road on various capital improvements for bid farewell to student program opportunities. I'm not here to complain to the legislature that my taxes are too high. I'm here to demand equity and accountability. The Marlboro School Board, its community, and the 76 other districts impacted by this oversight and weighting insist upon immediate implementation of the weighting system recommended by the study. We're not a group of towns looking for a handout. We are your neighbors in southern and northern Vermont who have seen increases and penalties, only to find out that for years we haven't been provided the opportunities that so many other districts have. It is an outrage, and if I were on a legislative committee such as yours overseeing the change, I would not be questioning when to implement it, but rather apologizing to us and stating it will be fixed. I assure you that the Marlboro School is not the only school to come before you with a roof that has been patched too many times, or has been forced to turn away pre-K students due to lack of space, or hold a Spanish classroom in an equipment closet. Heartbreakingly, this year, we had to consider cutting all special programs, from art, Spanish, music, all of them, due to an excess spending penalty that has been based on an inequitable system. This is not simply a tough year, it is the culmination of years of compound overtaxation and inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Barris. Did I pronounce that right?
Barris. Thank you. I'll have to. Peter Barris, Whitingham, Recording Secretary, WCSU School Bus Driver, Marlboro Elementary School from 2012 to 2019. Longtime voter, first-time testifier. Commons published my full text last week, so this will be shorter. Thank you for this profound opportunity. I know why you keep showing up in this building. See possibility in public service. You want nothing more than to make a difference. Since well before Act 46, I've taken the minutes from the boards of many schools. Leland, Gray, Townsend, Dufresne, Jamaica, Wardsboro, Brookline, Dover, and Marlboro, and since consolidation, the combined Wyndham Central Supervisory Union school districts and their full board at the public meetings. When I first took the wheel of a school bus, the scheme has been going on for more than 12 years. Though I could not know the structural causes, I did see the rise of pervasive sleep deprivation, malnutrition, loneliness, and humiliation as the true face of childhood poverty. Since the study was made public, parents wept openly at recent school board meetings, choked with emotion as awful realization began to take hold. Years of struggle and worry and all unnecessary, and the next town had no such problems. And what are the lessons learned? I mean by the children. The privilege and power. I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
Privilege and power are the right of the privileged and powerful, and poverty just reward of the poor, and devil take the hindmost. Armed with this hard-earned knowledge, they will decide how to vote. The helpful encouragement of bots and hackers and troll farms, foreign and domestic. Everyone knew the disparities. That's what convinced us to endure Act 46. Wasn't to save money. Nobody believed it would do that. It was to find a way to bring equity to the system. Otherwise, I might have never thought of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meg Scala.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Wilmington, and I have students in two daughters at Twin Valley School, which is in the Women's Southwest Supervisory Union. So a few of us came up from southern Vermont today, which you might know is a far piece up the road. It's a little over 2 hours, and we came because this testimony needed to be delivered in person. This issue is so critical, and it's so critical that my community be heard on this matter. The current funding structure is hurting our schools, it's hurting our students, and it's hurting the fabric of our communities. So in Wilmington, our residents pay the highest education tax rate in the state. You can sort that spreadsheet for yourself. But despite our high property values, which are driven by wealthy second homeowners, much of our resident student population is living in poverty. In our elementary school, 62% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. Meanwhile, our school is struggling to cut budgets and stay below the excess spending threshold all the time. I mean, we've got buckets in our gym too. We sat there at town meeting listening to the dripping. The result is that our students are struggling. Our elementary school ranks 111th out of 142 schools in Vermont. Clearly, our students are not getting the education that my community is paying for. That's not all. If you know anything about Wilmington, you'll recognize it as a town that was devastated by Tropical Storm Irene. Despite multiple recommendations, 8.5 years later, we still have police and fire services located in the flood zone. I know that sounds crazy, but why? Our community cannot afford to add to our tax rate for a bond to fund critical emergency services, so our community loses again.
30 seconds.
This situation has eroded our trust in government, and it's badly dented civic engagement in our town. Public meetings, people are mad, and we feel helpless. I know it's going to take our community a long time to fix what 20 years of inequity have brought on our school, but we are begging you to start that process now. Swift action on the findings in this report can begin to chart a more reasonable and just path forward for our entire state, including Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Clausen.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Clausen. I'm the Vice Chair for the West River Education District in Windham County. I am the proud father of 4 boys who have and continue to go through our educational system, including one who is studying computer science at the University of Vermont. My wife, Tammy Clausen, is a physical education teacher and varsity softball coach, and has been at Leland and Gray Union High School in Townsend for the last 30 years. Why am I giving you this lengthy bio? I want you to understand that my family is fully invested in the educational decision-making of this government on a personal and professional level. To gain a better perspective on where we are right now, let's look at some of the tragic events that have happened over the last 20 years. 9/11, the longest war in the history of the United States, the Great Recession, Hurricane Irene. On top of these macro events, we also have the current local crises of double-digit increases in healthcare costs annually, higher needs and costs in special education and mental health services, the opioid epidemic straining our social services to the brink, an aging population with a fixed income, and a declining student population. These compound crises serve as a backdrop for the school boards and administrators who, to the best of their abilities, craft budgets in the face of the erosion of our socioeconomic infrastructure. And despite our best efforts at West River with a 2.88% increase in the school budget this year, we have exceeded the spending threshold, sending hard-earned dollars back into the system to be distributed at the discretion of the state government. In the midst of our board's budget deliberations in early January of 2020, we learned of the findings and recommendations of the study of pupil weights in Vermont's education funding formula. One word: hope. Hope that our state government will implement the findings of the study and restore equity for our students and incorporate new cost factors and weights. The time to do the right thing is now. The people of the West River Education District are suffering with a high tax burden. Schools have outlasted their expected lifetimes and have many overdue repairs, yet we continue to kick the can down the road. We need this legislation. This is an opportunity to hit the reset button. Now this cannot stop with the implementation of the weighting study recommendations. The issues are much deeper. Try explaining to your taxpayers how a 3% increase in the school budget translates to a 15% increase in their tax rate. The funding formula is broken. The findings in the weighting study need to be the catalyst for education funding reform. We need to be able to provide this generation of students with the resources, tools, and environment that helps them thrive while balancing the needs of our stretched taxpayers from the West River Valley. Our people work hard and expect a greater return on investment from the state of Vermont, and they want it now, not phased in. The state of Vermont has spent 20 years phasing out rural areas.
We'll have to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaime Morath. It's a little unclear. Elme?
It's Ime.
Ime, okay.
Ime Morath.
Pretty name.
Good afternoon. I'm Ime Morath from the town of Wyndham. I'm also the town auditor. Wyndham is a community of 27 square miles with less than 450 residents. That amounts to about 13 people per square mile. We are one of 53 towns having fewer than 500 residents. These small communities represent 9% of Vermont's population. Many residents saw their taxes doubled, and many homeowners were unable to pay their taxes on time, ending up on the delinquent tax rolls, adding to their and the town's economic difficulty. The new weighting would correct this by providing weights for sparsely populated areas and small schools. We would ask that the committee move forward thoughtfully but quickly on this matter.
Thank you. Kathy Scott.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Scott. I'm from the town of Wyndham. I'm the school treasurer and the town treasurer. I love the school. I love the nurturing environment. It's small, wonderful. Because the current weighting system, weighting formula has underestimated the cost of educating for impoverished families as well as small and rural schools for 20 years, Wyndham students have had less access for education equity opportunity than students from larger, less rural school districts. Wyndham sends approximately 61% of its education taxes to the state and keeps a little less than 39% to fund its elementary and secondary education expenses. With passage of 661, which we testified in this morning, House 661, and with your swift action on this weighting study, we could see a reduction in our tax rate for the upcoming 21 to $1.98 from the $2.84 we are staring down at the moment. We ask you, please act on this as quickly as possible. The rural people in the state of Vermont really need this help. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ Cummings.
Good afternoon. I'm a lister in Wyndham, and I'm also on the school board. And what we're finding is that the equalized pupil count in our town is relatively low, and by adopting the equalization study, the equalized pupil count will go up significantly. As a result, right now, without the equalization study, our $535,000 budget is $6,098 over the excess spending amount, which means that that's $12,200 added to the excess spending amount. So our tax rate based upon $30,956 gives us a $2.83 homestead tax rate. That's driving people on fixed incomes to put their homes up for sale. It can't be continued at that level. The solution is the higher weighting study that's in your program. If we were able to get that, we would be able to reduce our tax rate significantly. Part of the problem is also with the early childhood special education costs, that when they exceed a certain level, they get added into our education cost. We have no control over that, none whatsoever. And if you were to consider removing some of that excess special education cost out of the weighting, out of the excess formula, it would also allow us to have a much lower tax rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bill Dunkel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me testify. I'm from Wyndham also. You're getting a full Wyndham treatment here. So last week at town meeting, the voters in Wyndham did something very unusual. They turned down the school budget. That never happens in Wyndham because people are committed to providing a quality education for their students. But as you heard, had we passed that budget, the anticipated school district homestead tax rate would have been $2.84. I don't know if that would have been the highest in Vermont, but it would have been awfully close. Between 2019 and 2020, the homestead tax rate went up 32%. If this budget had been passed at town meeting, it would have had a 63% increase from 2019 to 2021. As you can imagine, homestead rate increases like that are placing an enormous burden on our taxpayers. As Russ said, some people are saying they may have to move out of town. Some people have told us that their taxes have doubled in the last 5 years. Like a lot of towns in Vermont, we're an aging town, we're trying to attract young families. We've got some affordable housing, but when people find out that's the tax rate they're going to pay, it's pretty tough to get young people to move into towns. If you've ever been to Wyndham, you know that we are not a rich town. If you drive around Wyndham, you're not going to see McMansions and big designer second homes. Thank you. You're going to see very modest dwellings. 62% of the people, residents in the town are retired. They're living on fixed incomes. 80% of the residents qualify for income sensitivity when they pay their income taxes. This is not a rich gold town. Like a lot of little towns in Vermont, we've cut our education budget to the bone. We've stretched our taxpayers to the limit, and we really need your help. Please pass the waiting fund as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Cord Scott.
I'll be quick. My name's Cord Scott. I'm a selectman in Wyndham, and I'm the bus driver. As you can see, my teammates have laid out a lot of facts for you, so like I said, I'll be quick. I see this as being videotaped, so I have to shout out to one of our residents, a 94-year-old fellow named Ernie Freely, who's been coming to town meeting ever since basically Act 60 was implemented, telling us that there was something wrong with this funding formula and that we should do something about it. Now I can say that Ernie, we're up here trying to do something about it. You guys are too. The one takeaway, like I said, my teammates here have laid out lots of information for you, but the one takeaway I'd like to remind you about or point out is when we were talking about how much the percentage of money that we send out in our education taxes, I just wanted to give you some dollars. If that budget had passed, Wyndham would send $877,000 into the education fund on top of the for $608,000 that it would cost us to educate our kids locally. That's for a town of 400 plus residents. I mean, if you think about that, it defies common sense. How in the heck can 400 people possibly send that much money out of town and still be able to keep their heads above water? So I would ask this rating study would help us and would help that situation, so I would ask that we implement it as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Sims.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Sims from Craftsbury. And as a parent, I am shocked and saddened that our communities have been overtaxed and underfunded for so long. Over the years, I've seen our school boards work hard to do the very best they could with inequitable access to resources. We all know that different schools and different communities have different needs. We can't spend the same amount per pupil everywhere and expect the same outcomes. In the Northeast Kingdom, schools are faced with the increased costs associated with serving high-poverty rural communities. That means increased social, emotional, mental health, behavioral, and academic supports, all a part of larger systemic inequities in our society. Tending to these basic needs has stretched budgets to an extreme and left little for caring for our buildings or providing programming. Staff across the region deal every day with septic problems, failing boilers, and old roofs. Children are turned away from pre-K programs because of a lack of space. Students don't have access to the language courses, the advanced placement or travel opportunities available in other districts. As parents, we are tired of seeing vital school programs cut, enrollments decline, and property taxes go up. I want my children, and all Vermont children, to have an equal opportunity to thrive, no matter where they live. These are the long-standing problems that the Brigham decision called out, and Act 60 was meant to address, but it did not by a long shot. My children and my neighbors' children deserve to go to a school with a functioning boiler where they eat lunch in the cafeteria instead of their desk, where music doesn't happen in a closet and the roof doesn't leak. They deserve art classes and STEM programs and foreign travel. They deserve the resources they need to be successful today. We can't keep failing our kids. To overcome decades of inequity in school resources impacting the most vulnerable children, I urge the General Assembly to take action this session to implement the weighting recommendations contained in the pupil weighting factors report.
Thank you. Leanne Desjardins.
Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Leanne Desjardins. I'm the Director of Special Education for the North Country Supervisory Union. I've been the director for 26 years. I'm also a Newport Center resident, which is one of the 12 towns that North Country Supervisory Union serves. I wanted to paint a little picture for you of the northeast corner of Vermont, where NCSU is located. 26% of the students enrolled in NCSU are identified as eligible for special education services. Within the last 5 years, we've seen and observed an increase in eligibility in specific disability categories. Our eligibility category of autism has increased by 10%, intellectual disabilities by 33%, and emotional disturbance by 48%. In rural communities like ours, we struggle to meet the intensity of social, emotional, and mental health needs. These students require a continuum of extraordinary and costly supports. Currently, our local mental health agency has no counselors on staff to serve our students and families. This lack of access to quality mental health services places a significant burden on the school system to meet this need. Each school individually contracts with licensed counselors, and we have developed resources at the SU level to support students facing social and emotional challenges.
30 seconds.
20 years ago, NCSU hired one behavior specialist. We are now hiring 14 behavior specialists for the upcoming school year. The flexibility of services Act 173 provides is critical to student success. However, we will not be able to meet the We will not be able to meet the growing needs of students without a funding system that provides for students with intensive needs, students who are economically disadvantaged and at risk. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Samantha Stevens.
Hello, I'm Samantha Stevens. I am the Equity and Community Outreach Coordinator for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm also the board chair for Voices for Vermont's Children. Our schools are fighting rural poverty every day on our own, and we need help. It takes much more to teach our students who have barriers to basic needs, because students who are cold, hungry, tired, and worried have a harder time accessing learning. These distractions don't just affect those individuals, they affect entire classrooms. And so we've had to become experts in many fields. We help families apply for economic benefits. We negotiate with utilities and landlords to help keep them housed. We provide meals at school and we send food home. We coordinate and transport families to essential medical appointments, and the list goes on. We have grown our capacity to meet these needs, and we have built up social and behavioral supports that help teachers teach and students learn. The pupil waiting study gave me hope that Vermonters, and particularly you all, might now have the information needed to make a fairer system for all. I am here to ask you to act on these recommendations and make systemic change to fix an unfair system. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Ellis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I am the outgoing principal of a small rural school in Jay, Vermont. We are probably the last joint contract in the state of Vermont. It's the Jay Westfield Joint Elementary School. And I am here with my colleagues from North Country, and Leanne did a wonderful job of describing some of the challenges that we are facing. And that is what I hope to do, is explain why this waiting study is so important. I think my job is analogous to trying to fit a twin-size sheet on a king-size bed. Anybody who has ever done that understands the frustration. You have two corners on and you put that there and it all falls apart. That's how it feels right now. This growing need that students are coming with emotional, social, cognitive, and linguistic has become very intense. The proposed changes that are driven by Act 173 have just the potential to have such a negative impact on our resources. And I worry that that with that negative impact, we will be forced to make even tougher decisions than we've already made. We've already made a lot of tough decisions. We've already lost a lot of programming. But we do our best to maintain that quality. If we cannot continue to fund programs and the story becomes that it's because of our students with disabilities or because of our students who experience poverty and trauma, then we blame them, and that's very scary.
30 seconds.
So I worry that we'll never move forward with an equitable system if we have a system that does blame the most fragile members of our communities. So thank you for your time. And if you ever have any other questions, please reach out. We're there, and I'll be happy to share our stories. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Karen Chittenbar. Did I hear that?
Chitomber, very close. Well done, sir.
So I'm Karen Chitomber, and first, thank you for your service to our state. I'm an automotive technology teacher at the North Country Career Center. I am a foster parent, a farmer, a veteran, a select person, and union representative, and as you might guess, I don't do very many things well, but my superintendent did ask me to be here today, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the kids who are challenging our system because they're my kids. So first, yes, our special education qualification rate is 26%, and yes, we are seeing an increase in disrupted learning. And we know that trauma is a factor, but let me tell you what that looks like. That looks like a 2-year-old being dropped off at midnight at our home with the flu. That looks like DCF calling us on a regular basis to take in more kids, even though we're already, there's no more room at the inn. Let's just put it that way. And so what does that look like? 100% or more increase in the number of kids coming into care in our community. those children oftentimes have higher needs. So the 2-year-old that I spoke of was not able to articulate mom or dad or the people that she knew she was wanting to have soothe her, and couldn't say things like ow or no. And what does that look like? We know that years down the road, when she goes to school, she's going to need some additional services to get her through and to make her the best possible citizen that we can have in our community.
30 seconds.
What does this have to do with the weighting study? We need to ensure equity for our current and future students. There's a great deal that I cannot do, but one thing I can do is ask that you factor the impact that implementing Act 173 block grants without the weighting study would have on schools that are working diligently to prepare what our most vulnerable students need. They've done a tremendous amount of work, but I think we're really just bracing for impact right now. And as we look at how the block grants are implemented, we really have to consider the coming storm. Thank you.
Sean McMahon. Thank you again for your hospitality yesterday.
Thanks for coming to visit us. So I want to express enthusiastic support for the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report and urge immediate action from this committee and all other legislators. The study reports that under the current funding formula, quote, some communities may be either unable or unwilling to pay for the additional resources necessary to ensure an adequate education for its students, end quote. Indeed, low-wealth communities like Winooski, which support a high percentage of students with complex needs, have been losing in Vermont for decades. While we work hard to provide a more than adequate education that is fiscally responsible to our taxpayers, the current funding structure leaves the Winooski School Board, administration, staff, and community in a position of frozen inequity and unable to meet the needs of our students, families, and staff. I support these recommendations in the report for a student I'll call Kay, whose family came halfway across the world, having lived in a refugee camp so that he could get a high-quality education and the opportunities that go with it. When he entered Winooski School District as a first-year student in high school, he spoke no English. He credits the high-quality educational support he received in our district in helping him to get a full scholarship to UVM, where he's now working toward a medical degree. Or another student, S, who grew up living in a basement because her family couldn't afford housing. Her mother's unable to work because the youngest of her 8 children has autism and she's unable to afford full-time care. S says being able to participate in fun and educational after-school activities helps keep her away from a stressful situation at home and on the right path.
30 seconds.
While these 2 students are overcoming tremendous challenges and improving their lives, we do not have the adequate resources to ensure this for all of our students. To fully support our students, all of our students, we need more linguistic cultural liaisons, a fully staffed ELL department, more math and literacy coaches to adequately support all struggling students, and the time to allow our students who come from non-traditional educational backgrounds to catch up so they can graduate college and career ready. All Vermonters deserve a system that fully accounts for the financial needs of educating our low-wealth students and English language learners. These changes are necessary to create a truly equitable system. I fully recommend that you implement the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report in a quick and thoughtful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Kelly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is David Kelly. I'm an attorney from Greensboro, Vermont. For the better part of 30 years, I've practiced law in the Northeast Kingdom. I've done bankruptcies, divorces, relief from abuse petitions, emergency guardianships, Social Security claims, disability claims, worker comp claims, and I think I've had an opportunity to become intimately familiar with poverty in the Northeast Kingdom. I have become convinced that the longest, most fruitless war in American history was not the war in Vietnam or the war in Iraq, but the so-called war on poverty. If you look at the Northeast Kingdom and you look at our schools, at Hazen, 80% of the students are on free and reduced lunch. At Champlain Valley, only 10%. If you look at Champlain Valley or South Burlington, their teachers are being paid 25% more than the teachers at Hazen. But a classroom with 8 out of 10 students on free and reduced lunch is substantially more challenging than a classroom with only 1 student on free and reduced lunch. If we do not turn the tide of poverty around, the cost going forward for the next generation in terms of jail, Section 8 housing, behavioral supports, special education only goes up. We have an opportunity to take a big step forward in areas like Lowell, Hardwick, Glover, and other small rural communities that I'm familiar with. We have an opportunity to begin to turn the tide in a war that poverty has been winning for the last 30 years. I would urge you to accept the recommendations of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Bozzagiorno. How do I do?
Perfect.
Bozzagiorno?
Bozzagiorno, yes. I'm Jennifer Bozzagiorno. I'm the superintendent of Kingdom East School District in the Northeast Kingdom. I'm here today to share some data points. 31 teachers in our sparsely populated district have emergency or provisional licenses. That means our content areas are taught by people who are not yet fully qualified. 177 days of our elementary school students' year, they sit next to sewage ejection pumps because we have not yet been able to fix our HVAC system. 177 days, our middle school students do not have access to a makerspace or a STEM lab because the space is full of lead, mold, and brackish water. Back to the first one. 20% on average of our teachers leave our high poverty schools each year. They exit the region because of low pay rates and the lack of available amenities in our rural areas. 37 days of teaching and learning were interrupted or completely halted due to unsafe buildings, school day closures due to air quality, septic, plays, sporting events, concerts, and talent shows canceled due to safety of our buildings, PE classes held in hallways. Can you imagine if your child's school had 20% of its teachers leave every year, or 37 days of learning interrupted? These data points tell a tale of two Vermonts. The Vermont Constitution guarantees education for all children. 365 days a year. This is how many days we should be committed to equitable education from Burke Hollow to Brattleboro, from Canaan to Colchester. Please take action on the pupil weighting factors report of this legislative session. Thank you.
Elaine Collins.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the weighting study. I am the principal of Newport City Elementary School. This is my 4th year there. It's in the North Country Supervisory Union District, and the weighting study work is very relevant for our work at Newport City. In our school of 370 students, pre-K to 6, nearly 80% of them live in poverty, and over 30% of them qualify for an IEP or 504. This is my 30th year coming back to school as an adult, and the work has changed. Poverty, drug addiction, trauma are all creating pressures on our schools and making our work more complex. We have an alarming number of students who are experiencing mental health crises, trauma, challenges with emotional regulation, and behavioral challenges. If we don't meet their needs, nobody is able to learn. Nobody. Even the kids who are ready to learn aren't able to learn. 4 years ago, I came to a school that was in crisis. We've wrapped a lot of supports, social emotional supports around our students, and there are significant costs associated with this. Behavior specialists, behavior team assistants, intensive case managers, home to school coordinators, 7 special ed teachers, the list goes on and on. Because of the lack of community resources, we have to do this as a school. It is our moral imperative to make these changes for our students because no one else is going to do it.
30 seconds.
Last year, or in the height of our work, we had in one school year 890 escorts, restraints, and seclusions. Sit with that for a moment. 890 and 175 days. This year we are at 87. It's impactful and positive and important work, but we have to have money in order to do it. Please take action on the waiting study as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. John Castle.
Good afternoon. I greatly appreciate the Senate Education Committee taking testimony today. I currently serve as Superintendent of Schools for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm proud to serve our supervisory union where a board member summed it up in 5 words in reference to the increase in assessment for our supervisory union special services budget. They are all our children. It is my hope that your committee and our General Assembly cares deeply about all our children across the state. We address the needs that may exist in one school differently than another, as we address the needs of a classroom or a particular student differently. Likewise, our legislature must recognize the variation of need between districts and regions for that matter. We have disparity of opportunity given our economic circumstances and a variation in need due to the same. The high percentage of students with needs, especially in small rural schools, and our supervisory union require substantial supports to meet those collective needs. Issues of equity transcend districts or supervisory unions and must be addressed as a state. The needs being illustrated in testimony today are real. I believe this testimony, in concert with the waiting study, clearly shines a light on the need for more resources to support students living in poverty. I recognize the call for more resources is counter to the narrative of declining enrollment, having too many cars in the school parking lot, and property taxes being too high. The reality is schools need more capacity, a robust social service organization to partner with, and to shift the tide of families, we need those resources now.
30 seconds.
We've lived complacently while the forces of poverty have adversely impacted far more people than our current public health crisis. Where is the sense of urgency and call for action that is justified to support the financial, social, emotional, and mental health needs that for too long have disrupted, diminished, and devastated the lives of our children? Justice too long delayed is justice denied. I truly hope that our legislature believes they are all our children.
Thank you. Kathy Olwell.
Hello. Thank you for taking my testimony. I am a retired social worker who spent the past 24 years working with Burlington's middle school population, running a youth center, after-school program, and Burlington and Winooski combined middle school summer program. We know poverty creates high-risk environment that increases probability of learning problems. That can lead to learning socio-emotional disabilities. Burlington has one of Vermont's highest concentrations of poverty with 49%, which leads the district to have 19% of its children on IEPs or 504 plans. Burlington is also home to one of this state's largest English learner populations at 16%. All of the above risk factors lead to higher costs to educate our students. As a member of the Burlington Schools Commission, it is glaringly clear to me how the present formula works to the detriment of the students we serve in Burlington. The result of per pupil weighting study and the new weighting formula it proposes can only right the wrongs that have burdened Burlington's children for the past 20 years. I would ask this committee to please fully implement the new formula immediately and do not phase it in. The children who have lived with this underfunding need a swift remedy. Their education needs must be met now. Thank you.
Claire Wolf.
Thank you. I stand here in unity with all our communities present
present sharing their testimony, and those unable to attend but who will share their support for immediate action via email correspondence. When I hear the word rural, I want to also include Burlington and Winooski as we share concern for our most vulnerable learning population. Thank you for hearing our testimony today. And I also want to thank the AOE for commissioning this study and for the UVM educator Tammy Colby for her work, research, and time spent this summer speaking with myself and our Burlington leadership team. Relative to most of our neighboring school districts in Chittenden County, Burlington serves a high percentage of students in poverty. As Kathy all will share, 49%. Our student population is on the rise. Our 2 middle schools are at times over capacity. We are an anomaly in Vermont, and also with more housing being built in Burlington. This study proves unequivocally students with the greatest needs require substantially greater educational resources and services. Our Burlington School Board and City Council this month sent the Vermont State Legislature joint resolutions recognizing and supporting this AOE study, proposing action to change the Vermont State Ed Fund weighting pupil formula. In a sanctuary city and a school district fiercely proud to hear 45 native languages spoken throughout our school communities, our current Vermont antiquated educational funding formula developed 20 years ago is essentially artifacts, said researcher Tammy Colby, who's present here today, and could find no evidence that they were empirically derived. Thank you to all of you serving on the Education Committee and Senator Baruth. The citizens of Burlington and the Vermonters you serve admire your recent public statement. A top priority this session would be to pass something out of this committee changing the weighting formula based on the report recommendations. I think it's an extremely important thing, and I was sent here to do extremely important things that make the system work in a better, fairer way. All of us present here today couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Pillsbury.
I'm Keith Pillsbury. I'm sorry I didn't dress. I just picked up because I've been on the school board in Burlington for 25 years. And this is a story I've had to talk to my constituents every year as we have to go through the tax increase about the equalized formula. And they always, they're very aware that some of our students are in poverty and some of our students in EL cost far more than the state is giving us. And I think they have been very generous over the years. I went back and looked at it, but in a report in 2010-11, we asked for a 10.4% tax increase. I remember the governor was mad at us, the mayor didn't support us, the free press was just whatever. Anyway, the citizens of Burlington understood that we had a population that needed to be served. They were generous, and they've been generous for a long time. But I think it's time now that the state step up and look at our needs as a city that's not as wealthy as everybody thinks. We have a high level of poverty, and we have a high level of children who English is a second language. English is a language they're learning because we have been generous in bringing them into our community. Just some facts. We have the non-free and reduced lunch students on the CPAC math test, 6% were proficient. The free and reduced lunch people, students got 20% of that. That's the kind of problem, that's the kind of challenge we have for our teachers in the district, making sure that all of our children become proficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Coelho.
I feel abstained. I thought that was just a sign-in sheet, not a speaker.
Oh, you'd prefer not to speak?
No. Basically, I'm from the Wyndham area, and the individuals that spoke earlier, they were pretty much, they said everything I would be saying, so thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Green. Deborah Green.
Question.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
My name is Debbie Green. I'm 54 years old. I work full-time and own a home with my retired 80-year-old mother in Wyndham, Vermont. We own an average-sized modular home on 1 acre of land.
Our taxes have increased substantially each year. In 2019, our municipal tax was $1,595.07, and our education tax was $3,979.42, for a total of $5,574.42. I was just financially able to pay the balance off this past February. I'm told that Wyndham, along with other small towns, are penalized because the number of students that attend our schools is below state regulations or something to that effect, and that Wyndham will see another increase in 2020. I work and I play in Vermont, and I'm pleading with the state for change for the better to take place so less populated towns with schools geographically necessary stop being taxed so unconstitutionally. The continued tax increases has placed me in a financial hardship, and I fear the time for me to sell my home and move out of Vermont is quickly approaching, simply because I can't afford the taxes. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I appreciate it.
Margaret Keir.
I'm from Huntington, Vermont, part of the wealthy Chittenden County, but I am in support of helping those communities who most need additional help. First of all, Education Committee. Vermont's economic health depends on intelligent, well-adjusted workforce with diverse skills. Tell your fellow senators and citizens, we need well-educated, well-adjusted, well-skilled citizens to meet diverse requirements throughout the state's economy. We benefit most if we can find these workers within the state instead of importing them. I'm not going to read you everything I've written, but basically, we know that depressed economies, unfortunately, are still associated with poor education outcomes. I'd like to suggest there are at least 2 areas where we could dramatically improve the situation for those most at risk. The current weighting formula, which you are trying to improve, thank you, is based on research that indicates it costs more to educate high school students. Is this an assumption that is still valid in the 2020s? What considerations are not built into this assumption? The successful achievement of high school students depends, and high school graduates, depends not only what happens in high school. Students arrive in high school with deficiencies in reading, math, science, social studies, as well as other problems. Those students will continue to struggle to overcome these deficiencies. Low achievers in middle school are very likely those who are left.
30 seconds.
Okay, so you need to look at the whole picture, and the second area where you need to consider is the taboo subject of paying teachers across the state a fairly equitable wage. This is a taboo subject. Nobody wants to talk about having a state organized teacher wages. But I think that as long as teachers in wealthy districts get more, that is where they're going to go. As long as the most experienced teachers get more in wages, in salaries, that's where they're going to go. And those who are getting their training in their first few years, many of them will seek to go to wealthier districts. Not all, obviously. So I think you need to look at those 2 things, and I would ask you to read the longer version of what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the end of people who signed up to speak, but it often happens that people think of something midway through. Anybody who'd like to come up who wasn't on this? Please. Yes, please. And then we'll have the next. And if you could just, since I don't have your name, if you could just introduce it in the record and your town of residence.
Okay. I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph. I'm somebody with 40-plus years of experience in the educational systems. I've worn just about every hat there is, preschool to college and everything in between. And my father was involved in 34 years in the school board, so there's a wide assortment of educational experience that I invented. But I fully agree. There are a lot of students that we call them in the classroom as the three-first, where they should count as 3 students instead of 1, that where there are special needs that are engaged and so on. But a piece that I would like to inject into this conversation that is perhaps viewed as a tangent, but really I feel very much relates. Marijuana in Pueblo, Colorado is making it so that there are 38% chronic absenteeism in their schools, where they used to see 1 child in a classroom in a Head Start that had autism. Now, after legalized and commercialized marijuana, they're seeing 6 to 8. If you want to diminish the number of students that are coming into our world with sort of special needs, this is an area that you really should consider investigating. It's a lot worse than most people begin to realize. I've seen the student that was
30 seconds.
Almost dead on the gym floor in Bethel because of a little dab that will do you. Our students need to be protected in this arena too. And that vote is coming up soon.
Thank you, ma'am. And please, come on up. William Memphis.
Yes. Good afternoon. You'll have to bear with my scratchy voice, and I'll be brief. First off is we were plaintiffs in the Brigham case. I've taught educational finance for 20 years. I'm the managing director of the National Educational Policy Center, and I'm the State Board of Education. I wish to say that I'm not speaking for the State Board. They're meeting next Wednesday. Our chair is here. And we'll want to talk with you later after the board meets. First thing I say is I really would commend you for what you've done in terms of commissioning this study. It was very well needed, and it really is going to have some hard decisions for you. But remember, and I think you will, that this is for the common good. It is not an individual thing. It is for everybody. And that's what our Constitution says, and that's what we must hold on to. Something I've mentioned is the report deals a great deal with poverty, and that is correct. I don't think we can solve the education problem unless we solve the poverty problem. It's just that simple, and I'd be glad to spend more time with you at a later time dealing with that. And I'm really pleased to see the emphasis that was given to that
30
report.
seconds.
Also, rurality got a great deal of attention in the report. I'm very glad to see that because that is part and parcel of the problems that we face. And I just simply close these brief remarks by saying that this isn't something that's nice to do. It's our constitutional obligation to treat every child properly and with care and with love and affection.
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Gross. I'm from Middlebury, Vermont. I'm a professor emeritus of educational leadership and policy studies at Temple University, and I've served as chief of curriculum and instruction for the state of Vermont many years ago. When I work with my students, when I talk to my neighbors, when people ask me what is the root fundamentals of education, it is in our country, how do we raise up the next generation of Americans to take our very imperfect democracy and improve it, at least handle it. And when I think of the impediments that keep us from being able to do that properly or even reasonably attempt, poverty comes up as the #1 issue. I think for a long time, circles in education have gotten it exactly backwards. and that have said that if only the schools did their jobs properly, we wouldn't have poverty. The fact is, the research shows quite the opposite is the case, that when we deal with poverty, all of a sudden, magically, things happen for our students and their achievement improves. I want to commend not only yourselves, but the researchers from the University of Vermont who have made an important contribution towards our recognition of what the facts are and being able to respond to them effectively. We often say the devil is in the details. I would say the devil lives in two places, in the details, but also in our being able to conceptualize the problem. If we place the evolution of democracy and the betterment of democracy first, and realize that it is poverty ourselves itself that is at the heart of our issues, I think we'll be a long way down the road to being able to respond effectively. Thank you so much for this time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm Eric Lamontagne, Executive Director at Campaign for Vermont. Just a few quick things. First, general statement in support of implementing these changes. A few things that I haven't heard addressed, though, is a lot of folks here have been talking about this as a tax relief measure. There's nothing in the bill to guarantee that the extra money into the community is going to be used that way. Communities could still choose to keep the tax rates and just take this money as additional money. So it should be addressed in that mechanism. There's also needs to be accountability measures to make sure that the additional money that's being given to these communities that need it is being used to support the students who need it the most. Just generally throwing money at a problem isn't always the best solution unless there's a specific plan to ensure that that money is really going to go to the people who need it most. And then the last point is to the JFO prediction numbers. Through their study, they said that there might be upwards of $10 million in additional revenue generated by this proposal. I haven't heard anything as to where that money is going to go. Is that money going to be used to hold harmless some of these communities that can expect significant tax increases? Will it be further given to the schools in support of some of these infrastructure changes that need to be made? There needs to be a plan for this extra money so it just doesn't get lost in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, as we say in the Senate, we will adjourn. Before we do that, I want to thank all of you for traveling to be here. It's important on something like this. We're talking about a system in which changes to one community's weighting affect other communities very directly. So it's good to get as much public input as we can. I know that all of you made the choice that we made after the thinking and thought process that we had, which was coronavirus, all of those concerns, should I go, should we meet, and you came up with the solution that it was important enough for you to be here. We appreciate that doubly in this day and age. So thank you. We will do our work as efficiently as we can. Friday is what we call crossover. It's the day by which any Senate committee has to have their work out to have the bill remain alive this session without all kinds of special operations being done by leadership. So Friday is the day we're shooting for. We will very much keep what you've said in mind. If we have any further questions, there are some of you whose contact information we have. If you have further information to share with us, Jeannie Lowell, our administrative assistant, is happy to get anything to us that you send her. So thanks very much, and we'll adjourn with that.
turn to that first, and I'm going to turn it over to Representative Donahue first to walk us through some issues around some language that has to do with mental health. Commissioner, welcome. And then after that, I think we should see. I think my sense is we should probably be able to move fairly quickly through some of this, and then we'll transition without a break to some further conversation. We had some briefing last night or yesterday, briefly, about healthcare affordability issues. And if we need a break in there to do anything else, we'll do that. Then we will have a break and we'll shift gears to a different topic. Yeah.
Hey, great. We talked about, there are 3 specific areas, pieces of language. The one we're starting with, I don't think anybody actually has seen actual language, although we've talked about the concept. When DMH presented on the 10-year vision plan, the commissioner said there was one legislative ask in terms of follow-up, not that there isn't a lot of follow-up that the department's doing, but in terms of legislation. And that was the recognition that DMH and the vision can say all sorts of things, but if the whole health system isn't involved and buying in, then we're not going to achieve integration, because it's integration in with a lot of other stuff. So this is the language that would establish that council, which has a lot of membership, because it's really about getting all those other parts of the system on board. So we can walk through the language. I would actually suggest that we first go to the purposes of what the group does, because that will help make it more clear why there's all of the representation that there is. And I know there was one person who reacted, one of the members of the council, who said, well, our one reaction is it's too heavily on the medical system people and not enough mental health representatives. And I said, well, actually, that's the whole point of this. The mental health folks came up with a plan, and now this is about carrying it forth by engaging the rest of the mental health system. You're able to scroll, or David? We're already scrolled up.
I pulled up to that section.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so if folks look at the where it begins after the list, powers and duties, and this is really the core. This is why this council is being established. So it's addressing integration. At the very beginning, it talked about our statutory requirement for integration and the vision plan, but these are the very specific things that would be the council's responsibility. First, identifying
I'm sorry, and I have no idea where we are.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
because
that's
I'm looking
okay.
here. So it's on the one that says on the top,
powers and duties. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is it what's up here?
I can't see that part.
So at powers and duties, the council shall address the integration of mental health in the healthcare system, including, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 duties. Okay. So the first one is to identify obstacles. In other words, in all of the parts of the system that each of these people represent, where are there obstacles to achieving the goals that have been set out, both in legislation previously and through the vision plan? Second, helping to ensure implementation of those existing laws that require integration within the members' expertise in the council. So different groups representing different parts of the system. If we scroll up a little, we can see 3. And establishing commitments from all of those non-state entities to adopt the practices and implementation tools for integration. Again, that's referencing back to the beginning where we talked about the vision plan and the legislative mandate. Fourth, the council can propose legislation if our current statute is inadequate to achieve it or creates barriers. And then fifth, the routine language on any other duties it deems necessary. It will then report back in, I'm just going to scroll here. in 2023. So we're giving, this is a 2-year council to work on this, so report back with recommendations, including whether there's any recommended legislative actions and whether they need to be extended. The assumption is it's 2 years, it's not an ongoing forever group, but it's 2 years to identify and put together how we're going to achieve this. So now if we go back to the start, we can look through the membership. I have sent out contact to everyone who's been asked to be a member, basically saying, if you don't think you belong on this council, speak up. Nobody has said they think they don't belong. I've gotten a number of people saying yes, but nobody has said, oh no, take me off, I don't want to be involved in that. So, but we can look through, A through F are all commissioners within the state system, beginning mostly with AHS, but you'll see each of those departments in AHS have relevance to integration toward our goal of an integrated system. Corrections has a division in how it delivers healthcare systems and so forth. And the F, then the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, is pretty self-evident why they're important to be a part. We then have both the Green Mountain Care Board and the Secretary of Education. And after that, it begins more the community-wide stakeholders, which includes the Medical Society, the Hospitals Association, Vermont Care Partners, which are the designated agencies, the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery. That's somebody we haven't actually, I don't know if some of the new members have met, Peter Espen, who is the executive director of that group. The bi-state primary care, important aspect of primary care delivery. Representative from the University of Vermont Medical School, and that's really important. This was some of what the think tank made recommendations about when we're talking about sort of the unconscious bias of the system, if you will, that right in medical school that needs to begin to be addressed, and we need that commitment from medical school. OneCare, the healthcare advocate, the mental health care advocate, representation from the insurance industry. And just to clarify, council is getting pretty large. Often there isn't a group that represents all of the private insurers. They each speak for themselves. But it didn't really seem rational in terms of expanding the council to have both Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP representative. I spoke with them about that issue, and MVP said they were completely okay and understood that only the largest insurer, which for Vermont is Blue Cross Blue Shield, represent that perspective. So you can be assured that's not going to create a problem, that it's just one which, in the language of art or whatever, what that's saying is Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then in terms of direct stakeholders, to keep that voice at the table, 2 people who have received services, one of them being somebody who delivers peer services, so that's the peer workforce representation. And then family members, there are 2 also there, because one is family of people who receive services, but the other is a family member who has a child who receives services. So that's the list. I think there's been some cross discussions around trying to make it inclusive. And that's really the core of the bill. There is language at the end that is the routine, the Department of Mental Health chairs, the Department of Health co-chairs. I mentioned the reports. There are directives around meetings, and that is meeting at least bi-monthly, ceases to exist July 30th, 2023. We routinely have councils exist beyond when their final report is, because we may need them to come in and tell us what's in their report and so forth. Reimbursement is under our statute, which basically means people who are not getting paid by their job position for their activities are eligible for a stipend. If we could now have our witness comment and maybe answer questions.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. I want to thank Vice Chair Donahue for her leadership on this in terms of thinking about the council. From my perspective, as this committee is aware, the Department of Mental Health really leaned into our charge in terms of articulating a 10-year plan for a future of integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system that I think will benefit generations of Vermonters to come. One of our very specific asks of the legislature was to form this council. We have several other action areas that we are able to implement within our existing authority and resources that we, of course, are working on. But when we think about, as I said before, the 10-year plan wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. And we really want to create conditions for change. I really feel that what we have articulated as a state system, as systems partners, really has the opportunity to be transformational. When we think about implementation, as someone who's been steeped in implementation science, we really need a council, a table that is set with high-level leaders across mental health and our healthcare system if we really want to move things forward and actually operationalize some of the incredible opportunities that we have around integration. So the Department of Mental Health fully supports the representation that's been articulated here. I think from a facilitation standpoint, we're always trying to manage inclusivity and representation with a body that is manageable and that we can really move work forward in a reasonable way. I feel very confident that given the scope of the council as it's currently been presented, that we can be very effective. It is proposed to be chaired by the Commissioner of Mental Health, working in collaboration with the Department of Health. I think that's the right way to approach it because really we can really continue our leadership on the 10-year plan and our vision for integration. I think that the council itself can hold the vision of integration under the tent of the council, which is, I think, significant as we look to move this forward. It also creates an accountability structure that we need. It provides structure so that we can create decision-making. As the Vice Chair noted, we have some significant areas that are actually already statutorily in law, but maybe not being fully implemented. So we need the right folks around the table to help us do that. A good example of that is payment parity in terms of equal rates of payment for the same services when provided by mental health professionals as compared to physical health professionals to ensure that folks can access those services equitably. I also think there is an opportunity as we look to implement the 10-year plan that the council creates an accountability infrastructure to oversee that implementation as we move forward. So those are my high-level comments. Again, the department supports what's been presented, and we're looking forward to this as the next step to advance our statewide work around integration.
Great. If we could just scroll back to the very beginning, because one question that had already come back is, are we starting over on trying to identify what does it mean to integrate? And I think the introductory language helps make clear that this is about ensuring that everybody participates in the principles that are already in statute and as envisioned by the plan that's been developed. So this is not to start reworking a plan. This is to involve everyone else in making it happen.
That's a great point. We have put a lot of time and energy over the past year in terms of articulating what our end state is, what those short-term, midterm, and long-term strategies are. The council is a vehicle to advance that work, not to start over.
So any questions?
You have a lot of commissioners here, and then I see or designee.
do you expect all your commissioners to participate in the membership of this board, or do you expect it perhaps will be passed off to somebody at a lower grade?
I think it will depend. I think there are commissioners, some we shared, having talked to some of the other commissioners that really want a seat at the table. For some commissioners that I think oversee large departments, sometimes it's actually beneficial to delegate to someone whose particular purview might be a little closer to the provision of mental health services and integrating that broader in the healthcare system. Department for Children and Families is an example of that. It's so big, it could be more beneficial to have someone who is more directly overseeing that specific area.
I think another good example is the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
They have a medical director. That person probably would be better suited than the corrections commissioner.
If I could say, just as a general observation, this is the type of language that is almost always used when trying to involve, this is not unique to this council, whenever trying to involve a department or an agency, it names the commissioner or secretary or designee so that they have the authority then to find the right person to represent them on any. So that this is not unique language. This is kind of boilerplate language to facilitate the right person being at the table.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah. Could you scroll back up to the top?
Sure.
I was reading the first paragraph where it says the purpose of it helping to ensure that all sectors of the healthcare system actively participate in the state's parental. Are you saying there are people that don't participate that should right now?
I am saying that we are moving towards articulating a vision for integration, and in order to achieve that, I think there is a lot of commitment to the vision as it currently stands. The next step is to take that make that more actionable. I think our healthcare partners, which was clearly operationalized in the think tank, really came to the table, and now we need to take it that one step further.
How long has this been a concern?
30 years. Or longer.
I'll speak to that. I think what and I credit Representative Donahue and this committee for really, and the speaker, quite honestly, in saying, in moving responsibility for mental health from the Human Services Committee to this committee, the Healthcare Committee, as a structural statement that mental health is a part of healthcare. Historically, mental health has often been siloed off to the side, both because of sometimes issues of stigma and sometimes issues of disparate funding, different kinds of funding, like, well, we have healthcare here, and maybe we'll do something with mental health. And I think there's a recognition that mental health is an essential component of health and healthcare. And so I think in many ways, this is a reflection of an historic reintegration of the acknowledgement of mental health as an essential element of health care.
And this is a recognition that we're not there yet.
Yeah,
and that there's more work to be done.
So, if you could scroll down to the bottom then, there's a date somewhere there that I saw.
2 years.
January 15, 2023. And you probably will still be here. Would you make sure that there's a follow-up on this?
I sure as heck will.
So that it can be proven that group amounted to something.
If I'm not still a member of the legislature, I will be here as a mental health advocate.
Well, you can maybe speak from the governor's office if you want. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. It's admirable that it is so inclusive. It's very inclusive. Is it too big, though, and unwieldy?
It's a great question, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're always trying to balance inclusion and representation with actually facilitating a working group. I think that actually our facilitation of the think tank was a good demonstration of our capacity to take a large group, such as 25 or more key stakeholders, to really have good, solid facilitation. I think the Department of Mental Health has a deep bench of talent when it comes to facilitating large groups, and we will be the primary kind of administrative support. So I think my answer is the group big? Yes. Can we manage it and be a productive entity? Absolutely.
I have a couple things. I guess to Brian Smith's point, it's something I think I've been thinking about a lot as far as creating groups and asking for reports. And I guess just a proposal to the committee that I think it might be a good idea if we hold ourselves to the standard that any time we ask for a report or create a group, at least one member of the committee verbally commits, whether they're reelected or here or not, to follow through to the very end. And this is something I've been thinking about, where I would not ask for another report or group unless I personally was committed that I would stick with it through the end and make something come of it. And it's just a thought to float to the committee. And then my other piece, could you go to the duties? Yeah, I really appreciated the intro part about making sure that it's, the idea is not to come up with a new plan. The idea is to implement the plan that extreme work has gone into coming up with. And the only one here I wonder about is number 1. If identifying obstacles to the full integration of mental health, it seems like a lot of what the vision group was doing was identifying those obstacles. So I wonder if there would be a way to word that something more close to identifying obstacles to the full integration of, and then specifically list the statute and specifically list the 10-year vision. And so it's clear that the idea is not to start at square one with a new discussion of what do we need in our mental health care system, but talk with these stakeholders about, we know what we need and what are the obstacles to all of us getting there. I don't know, just to float that out.
Yeah, I mean, that could work. I think because of the overarching purpose at the beginning, I think that's assumed here, but it also, if it was limited to kind of only identifying obstacles to achieving the vision plan, it might close off some really important pieces of not changing what the vision is, but what the obstacles to achieving it might be. There might be ones that the think tank didn't, because it didn't have this broad inclusion, might not have thought about or been aware of. So it's about achieving the plan and the statutory obligations, which were only put in statute, I think, about 4 years ago in terms of those principles. Identifying obstacles probably wants to stay broad enough for obstacles to achieving those things that might not have been listed in the think tank plan.
What about putting both, like, full integration of mental health into a holistic health care system as outlined by, and then list the statute where it says, where it talks about integrate as outlined by the statute and the 10-year vision?
I think that'd be fine. I think that's duplicative of the purpose part, because this is sort of just filling out the details of what was already stated as the purpose of the council at the beginning.
Yeah, and the only thing I might add to that is that we did very strategically use appreciative inquiry as a strategy to move this work forward when we look at systems change. Not only do we want to identify obstacles and barriers, we also want to be lifting up the current assets that we have and build on those. That actually creates motivation for the kind of transformational change that we're looking for. So my only other thought reflectively on this was to capture that somehow, that we do have existing assets in the system that we can also build upon, in addition to identifying, the barriers as well.
So can we talk for a minute about the process of moving this forward? There was discussion about having it in our miscellaneous healthcare bill, which we're talking about moving, which we will move by tomorrow. Because it talks about per diems, initially one thought was that perhaps that would pull it pull the whole bill into the Appropriations Committee, because anytime there's per diems, something has to go to Appropriations, and then they have to vote the bill out. It doesn't go directly to the floor. I did note that and I'm not sure that this gets around it, but that the per diems are actually coming out of the mental health budget, so they're not additional per diems that have to be authorized by the Appropriations Committee. And in noting that, it seemed to me that maybe it wouldn't be pulled into appropriations. But I think I would like to take a straw poll on the general construct or language, and then be able to consult with appropriations. Because frankly, I don't want the whole miscellaneous healthcare bill to linger in appropriations. If in fact this becomes a part of it, then we might find another vehicle, or even have it be freestanding, so that if it was required to go to appropriations, this alone would go there rather than all of our other elements.
So rather than a bill number to vote, or where it fits in, we can.
And then we'll talk. I'll discuss that further with the committee in terms of the actual vehicle for moving this forward, because I think there's some strategic issues that we should think about in terms of what it might mean to have it go into appropriations as part of a larger bill that otherwise would not be going there. So, does that seem agreeable to folks? So with that, then
Just take a straw poll.
So I think are people prepared to just in general take a straw poll on the language? Lucy?
Should it be interpreted as a straw poll on generally we like the direction, or a straw poll on the exact language?
I'm talking
crossovers tomorrow.
At this point, we need to be moving.
Okay. So was there interest in expanding it to talk about the asset? I mean, is now the time to have the final language?
Yes.
So should we talk about if there should be a piece about, in the identifying challenges, also identifying the assets of the
anything
system
that you
as
wish
it is?
to talk about, this is the time, because you're making a suggestion.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, I mean, it sounded like the commissioner just suggested. Do you want to say?
Okay,
I don't think she was suggesting language. I think she was just talking about.
Well, let's ask if she was suggesting that.
Let the commissioner.
I think that, I don't know that it requires a language change. I think that it can be inherent, kind of linking back to Vision 2030, which is referenced in the beginning. We have a lot of information about appreciative inquiry in our approach in order to engage the council to feel motivated towards change. We will be facilitating looking at obstacles and assets. So I don't think it's necessarily needing to be included in the language.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay, other questions?
We're not talking about a lot of money for this bill.
There's only a maximum of 4 people who would actually be eligible
Most
to
of
ask
the people
for a
will
stipend.
be already working under a salaried position.
So I don't see why appropriations would have an issue with it.
Well, they probably wouldn't ultimately, but technically, anytime there are per diems, it has to go there, and they don't deal with this until they've completed the budget. Because they have to look at the entirety of the budget. They set aside a pot of money for per diems, and if it exceeds, and if the request for study committees and per diems exceeds that, then they will pare it back. And so it slows something down from moving through our process. Right.
Is your concern the money coming out of mental health appropriations or health appropriations? Is that the concern?
No.
Then I'm missing what this straw vote is going to be about.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try to clarify. I was trying to just move us forward and explain that we were initially talking about maybe having this be part of a larger miscellaneous healthcare bill, or alternatively having it stand alone. We could make the decision right now to just have it stand alone as a bill. We could take it to the floor as a bill, and then that would, if it goes to appropriations, so be it. If it doesn't, then our miscellaneous healthcare bill won't have this as part of it.
If it's a standalone bill, there's not a lot of money involved in it, is there?
No.
It doesn't seem to be.
No. Very small amount. So. Maybe that makes sense, just to take one thing off your agenda of people you need to talk to. We could just go ahead and say.
So then the process would be asking Jen to craft this as a committee bill. It's not in that form right now.
Right.
But we would ask her to put it in the form of a committee bill from the House Healthcare Committee, which we can do, and have this be a standalone bill. Does that seem like that? Maybe that's the most straightforward way to do it. At which point, then, I would suggest this, that we ask her to bring that back to us as a committee bill, and we will vote on that sometime later today, rather than take any more time now. And that way, we'll have it in the form of a bill that we will then have a formal vote.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that the best way? There's no, if we do that, this is not going to fail. Is that correct?
Well, I still will communicate with appropriations, but it avoids the possibility of complicating the House Healthcare Committee, the miscellaneous committee.
To respond, would it be fair to say that it doesn't in any way increase the likelihood that this fails relative to including it? And I think was that your question?
Yes. No, it actually increases the likelihood of something else we're doing, not getting encumbered in appropriations for a period of time. Okay, well, let's leave that there then. But be prepared for us to put that to a committee vote later today, assuming Jen gets a chance to craft it into a committee vote. Okay.
So this next piece is not new language you haven't seen, except that it's pared way back. Because in talking with the Appropriations Committee, this is the part which is a little technical. In fact, in many ways, although it's based on key philosophy about integration, the same topic, it's a technical change in the budget process, which is at its core saying, we should not be siloing our budgets and splitting up where in the budget mental health shows up. Beginning, the first step being about inpatient mental health care. If you recall, when the budgets were introduced to us earlier this year, even a budget adjustment saying, well, we have this increase in rate for the retreat because of their financial situation. Part of that showed up in the DIVA budget, part of it showed up in the DMH budget. So this is really just about having them be in the DIVA budget together. The original language we looked through had this long piece about why this was important. It was language that was important to me, but we got unofficial feedback from the
becoming important to more people.
But we got unofficial feedback from the Appropriations Committee that they did not have an interest in lengthy language about all the whys and the values and so forth, and they just wanted to get to the kind of the bottom line. So that's really the fundamental change from the language from before. It does still retain the core purpose language, which is pointing out that the budget's an essential structural component about integrated care, and that separating budgets is an obstacle to that reform principle of ensuring equal access. This time we have the actual quote, so that's the section that was referred to on the Integration Council just before. This is a principle that we've adopted already, ensuring equal access to appropriate mental health care in a manner equivalent to other aspects of health care. So that's A. B is just the directive. Shall integrate the public funding, in other words, Medicaid, for inpatient mental health care with the funding for other health care services within the DIVA budget. Oversight and utilization review and how the care is managed is the more policy end. That's the Department of Mental Health's role, so it's noting that that will maintain according to which department is legally overseeing that. On the request of those departments, the date for it actually to occur will be basically to be achieved in fiscal year 2023, which means proposed for the 2022 budget. In other words, not this year, but the year after. And based on that, there is the new section, Section B, which says, because we're giving you an extra year, next year you do have to come back with that kind of layout showing us exactly where the money is in each budget, so that it makes it clearer for that next step the year after to actually do it. And it outlines the existing categories of where this money gets currently split up in inpatient care. So as we scroll down, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the different categories of inpatient psychiatric care, and the different categories of which some are in DIVA's budget and some are in DMH, and folks who are in the CRT, Community Rehabilitation and Treatment Programs, as that line right before the 1, 2, 3, 4 points out, they can be in any one of those 4 subcategories, therefore determining whether they're in the DMH or the DIVA budget. So we're saying, fill us in next year on where all those pieces are following, and then the subsequent year they will all be moved into DIVA. This has absolutely no impact. This language and this directive has absolutely no impact on the budget itself or the amount of money. That's subject to the normal budget process. What it does is move it in terms of which budget it appears in, to put it in the budget with the rest of our healthcare budget. So that's the overview of the now much briefer language, and if the Commissioner would like to testify. And my understanding is that the Commissioner of DIVA has spoken with you, and you are representing both departments as testimony on the record about this.
Yes, the Agency of Human Services as a whole has reviewed this, and we are aligned with the recommendations as proposed in the bill language. And just to echo the Vice Chair's points, that this really does provide the structural components of creating conditions that will support the integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system. Many other states have actually transitioned to integrated financing models, where managed care plans manage all the physical and mental health programs for Medicaid enrollees. So this is aligned with, I think, national practices and where other states are moving. Again, a goal of this is to enhance shared data, incentives, tools to deliver integrated services. The area that I think we just want to be careful about and thoughtful about is that the potential of this integration of the fiscal part of it is really hinged on our ability to ensure that clinical integration is also happening when we think about care coordination. So it's important that for those with complex health and social needs, that the outcome of this is that their care is better coordinated and we have better outcomes. So I just don't want to lose sight of, that is the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve. So broadly, the Agency of Human Services supports this as it's currently written. The timeline feels appropriate from our perspective. And I just want to note a few other points related to the custodial and legal role of the Department of Mental Health. So there are some differences between the Department of Mental Health and DIVA. It's important that we recognize that DMH is not an administrator of health insurance like DIVA. We are responsible for prioritizing and managing the care of specific populations. As a custodial commissioner, I feel an enormous responsibility to the individuals who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. So we want to make sure that as we move towards integrated financing, and this is, I think, reflected in this bill, that for those who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner, particularly for those who are level 1, my care management team manages the care coordination of those individuals from the time that they are in the emergency department, admitted to inpatient, and then transitioning to lower levels of care. So when we think about that integration of the fiscal components and the clinical and programming components, I just really want to ensure that the Department of Mental Health is still overseeing that care coordination. That feels essential from my perspective. When we look at the current budgets between DMH and DIVA, as the Vice Chair noted, that what currently sits in the DMH budget that is separate from or carved out from the DIVA budget is level 1. So that level 1 is inclusive of the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, our level 1 contracts with Rutland Regional Medical Center, and the Brattleboro Retreat. So you'll note at the very end of this, there is noted language related to that our budget presentation that the Vice Chair was noting shall also include any implementation recommendations to achieve that integrated funding. I do think there are some pieces that we'll have to work out behind the scenes because there's current statutory language with the Department of Mental Health related to level 1 and reasonable actual costs. So if those funds shift over to DIVA, then would those contracts for level 1 need to be facilitated by DIVA versus the Department of Mental Health? And there are some pieces that we will have to coordinate around there. Not insurmountable, but certainly some things that we want to think about because those level 1 contracts are essential to us actually creating some accountability so that those Rutland and the Brattleboro Retreat actually accept those individuals. So that's a little bit of an accountability and a leverage point for the Department of Mental Health.
That I should reflect when the commissioner pointed those pieces to me, and that was where, in helping to craft this, I agreed that providing that extra year instead of saying this shall happen for next year's budget made sense.
Yes. The other thing that I would note is that VPCH is also currently all within the Department of Mental Health's budget. The Bratt Psychiatric Care Hospital is run by the Department of Mental Health. They're by my people, they're the staff. So if that entire budget moves to DIVA, that will just be another point that we'll have to navigate in terms of the budget for the hospital will actually sit in a different department than the department that's running the hospital itself. So again, that's why I requested the additional time because we need to respectively figure out how that will work and how we operationalize that and maintain the great outcomes and quality that we're currently achieving at Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital. So those, I think that's the summary of my points for the committee related to this proposed language.
On the surface, I mean, this is, the integration seems simple, it's a short bill, but is this going to, behind the scenes, add more bureaucracy or trying to coordinate or, you're talking about we'll work these things out behind the scenes, but in the end, is there going to be another layer that we're not seeing, sort of like the unintended consequences of bureaucracy?
I think that there are certainly going to be some coordination pieces that we will have to work out behind the scenes. They do not feel insurmountable from my perspective, and I think the bigger gain that we're going to make in terms of the fiscal integration of the funding outweighs some of the inconvenience of having to work out some of these things behind the scene. I think managing the VPCH budget is probably my bigger concern and what that means from an operational standpoint. We already have an MOU with DIVA in terms of their kind of delegating Medicaid authority related to level 1 CRT that we oversee. We work very closely together and have a lot of collaboration. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move that forward. And then if we have some time to work with our fiscal offices about the details of the VPCH budget, I don't think that we're going to get overly bogged down in bureaucracy. If those are clear. And I think the language actually supports that because there's clarity of roles that's already articulated in the language.
Well, I was going to say, I didn't understand this yesterday, and I think I have a clearer picture now of what we're talking about, and what you just said makes me feel a little bit better that you're comfortable that the benefits of making this switch will outweigh whatever additional work there is.
Lucy?
Was there any discussion of making the switch except for the VPCH and keeping that in DMH for logistical ease?
That is not currently the recommendation, and I think if we truly want to get a picture of inpatient services without VPCH as part of that integration, we miss a big part of it. So there have been no discussions as of right now in terms of carving out VPCH from the intent of this language.
So the ultimate goal is about having the big picture of this services all in one place from
That's
a budget
correct.
perspective.
That's correct.
And that doesn't work between the two. Like, it doesn't work to have that big picture when it's split between the two departments.
It makes it more challenging to have that big picture, and it's not aligned with our vision of integration.
I have a couple of questions. Delicate questions, and I don't mean to criticize you or your department or anything like that. But I read somewhere where there was an incident with your department and I guess the corrections department in which an ill patient, whether that patient should go to a hospital emergency room setting versus going to prison corrections department. And I think your department took the stand that that individual should go to a prison setting. And then the corrections department had an issue. They felt that there was a budgetary issue, and that's why that individual was being sent to a corrections department, a prison. Would this bill correct that situation? And do you know what I'm referring to?
We have a lot of situations where the bright line between criminal justice system, criminogenic behavior, and mental health is blurred, and it's confusing. And this is, I think, one of the opportunities we have right now when we think about a true forensic system of care that we're grappling with. So I don't think that this in particular addresses that particular issue. What I can assure you is that the Department of Mental Health as a healthcare provider is managing individuals who might be involved in the criminal justice system to meet their acute mental health needs within an acute care system that is all Medicaid funded. If we are able to treat an individual and their mental illness, it is the requirement that we have to transition them to lower levels of care. That's philosophically and fundamentally what Vermont, a fundamental value of Vermont. Federally, that's what we have to do to meet those mandates. Those decisions are not made for budgetary decisions. Those are clinical decisions that are made to ensure that people are receiving the right care at the right time in the right place. And for some individuals, they might also have criminogenic behaviors and public safety risk that we also have to manage, and so we have to work responsibly with our criminal justice partners. The other piece I would just add is that sometimes because we are a healthcare provider, we have to abide by protected health information. So what you hear publicly or in the media might not actually reflect kind of the true state of the situation. And that's just something the Department of Mental Health has to manage on a daily basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I was going to say, well, just to finish this piece, there is a bill coming over from the Senate that will be asking the House to look a little bit more into that issue of criminal justice, forensic, mental health, which is separate from this issue of when there is mental health hospitalization, does it go into the DIVA or the DMH budget? So the Department of Corrections aspect is not in this bill. That issue is going to be coming to us.
Thank you, Ann. And then one other question. If we already have an MOU, or if you already have an MOU, why do we need a bill?
Because the MOU allows us, it's really just delegating Medicaid authority. So it doesn't address the integration of the funding within the DIVA budget, which is what we're trying to accomplish.
Other questions? So this is language that we only need a vote, not as a bill, but on sending it to ask appropriations to include it in the budget bill, because this is a budget alignment issue, not a, obviously it has policy behind it, but it's not an independent bill.
Again, just to explain that the budget always includes both numbers and appropriations, but there's also budget language that reflects about how to move things around, or in this case, integrate differently. So, and the Appropriations Committee has asked all committees, if we have language for the budget, to have are anticipating the possibility of this as language.
Yes, the person in charge of that, like, actually, I had told them, well, it's on our agenda Thursday. She said, good, I want it Thursday. So, just,
So are your questions answered? We prepared to I would do it as a straw poll, really, to move it to the budget language? Yes, Anne-Marie?
I do have. At the end, when they say including any subdivision between the person served by the community rehab and treatment program, they list those. There's no really report, and I know we hate reports, but report back on, yeah, we have these problems worked out, or there's unintended consequences, or we need more time, or is there someone that's going to ride herd on this and bring it back to
So the
committee?
language B that you see here, the department's fiscal year 2022 budget presentation, which will be our way of articulating the integrated budgets, even though we're not there yet operationally, also includes implementation recommendations. So part of our budget report back to, assuming this committee, will also include implementation recommendations related to some of the areas that the Department of Mental Health has some, coordination concerns that we need to work out. So that's what that language is intended to do.
Okay.
Any other questions? Then I would suggest that we take this language, take a straw poll on recommending that this language be moved into, or be given to the Appropriations Committee as budget language. All those in favor, show of hands. Let the record show that all members present. And Brian, are you on the line still? Do you wish to join us in this?
I am on the line still. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I am here.
Okay. Well, we will. I think at this point we have a clear all members present, and we will. That's sufficient to move the language to the Appropriations Committee. And we will do that, and we'll have you. You can weigh in as you wish along the way, because it will be in the final budget as well. Okay. Thank you. Now there.
One last piece which we discussed before, so I'm hoping this is sort of a, we're already there on it, but this last piece is the technical language to achieve the Brattleboro Retreats budget being under the Green Mountain Care Board in the same way all other hospital budgets are. This had been proposed last year. The retreat had concerns about being fully included, so we sort of created a special language review light, if you will. And in light of some of the budget issues that came up this year, some folks like me thought maybe we need to have it fully under the Green Mountain Care Board's review process. So what this language does is it strikes the special carve-out language that we created last year, and then the line after that is just the definitional. The existing definitional talks about hospitals meaning a general hospital, and general hospital excludes psychiatric hospitals. So by striking the word general, it means any licensed hospital, but clearly the one budget that doesn't come under the Green Mountain Care Board is the state-run hospital, VPCH. Their budget is controlled by the legislature and wouldn't be controlled by the Green Mountain Care Board, so it requires adding the language that we're not including hospitals that are run by the state. So this is the way that achieves the purpose of saying the Brattleboro Retreats budget does come under the Green Mountain Care Board. And we did have on the record previously testimony from the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board and the director saying they're fine with this. This does not add a burden on them that requires additional staff requests. Sometimes we ask them to do things resources of any kind. Sometimes we ask them to do things and they say, look, you're asking us to do something more, we would need more resources to be able to do it. And they told us on the record that's not the case with this. They can handle this with their existing resources.
Questions?
Are we going to hear from the Brattleboro retreat?
We have. They testified earlier on the record in support of this when they were here. Anyone lose Steve?
Oh, okay. That's yes, I forgot that.
Oh, no,
yes,
earlier.
when he was here talking about the retreat.
We asked specifically when he was here about the retreat early on in the session, and we raised this issue and said it was likely we would be wanting to do this as a recommendation, and he indicated no problem.
Maybe I'll go back on the record and look at it. It strikes me as interesting because last year when we brought it up, there seemed to be lots of problems from the retreat's perspective.
And things shifted.
No, I know. It's just I'm curious as to what has been done to resolve the problems that the retreat had last year with it.
I'd be happy to check.
And I think the issues were not one of difficulty. I think the issues were one of transparency. And last year what we agreed to was that the Secretary of Human Services would have access to the Brattleboro Retreats records sufficiently to know that they were confident in giving the kinds of support increases and rate increases. And at the time it was Secretary Gobet. So we agreed to back off from asking to have it go through the Green Mountain Care Board as a hospital budget review. And then I think in light of the, frankly, the emergent situation, which we were addressing in the very first days of the session, where the Brattleboro Retreat was here with Mike Smith from the Aegis and Human Services. It was in that context, before they had resolved how to resolve things, that we also raised the question of having the Brattleboro Retreat given the significant amount of their budget, which is in fact state funds now, be part of the hospital budget review, and he indicated that was not an issue at this time.
Other questions? This again, this is not a freestanding bill. This is a recommendation that approach is already anticipating that we might be proposing.
Well, let me just say out loud, it doesn't seem like that seems satisfactory. I can tell when there's a consensus in the room, when there isn't. So if that's not satisfactory, I want to hear what we need to do to.
There seems some uncertainty on faces.
Yeah, right. Does the committee wish to hear from the Brattleboro Retreat directly about this? In which case, we will try our best to arrange that.
I remember them saying, and sort of being very.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check because this is not an issue.
I had.
What's that?
I think it was one of the questions I had when they were here.
But Lori, my response is, quite frankly, it really doesn't matter to me if they are in favor of it, that we have a situation on our hands and they need to be part of the process. So I'm for this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just feel like there's clearly dynamics that I'm missing, especially, I mean, I guess that's where I feel is I maybe need to understand more of the dynamics and said earlier that we could have a conversation. So I guess in my mind it just kind of feels like maybe that needs to happen before I would feel ready to.
I will say it. I will say it on the record. It's not very distant from what Lori's saying. I think last year they felt able to argue that they were a private hospital and that I mean their fundamental argument, which I believe to really be an issue of not wanting to be as fully transparent as is required of other hospitals. That's my opinion. Their argument was because they're so significantly funded by Medicaid and the Green Mountain Care Board review, the bottom line of the review is the Green Mountain Care Board has the authority to say you can't increase your rates. It's a by more than X percent. And the other hospitals are able to do cost shifting.